and we really enjoy having them around, as well as what they've developed, not unsimilar to what some of you are working on and wanting to develop and create for the Bitcoin space. So last March, Carr inaugurated the first startup day, and it was really successful. It was another packed room, like, you know, with all of you here. It was kind of like this in the morning. We had a lot more people streaming in throughout the day. We had presentations in the morning, and then we had founders speaking in the afternoon, same structures we have today. But we will be interrupting today for lunch with Chef Johnny Ochoa, and he'll be cooking up for us some Tex-Mex offerings, pork and beef from K&C Cattle. I'm not sure if the pork is from K&C Cattle. It may be from one of our other Bitcoin friends, but they're a terrific outfit. So if you like grass-fed beef and being healthy and you live locally, you can order directly from them at kandccattle.com. And if you don't live locally, like maybe California, or I'm not sure about Mexico, but across the 48 states, perhaps in Denver, although we know some good cattle producers up there in Colorado as well. You can also order from K&C, and they will ship to you within 3 days, and it is some of the best beef. I don't know the last time I went to a grocery store to buy beef. I buy directly from them and other cattle ranchers, so recommend you do the same. A couple other things I need to announce today. You are at PlebLab. We are PlebLab.com. And if you would like to support us, we will accept your sats. Come find me in the back or Julie later today. And
Yeah.
we interrupt this program for technical difficulties. So we'll certainly accept your sats. And then perhaps more interestingly, tomorrow night, we are hosting the Bitcoin block party. So for your ticket, you will come in. We'll have a free bar. We did this in the spring also in April, and it was a lot of fun. It was a crazy time. This place was packed. We had karaoke going in the back room, which is normally our quiet little library. And we turned that thing upside down. So I'm sad to hear that Logan's sick. I hope he'll be on the mend soon, because he was one of our stars. He's definitely a rocker. He's an amazing force if you haven't met him. But there's a lot of people here who can not only sing but write. And our own Foss guy, Super, writes his own Bitcoin-centric overlays to familiar songs. So that's something you might enjoy tomorrow night. We'll also have Johnny in the courtyard cooking up beef. He's going to be taking a trip through the history of Travis County. That is the county of Austin, or that Austin resides in. And so we'll have some really interesting things there, including tallow donuts. I don't know how he's going to do that, but he's bringing a lot of beef stuff, so maybe it'll be okay to try out those little donuts if you've had enough protein. All right, let's get to the serious part. We have Parker up here. Most of you know him. He has a very interesting background. His knowledge spans financial forecasting and the growth side of starting, growing, and restructuring a business. He was recently head of business development at Unchained. Most of you probably know that. And some of you probably saw that he is joining our own PlebLab friends at Zaprite. You can follow him at, are you calling this your blog or your newsletter?
Yeah,
your blog. Follow him at bitcoiner.ghost.io. And I'll repeat that in case this catches on the recording. bitcoiner.ghost.io. He's got some great posts out there. And here we are with Parker, gradually, and then suddenly, he may be the mayor of Austin. Welcome, Parker.
Thank you, Teresa. And thank you, Carr, all of you guys at PlebLab for coming out today. So what I'm going to talk about today, kind of dual purposed, is just my own kind of background or thoughts, experience in terms of how I think about building a startup in the Bitcoin space, but then also talking about it in the application of what I'm working on now, which is Zaprite. And put a post out last week. If a lot of you probably saw it, but for reference, you can go to the Zaprite blog and read that after. But for the past couple of months, I've been working on Zaprite, joining John McGill, who really started Zaprite in PlebLab when it was over at Capital Factor, I believe, before he even moved into this space. But then worked out of this space before he went back to Ireland for a bit. But both myself and Will Cole who also used to be at Unchain. We both stepped back from Unchain late last year, and this really happened by serendipity, I'd say. I was looking to get paid in Bitcoin, and what I wanted to exist didn't, and Zaprite was closest. So I'm going to talk about kind of my philosophy of what I focus on and why, and the heuristics, as well as how that applies to Zaprite, so that it's not just a Zaprite product pitch. So to start the presentation, this is a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but really Bitcoin is not that complicated. There's very limited things you can do with Bitcoin. You can save it, you can spend it, and you can mine it. And so virtually everything you could possibly build fits in one of those three categories. There's also education, which is incredibly important, but when it comes to if you're a software developer or you're thinking about building a piece of infrastructure, anything that you do is some derivation of these three things. And if you can save it and you can spend it and you can mine it, you can work on custody, you can work on payments, and you can work on mining. But within each of those things, there's a massive landscape. I think like the idea of payments, people oftentimes throw it around as a loose term, but when you start to think about all the different ways that people pay for things, there are any number of verticals, hardware, software, but then types of payments. So I'll talk a little bit about that in the context of Zaprite. But these are the heuristics that I follow. It's when I joined Unchain, what I thought about. When I joined Zaprite, it's what I thought about. It's what do I need? Because I think a lot of times people try to forecast what others need, but in Bitcoin, because it's so early, it's like there's something that you need that you don't have, and to think about yourself first and foremost. But to start with, what do I need? And then is there a service that offers what I need? So when I got into working with Zaprite, I first went around and looked and said, is there something that would satisfy my need? And not just in a way that is disingenuous, that's like biased towards, well, it's not exactly right, but it would work for me. But it's like, is what I actually need at a fundamental level, is it out there or not? Because if it is out there, like, try to use it. And just because it's out there, if it's not satisfactory, doesn't mean you shouldn't start your own business. Then do other people need this? Because there might be things that are so specific to you that you're like, okay, I need this, but I'm some weird niche thing that nobody else is going to need. And so building a business around that wouldn't make sense. Would I pay for it? A critical one. Would I pay for it? Would other people pay for it? And then maybe the most important one, though, to complete is, would other people pay for it now? Because the now speaks to timing of like, hey, there's going to be a lot of things that people need in Bitcoin, but if I build something too early, I'm not going to have product market fit, because people not only, people might pay for it in 5 or 10 years, but if they're not willing to pay for it now, then I've moved too early. There's not a sufficient enough market to cause my business to be sustainable. So the background, which I mentioned a little bit about in terms of me joining Zaprite, was actually when I wanted to go put a post on my blog. What I wanted to exist to be able to receive Bitcoin payments didn't exist. And so what people would oftentimes say is, well, what about BTC Pay? It's like, well, I was very familiar with BTC Pay. I've run a BTC Pay server. In fact, on my blog right now, I'm running a BTC Pay server because I haven't moved over to Zaprite just yet. But what Zaprite had, and I'll get into it, was the closest to what I thought should have existed. And it checked one of the big boxes. It fit in that payment vertical of working on Bitcoin. And what ultimately I wanted was a hosted service that enabled Bitcoin payments, where I could basically drop my XPub in and somebody else run a server. So what I was looking for that didn't exist was Bitcoin payment enablement without having to run a server, but being able to do that in a non-custodial way. I wanted to basically have somebody be able to come to a website and pay for somebody, it go directly to me, but I just wanted to focus on running my blog. And when you project this out to any number of people, it is anybody who's running a business. There's some people who are going to want to run a BTC Pay server. There's some people who are going to want to work with a custodian and have a custodial experience like a BitPay or an OpenNode. But the majority of Bitcoiners in my mind were more like myself, which is they wanted non-custodial payments, and they're focused on running their business. They're not necessarily wanting to run a server. I'm capable of running a server. I've run a BTC Pay on, now Justin Moon helped me do it, but It was a Mac running a Windows, running a Docker station, and, basically was something that I was technically capable of doing, but would drop constantly, was exposing my IP address at my residence, something that I didn't want. So that was really the background. And if I come back to the things, it's like, I needed this. Did I think other people needed it? Yes. Did I think people would pay for it? I would have paid for it. And clearly, we're at a point in Bitcoin, I don't want to say clearly, but for the people that are, I'd say, that have a pulse on it, recognize that there's more and more people that are starting to say, pay me in Bitcoin. And so that the time is also now. So now, what is Zaprite? Zaprite is a Bitcoin payments company. I think oftentimes when people talk about payments in Bitcoin, they think that that is synonymous with Lightning. But in the context of Zaprite, payments is not code for Lightning. Lightning is a rail just as on-chain is a rail. Payments is also not a catch-all to describe every movement of Bitcoin. I think when people say, I'm working on payments, and this is to go back to this slide of like, if you think in one vertical of what we're working on and then what the range of other things that you might work on if you're interested in the payment space in Bitcoin, is we're specifically focused on two types of payments. Business invoicing. So that could be a podcaster who's invoicing a company for their advertising reads, or it could be a lawyer invoicing a Bitcoiner for legal fees, or it could be accounting services like Satoshi Pacquioli wanting to be paid in Bitcoin, issuing a company that they're doing work for with a business invoice. The other side is e-commerce, so payment links, basically somebody selling a good or service. The reason why we focus on these two is because the payment experience is virtually the same. There's different software that sits on the top, but somebody is either in a browser or on a mobile phone needing to grab a Bitcoin address and an amount. And that's distinguished from something like a point of sale system and when I think about, kind of this application of payments, if you think about it, like oil is going to be settled in Bitcoin, real estate is going to be settled in Bitcoin. Those two types of transactions are each incredibly unique, which is different from an e-commerce transaction, which is different from point of sale. So I think that when, specifically in the vertical of payments, if you were thinking about something, it is like being narrowly focused and knowing what problem you're actually solving. In our context, and when I was setting out to solve my own problem, was I want to receive Bitcoin payments on my blog. Now, that as a market for people to pay for a service, a software service, probably not a lot of bloggers that are going to support a business by paying for a SaaS service. But it was actually more broader than that. It was how many businesses want to receive Bitcoin payments online, and is the solution out there the solution that will solve the problem for the widest number of those? So this is a quick look at the UI, but when we talk about it, and really I'll get to what differentiates Zaprite, it is you bring your own wallet. But you can bring a custodial wallet or you can bring a non-custodial wallet, which is something that might distinguish it from a BTC Pay. But then also because you can bring a non-custodial wallet, like dropping in an XPub or connecting an Unchained vault, you can support on-chain non-custodial payments in a much easier way. But you can also mix and match. You can basically have a non-custodial payment for on-chain payments and then have connect like a Strike account, or in the future you'll be able to put an LN address. So basically this idea of pairing on-chain non-custodial with custodial Lightning. But you can, in the middle you see an invoice, a business invoice. On the right side, an example of a payment link if you were going to sell like a hot desk. So what differentiates Zaprite? We're a hosted solution. We're wallet agnostic. Bring your own wallet. We support on-chain and Lightning, self-custody and custodial, single sig and multi-sig. We focus on self-custody, and this is where also it's a heuristic. It's not just about Zaprite. Whenever I focused, this applied at Unchained as well, some people would say that we were crazy for trying to build a non-custodial collaborative custody platform. Holding keys is so hard. Well, everybody who's a Bitcoiner ultimately ends up holding their own keys, and so the question is why? But it's also, there's a first principle as to why. And even though holding private keys might be uncomfortable, it's the only way to guarantee that somebody else doesn't screw you. It's the only way to eliminate counterparty risk. So if every Bitcoiner ends up at that point, that means that the majority of the people that have enough Bitcoin to be able to pay for financial services or realistically that are going to take their Bitcoin custody seriously, we're going to hold their own keys. In the context of Zaprite, the heuristic or analog is that the people who want to receive Bitcoin payments today are Bitcoiners. Bitcoiners want to hold their own keys, which is why we focus non-custodially. Like the problem I was literally trying to solve for myself was non-custodial payments without running a server. Bitcoin keys, and there's been a lot of discussion about this, more recently, but it's like, keys are really easy. Like I was trying to get a form set up on my blog as a non-technical user, like that was complicated. Holding and securing a Bitcoin key, very easy. Running a server, not as easy as some software developers would like to think. And so what we ultimately provide is one checkout for both Bitcoin and fiat rails. That's also something that is, I think, something that John keyed in on very early at Zaprite, was that any company that wants to move to a Bitcoin standard still needs to receive fiat. Very few businesses that want to receive Bitcoin are in a position to suddenly say, and if you want to pay me fiat, sorry, you can't be a customer of mine. So Zaprite offers both of those two things. And what we really do is we specialize in the payments experience. We make it possible for you to basically receive Bitcoin however and wherever you want it to go. Critically, what I mentioned there, or forgot to mention, was that you can also sign up with just an email. One of the things, and this was a heuristic at Unchained, by helping our clients hold their own keys, I never put my head on the pillow worried that I was going to lose somebody else's money. Kind of by a collaborative custody approach at Unchained, we were able to enable more people to hold their own keys that maybe otherwise would, but they were ultimately accountable. They could make a number of mistakes. We could be there to help them, but we were not a single point of failure. We were not a place where we were not a honeypot. In the context of Zaprite, the analog is there's no easy withdrawals because we never touch customers' money. But what that also means is that our business becomes a lot more simple in different ways, which is because we're not touching people's money, we're not a payment processor. Because we're not a payment processor, we don't do KYC. Now, we do, part of that's because we respect privacy, but it's actually driven at a more fundamental level. We want to enable Bitcoin payments, and in order to enable Bitcoin payments, it actually complicates the situation if the money routes through us. And if somebody is, setting aside, if somebody's, wants to work with a custodian like River or Cash App, we can connect their accounts. Now that's not available today, but a Strike account is. So the point is to focus on the payment experience, like really focusing in on your business, what problem you're solving, and then what is the most efficient path to do that? Because in our world, it was the Bitcoiners actually want the Bitcoin to go directly to them. And if we deliver it in that way without the money routing through us, we simplify our business so we can do it at lower cost, and we can put our heads on the pillow at night not being worried about this massive security problem of are we going to lose our customer funds. Now, we do still have a security dilemma, which is when a customer needs an address shown that somebody hasn't spoofed an address, but the problem of custody is significantly, it is eliminated via our platform. So I'm going to jump ahead. This is a key one, and this is really my personal advice for anybody thinking about starting a business in Bitcoin. I don't know how many of you guys have listened or watched the movie Friday Night Lights, but there's this idea of clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose. That, I think like when I've talked about this idea of Zaprite or why I'm working on it, a lot of people will say, well, doesn't BTC Pay exist? And then they'll say, well, can't you use OpenNote or BitPay? It's like, look, if what I wanted existed, I wouldn't be working on Zaprite. But another side of that is that the quality of what you're delivering and the conviction in it that like you see something that somebody else doesn't see as a need, that there's this realization or recognition that you actually have to put the product out there for them to get what is different about it, right? Like some people might have said, and many people did, when we were, launching collaborative custody at Unchained, that CASA existed. It's like, one, there's this like inherent limitation of like, Bitcoin's going to disrupt the entire world. Everyone's going to use Bitcoin. There's going to be 8 billion people using Bitcoin. So if anybody thinks that there's going to be one of something, you've chosen the wrong market, like full stop. Plus, if people don't start to copy you, you've also probably chosen something wrong. But that when I looked at the world, I said, BTC Pay doesn't actually solve my problem. And there's a big difference between running a server and receiving non-custodial payments and being a payment processor yourself, which is right for certain people, or on the other end of the extreme, working with a full payment processor, certain people that solves a problem for. But if I wanted to receive non-custodial payments without running a server, that did not exist. And I looked at the market and said, I think this is probably the majority of the market. The majority of the market are probably the people like me, people who can deal with private keys, but people who are not software engineers. And that if you have that mindset where people say, but doesn't X, Y, Z already exist? It's like, if you have vision as a founder or to build something, if you apply those heuristics, that people might think from the surface that things look the same, but if, like, many of you have probably used Unchain and Casa. The only thing that is the same about those two businesses is the word collaborative custody. The idea that you're using multisig and that another party has a key. If you look at the applications from the color to the product to, from one to the other versus the services that they stack next to each other, they couldn't be more different. So like, and then the idea to be like, well, will there only be one Casa or will there only be one Unchained? It's like, no, there's probably going to be, hundreds at the end of the day. This is Bitcoin. The big question is, am I too early? Or is there a sufficient end market? But just reinforcing to you guys that like most people don't understand the problems of Bitcoiners as well as Bitcoiners do. And if you are thinking about a problem that you're diagnosing for yourself and being honest with yourself, because a lot of people might answer those questions and be like, oh, what I need actually does exist, and set out to have be anchored to their idea rather than the problem they solve. But I think in more cases, it's true that there's a lot of things that don't exist in Bitcoin that might appear to be tangentially out there, but not solving the problem that you actually want. And just to be reinforced to go out and solve it. And if you deliver the right solution, people will adopt it. Another heuristic that doesn't, applies to ZapRight, but I think it should apply to a lot of things, is to build for Bitcoiners. Like, if you try to build for people who do not yet understand Bitcoin, it doesn't mean that, easy buy and sell functions aren't valuable. But my philosophy is there's 19.4 million Bitcoin out there circulating. You need to be able to deliver a service that those people will take and pay for. And the majority of that 19.4 million Bitcoin are people that have bought it 4 years ago or earlier, right? And so if you focus on the Bitcoiner as an end customer, if we were focusing on how can we bring payments to the most people possible, we would have built something entirely different. But because we recognize that Bitcoiners are the ones who actually want the payments, and that when people want the payments, they are going to be Bitcoiners, that we would be building the wrong application if we were building for somebody who does not yet know why Bitcoin stores value, and we hope for them to understand that in the future. We're delivering a self-custody solution to be able to receive Bitcoin payments for people who do not want to run the server themselves, and that is tailored to Bitcoiners. The majority of them are not software developers. So if you just focus on execution and know what problem you're solving, and focus on the first principles of what does a Bitcoiner need, and the way I think about it is if there's a Bitcoiner today, there's going to be 10x in the future. But if you built the application that doesn't solve the problem the Bitcoiner needs, it's probably temporary. It's probably going to go away. I'm going to skip over that. This is the last heuristic that I think about with ZapRight. It's that if we build the right solution, if we're right about the application, that the idea that people want non-custodial payments but don't want to run a server, that 10x, 100x, 1000x the number of people that would otherwise receive Bitcoin payments that aren't today will. And that there's this recognition that if you put the right solution out there, people will use it. And that in Bitcoin particularly, you actually have to deliver the solutions in order for people to adopt it. Like, people couldn't use collaborative custody before collaborative custody existed, right? People couldn't receive payments in a non-custodial way without running a server if that solution exists. That in Bitcoin versus something in the legacy world, you have to actually deliver the product to find out whether the market's there, but you also better be damn sure the market's there, because starting and running a business is difficult. And then this is another heuristic: making something easy and more people will do it. You want people to pay you for a service, make it really easy for people to pay you for a service. You know, one of the, I was talking about, I can't remember who, someone over at the Commons, we were talking about how the heuristic that I think Jeff Bezos had at Amazon was, not only was it like focusing, like laser focus on solving a customer problem and being like, what problem am I solving and am I doing this well? But it was make it really easy to return things. And like, you could read that heuristic as make it really easy to return things and people will return things. But it's more, make it really easy to return things and people will buy more things. That like reducing that friction. And so in this case, it's like, if you make something easy to do, more people will do it. And in our case, it's like, it is really easy to create a website, go sign up for Zaprite with an email address, drop in an XPub, connect a Lightning account you already have, and start receiving Bitcoin payments. Running a server and the mental burden of that, and this is what I think that most Bitcoiners do that are non-technical, and here this might be a highly technical crowd, but if you're projecting out towards the universe of Bitcoiner that you're solving a problem for, it's, well, okay, I want to receive payments on my blog, but I don't want to run a server. It's like, okay, go to BTC Pay. Oh, but I don't want to run a server. Okay, go to OpenNode, but then I got to do KYC. You know what? I'm not going to receive Bitcoin payments. You know, so the idea being that if you deliver, and again, that's specific to Zaprite, but if you use the heuristic of like, hey, what do I want? And if I make it easier, then the market will, you know, increase by 10x or 100x, or maybe it will exist where it didn't exist before. So just, you know, carrying that philosophy of make something easy and more people will do it. And then in the context of Zaprite, it's like, you know, today a lot of Bitcoiners do not receive Bitcoin payments. And so when we're thinking about the problem, the first bridge to cross is like, get Bitcoiners receiving Bitcoin payments. Don't focus on the guy down the street that has a sandwich shop that has no idea why Bitcoin stores value. Because right now, probably if fewer than 1 out of 100 people get Bitcoin, probably fewer than 1 out of 100 Bitcoiners accept Bitcoin payments. So if we can't solve a problem for Bitcoiners, then we're certainly not going to solve a problem for the people that do not yet get Bitcoin. And this idea that's like, hey, you got to build these tools before people critically need them, because if you're waiting to build the tools, to scramble to build the tools when like everything's chaotic and the world's hyperinflating, you've waited too long. So it's kind of a confluence of, you got to build the tools to establish that the market is there, but you have to have a really good, you know, kind of assessment of what people actually need. But you also have to have a little bit of faith that if I build this, then people will come. And, you know, kind of operating with that heuristic of this is a necessity. Like, we need these tools because, you know, if we don't have them, or if we don't have the comfort to be able to develop them when we don't need them, then developing them when it's, you know, absolutely critical, it's going to be actually a lot harder to deliver the solution. So, yeah, that's kind of a kind of full scope of why we're working on Zaprite and how we think about, you know, building a startup, kind of from a heuristic standpoint, but also in the application of Zaprite. So if you are interested in receiving Bitcoin payments, if a non-custodial setup without running a server and Simplify, where we focus on your payment experience, let us know. But then also, if you have questions, I'm happy to answer a few now, or you can find me later and I can talk more about it, how it might apply to a business idea that you're thinking about in the Bitcoin space.
John explained it. What was it, like,
So I think it really comes down to the having a clear definition around what problem you're solving. And I saw somebody else put it on Twitter, and I'd provide attribution if I could remember who said it, but that it was that too often people fall in love with their idea and lose focus on the problem that they're intending to solve and who their customer is. And I'll use an example where I kind of, have to remind myself in the context of Zappright that when I just, kind of carte blanche say what problem is Zappright solving, helping small to medium-sized businesses receive Bitcoin payments with a focus on business invoicing and e-commerce, and that there's a significant overlap between these two because it's like we can't have two different customers. We can't have two customers at the same time, which are, like when I think about who am I building for, if I'm a startup and I have two, think about the Bitcoiner and then the person who doesn't know anything that they're doing. If I try to solve both those problems at the same time, it's going to be really difficult to do. But then it also focuses in on, okay, what if those are my people, what do I need to deliver for them? And part of it is the receiving side, part of it is the business and accounting tools, but where I can make trade-offs and priorities, if I'm clearly focused on who my customer is and what the problem is that I'm solving, it makes product priorities and strategies a lot simpler, and it also kind of takes the weight off of having to be all things to all people. And one of the examples is, and it was part of when Will and I were tinkering around with Zappright before we joined, but the thing that connected for us that told us that Zappright was the closest was the signaling for, he had something in his connections tab that said, XPub support coming, but then also this idea that you could connect any wallet, and that Bitcoiners, if they're using Trezor Ledger Cold Card, if they're using an LND node or whatever Lightning implementation, that if we're solving a problem for Bitcoiners, this idea that bring your own wallet, we need to be able to support Casa, we need to be able to support Unchained, we need to be able to support a Sparrow user, right? Because all of those fit under this idea that we're solving a payment problem for Bitcoiners that don't want to run a server. But the idea of if we had fallen in love with our idea, it would be this idea that the connections was the thing that was important, to be able to connect as many wallets into it as possible, rather than the problem that we're solving is enabling non-custodial payments for Bitcoiners without running a server, and then what are the things that they are going to need? Because a lot of Bitcoiners, especially if they have the idea they want to receive Bitcoin payments and they want to have success quickly, it is setting up a private key that they already have with an XPub, and then connecting a custodial Lightning wallet like a Strike, and then coming back in later and figuring out their non-custodial Lightning implementation. So us supporting custodial payments is not necessarily a signal that we're just as high of a priority on people that aren't going to hold their own keys. It's solving the Lightning side of the equation for thinking about a small to medium-sized business that's run by a Bitcoiner that wants to receive Bitcoin payments, but might shut down if they realize, I need to receive Lightning payments, but I have no idea how to run a Lightning node, and I have no idea how to manage channels. And that's why I had this, kind of comment from Odell up here where he says the mental burden of using Lightning in a sovereign way is exhausting compared to on-chain Bitcoin. Managing Lightning nodes makes me appreciate Bitcoin so much more. We recognize that most of the value that's transacted happens on-chain, but that Bitcoiners naturally need to be set up to receive Lightning payments, but they will shut down, especially non-technical ones, which are 9 out of 10 Bitcoiners. If you're a software developer, you just have to accept that. That the custodial application is important even to a Bitcoiner, especially to have success in receiving Lightning payments. So, Carr, that was a long-winded way, but it was like,
that's probably why you're able to.
Yeah.
So that's weird. That's interesting, though. You saw the connections, and that was the first thing that just manifested. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. Any other questions?
Just real quick, you're enabling people to accept Lightning, but that is a custodial by nature, right? So you're offering Lightning non-custodial, uncustodial. How do you achieve that?
So somebody could, as an example, could connect a LND node that's non-custodial.
Okay, so that is a node they would have to run.
Yeah, yeah. So if like as an example, if a Bitcoiner was technically proficient and did not want to receive Lightning payments with a to a custodial account, they could run their own node and connect an LND. It might be hosted on something like a Luna, so they might not be self-hosting the Lightning node, but they could be running a completely non-custodial Lightning implementation and just connect the node to Zaprite. And then, as an example, the way it would work is when somebody clicked on Lightning, it would go, directly, route through their own node, controlled by their own keys. And then also, like what we'd envision, and so today you could connect an LND node. What we'd also envision is, I think there will be increasing applications like Blockstream's. What's their Greenlight, where they're running the node, but you have the keys, or something similar to Mutiny, where you have the keys, but somebody else is helping manage the channels and the routing. That I think those are keying in on like similar simplification problems that we are, where it's like, okay, most people want to control their wealth, but they do need support on these technical aspects of Bitcoin. And if we can ensure the most critical aspect of it being that, it's a huge problem. If the person who's processing your payment has the leverage over you, that they have control of your wealth, that if we can just reduce that as a barrier to say, we help get the payments go directly where you want. And then in our philosophy, it's if somebody wants to get set up to receive custodial Lightning payments, like thinking like, I need to do something for this weekend, I need to get set up quickly. Okay, let me do that for now, and I can come back in later and connect a Lightning channel. Or if I'm, being realistic, maybe 95% of the payments I'm taking are going, if I'm paying for like a PlebLab $300, membership, that might be an on-chain payment, but if I'm paying for coffee, it might be $3 and I'll pay Lightning. The majority of payments today are still on-chain, and I think that's another thing that we keyed in on, that I think people look right past on-chain payments, and on-chain payments are beautiful. Like, there is still not enough economic activity on Bitcoin. Like, there's dollar transaction fee. Anybody who's issuing a business invoice at the end of the month, or a contractor, that's an on-chain payment, but everyone just goes to Lightning for payments. And so it's really just kind of focusing in on, kind of providing the tools that we think the widest range of Bitcoiners are going to need, and that isn't just LND plus an XPub.
So I'm an app developer, and I can use like Google Play payments, I can use Apple payments, and they have kind of monopoly restrictions for me to use those. Let's say that those restrictions weren't there. Could I use Zaprite to build payments into my app for kind of one-off payments or subscriptions or things like that? Is it set up for that, or is that maybe not a use case yet?
So today it would basically be, you could basically this on the right here, what we have, you could have a payment link that would basically link out to something that's hosted at Zaprite. One of the things that we will begin to work on is integrations. So it depends on if it's kind of, whether it's a Shopify store or a WooCommerce store, or if it's a WordPress store. Like, the next thing that will come will be more seamless integration, so that at the point of checkout, like if you have a store, that where we will get to is basically when someone goes to pay, the actual payment method will be connected to Zaprite, but your store will continue to be what you're currently running. So it depends on the complexity of your store, basically. Like, if you're selling single items and you just need a payment link to say, like, I want to sell this for $400 or $500 or $100 or $50, Zaprite can do that, and you can put a button on your page and you can receive dollars by connecting a Stripe account, a Lightning implementation, and an on-chain wallet. In the future, there will just be tighter integrations with other e-commerce platforms. All
Thank
right.
you. I think that's it.
Yeah, come find
Thank
me.
you, Parker
later.
Lewis.
Well, I think you already mentioned something about
I did. But I forgot what it is. If you stand in the middle. I will. Okay, we are resuming. So this is Derek Smith with Farscapian, and that is spelled Farscapian, and his website is farscapian.com. He is an independent FOSS developer. He accepts tips via Lightning Invoice, so make note of that. He has an active project right now called Satoshi Spirits, and that's spirits as in liquors and alcohol.
Yeah.
He'll tell you more about that. And that project was created with Sovereign Stack. Sovereign Stack is an open source it's open source where you can deploy, manage your self-hosted Bitcoin-only website. So this kind of echoes a little bit, tags nicely with what Parker was talking about.
Yep.
All right. Well, here is Derek and Derek is from St. Augustine, Florida, which if you've never been, it's a really great place. So I encourage you the next time you're on the East Coast, northeast coast,
Just below Jacksonville.
just below Jackson Hole. It's a great place.
Jacksonville.
Jackson
Yeah.
Hole. What am I thinking? Jacksonville. Yeah, totally two different places. Anyway, Derek, take it away.
Thank you, appreciate that. All right, thank you everyone. Sorry for those technical problems, but we'll get started. I'm presenting Sovereign Stack today, and this project allows you to create self-hosted, Bitcoin-only, value-for-value websites. Now, she mentioned my website is farscapian.com. A long time ago, there was a show called Farscape on Sci-Fi, and I was really into that when I was in high school, and I kind of just assumed that as my internet moniker, so I go on by Farscapian on Twitter and everything else. So, okay, so if you look at my website, farscapian.com/PLSD, the slides will be up there. You can also see my qualifications and contact information up there. And as was mentioned, I accept tips, so you can go to tip.farscapian.com, or if you prefer dollars, you can use tipUSD. And again, this is sovereignstack.org. I've designed these slides to kind of follow the website. So if you want to bring up sovereign-stack.org on your phone, you can kind of follow along. It's a document or a kind of a, well, I'll get into that. So Sovereign Stack, if you go to the About page, I try to narrow everything down in just one short blog article on the About, but essentially Sovereign Stack, it's a complete network solution that allows you to deploy value-for-value websites. It's software and the website, which documents everything. The software is all Bash scripts. There's a lot of other things involved here, but everything starts with Bash. Sovereign Stack started out as a BTC Pay server plus Ghost integration, so that might be of interest to Parker over there. I noticed his domain name was bitcoiner@ghost.io, but of course you generally want to see your own domain name there, and that's one thing that Sovereign Stack helps you achieve. There's another component which I will defer to Damien later, but I'm calling it Clam Server. And it's a mechanism that allows you to accept Bolt 12 prisms on your websites. But again, Damien will talk more about that. Sovereign Stack, you can deploy Ghost, Nextcloud, Gitti, and Nostr relays. And I'll get more into that, but under each website that you deploy, you can have a Nostr relay there, and it's whitelisted for a single pub key. So it's not an open relay, it's just for your identity, your website identity. Now, Sovereign Stack, there's a lot of ways to kind of explain it. I've been working on this project for about 5 years. The first couple years, I would say, were like learning how to code. In the last 3 years, I've been working, trying to get this developed. So it is a major effort on my part. I quit my job in 2018 to work on it full time. So I do like to explain it as there's a concept called infrastructure as code. I also like to explain Sovereign Stack is a software-defined data center. You can look all of these up, all these concepts up separately. But essentially all these bash scripts are automating all of the aspects around server deployment, backups, restorations, automations. So Parker mentioned the difficulty involved with running your own server, and he's absolutely right, it's very difficult. But I think the point of Sovereign Stack, or at least my hope, is that it lowers the barriers to operating your own value for value websites. And of course that means self-hosting. And that goes back to why I asked that question regarding Lightning and custodial. My view is that Lightning is inherently custodial, and if you want a non-custodial solution, thou shalt run your own server. Okay, so here is the general architecture. I did mention it's a complete network solution, and so I explain on the website how you can configure your network and what are the requirements involved. But essentially what you have is a management machine. This would be your developer user-facing machine. And then you deploy one or more cluster hosts at home, where all my websites are running. They're just running on a NUC style computer, x64. This is a cluster solution, so you can scale out horizontally per data center, and then you can add multiple data centers if you want to scale your deployment. It does require a firewall that gets assigned a public IP address, and I explain in the website how to configure and switch your modem to do all of these cool things. Lastly, you need a VLAN capable managed switch. Okay, so I list some requirements here. I mentioned all of the hardware requirements. Both your management machine, the user-facing management machine, and your cluster nodes need to be able to support full Type 1 hardware virtualization. Everything runs in VMs. You need a fast and reliable internet connection if you're going to expose your websites to the public. You can use Sovereign Stack to create intranet websites. So let's say PlebLab, they could create a website that was integrated with this, and you don't need to expose it on the internet. And it uses SSH for remote administration and the virtual machines. Now there's several users that I like to point out. It helps describe various aspects of the documentation. The system owner and the system administrator I kind of see as the same person, because this is custodial. If you have access to the machine, you are the owner of the Bitcoin, essentially. You have a trusted mobile user. So in my case, on my own home, I have a WireGuard profile, and I can VPN into my network and manage all my websites that way. You have local website users. So if you have an intranet website, your local website users would be those devices that are on your Wi-Fi network, for example, as opposed to a public website user that is coming in from the internet. The design philosophy on Sovereign Stack basically is I wanted to minimize trusted third parties as much as possible. So I have achieved that, I think. Once you have deployed your software, it doesn't rely on any third party for operation. Now, when you're deploying it for the first time, you have to download images, and it relies on Docker and a bunch of other infrastructure, LXD. But all of those things can be downloaded separately, and you can use this in a non-third-party type of way. So the software supports multi-tenancy. Typically, that's what the enterprise, they like to say, multi-tenancy. But in the case of Sovereign Stack, you're an individual. You should be running it as an individual. You can use it. You can use the multi-tenancy part to create multiple projects all on the same hardware. So that's pretty cool. You can have a public website and an internal website, and they would be completely isolated from each other. And I also try to avoid the use of email, exchange rate providers. So you'll notice my websites, when we look at them here in a minute, are all Satoshi based, and with the exception of TipUSD. It does rely on the public DNS, which is censorship prone, so that's one area that needs some work, but I'm kind of keeping an eye on for DNS alternatives. Okay, what is a deployment? This is kind of like the primary baseline I'll show you a picture in a minute, but it's like your unit of deployment. And a deployment is fully contained within an LXC project. I'll get into that a bit more. Let me preface this. There's a lot of technology in this sovereign stack that probably many people haven't heard of before. It's mostly in the infrastructure as code space and networking, and my background is in networking primarily. I use ZFS, if anyone is familiar with that. Okay, so this is what a deployment looks like. At the bottom, we have our bare metal management machine. We're talking about a cluster host here. And when you reach out to that machine and take it under management, it installs LXD. LXD is like a cloud provider, so it allows you to spin up VMs, create logical networks, manage your storage. And so I'm using LXD, which you can install as an individual on your own machine and get kind of the cloud native or a private cloud. Now, in this picture, I have two deployments, and this goes back to that multi-tenancy aspect. Deployment A here might be a deployment for public websites, whereas deployment B might be for your intranet or your development projects. Whenever you deploy a project, it creates 2 VMs per project. One is for www, which is where your ghost instance would be. And then the next one is for your BTC Pay server, which does all of the Bitcoin related stuff. Interestingly, I use Mac VLAN, which allows you to spin up a VM and have that VM attach to the underlying network and get a unique IP address on the network. So every VM has a unique IP address, and because of that, for each VM, you need to specify DHCP reservations and DNS records. So let me preface this also. I think this is more like a small to medium-sized business application or enterprise. You do need some technical knowledge on how to do this. So back to Parker's thing, he probably didn't want to deal with a lot of that. But I kind of view this as something you pass on to your IT department, they read, and then they can deploy your websites. Are there any questions on the deployment aspect here? Yeah.
Question about, so you mentioned each device gets its own IP. The idea you're kind of like protecting against surveillance, not only like out from ClearNet into your network, but from the ISP?
So in terms of the Mac VLAN and them getting their own IP address, it's mostly for separation of services, so that if you do have multiple deployments, you can direct users to the correct service. With regard to like protecting your network, you would rely probably on your firewall and access control list for that kind of thing. Okay. Now, I have a slide here on the data plane, and this is just more of a technical aspect of how everything gets deployed once the Docker containers are running and everything. But the traffic comes in, it hits this Mac VLAN IP address here, and then all of the traffic gets routed to Nginx, and the Nginx server will route the request to the appropriate container. Okay. Oops. Okay, so some of the technologies we're using: SSH, LXD, which as I mentioned is for spinning up your own private cloud, ZFS as a storage file system. All VMs are based on Ubuntu 22.04, and so also the Docker images, and I use the Docker API also for managing those remote VMs that get spun up. Okay, so let's look at some example websites, and if you're following along on sovereignstack.org, I'll just go ahead and bring those up, if I may. I'm not sure how to use a Mac exactly, so how do you open Chrome? Oh, here we go. Okay. So the first website is oldcitybitcoiners.info. Oops. Now Bitcoin. That's right. Okay, so this is a website that I made for the meetup in St. Augustine. St. Augustine is known as the Old City. And so this is just Ghost you're looking at here, but every single website is structured this way. you have a post here, and this one is rather short because I've been working on all of this stuff. But at the bottom of every post here, you can see there's a monthly crowdfunding link and a donation widget. So this is just using BTC Pay Server, and you can go in there and leave a donation to the meetup. So it's very, and then I'm using the crowdfunding feature of BTC Pay Server also. Let me jump back over here. So Old City Bitcoiners, the first meetup was on August 6th, and we're gonna have one on August 31st. It's a Lightning value for value only website, no shitcoins. We have lots of links here, and I'm gonna skip over some of that. I think that's probably too much detail. So the next website is satoshi-spirits.dev, and this one, spirits, I am not used to this keyboard. This is an example website that I created to, whenever we organize our meetups, I would like to go to a bar or brewery and say, hey, would you accept payment? And this is what I show them typically. So this is just a very simple website here that uses BTC Pay Server for their menu mechanism on their BTC Pay Server. Let's see if it'll come up. Okay, so I think most people are familiar with that. Now this battery is looking pretty low, but it's not charging, so I don't know if we need to worry about that. It's plugged in. Glad I noticed that. Okay, I described the order flow on the About page and all of that, so check out that website, it's pretty cool. The third one is sovereignstack.org itself, so I created the website, sovereignstack.org, and deployed that using the software I created. And so it has a similar tipping mechanism, the crowdfunding mechanism, and all of that. So it's a good example website for an open source project if you're trying to monetize it. And then lastly, the farscapian.com, which I've mentioned. And there's one more, a new one called roygbiv.guide, which Damien will be covering next. And I would just like to mention that I have integrated all of that functionality into SovereignStack at this point. So if you are interested in using or deploying Bolt 12 prisms, you can use SovereignStack to get that functionality pretty quickly. All right, on the website I have some slides and articles regarding how to prepare your network and make it available to host your own websites. You know, with regard to the hosting question, my view is if you have like an intranet website, let's say PlebLab, wouldn't it be great if you have a server right there on your network that can respond to queries much faster rather than going out to the internet? I think, so in terms of performance, it's just a much better system, I think, for certain use cases. Now, I do have some slides in there about availability and scalability and how I address these things, so definitely check those out. Let's see. I cover some things regarding DHCP and DNS and how to configure all of that. How you would prepare a cluster host. You essentially wipe it, put Ubuntu server on there, minimal installation, and leave a large portion of the disk for your websites. Now, of course, I mentioned you can deploy multiple websites all on one deployment, and they're all efficiently organized so that, it seems pretty quick as far as I'm concerned. But if you're going to deploy a public website, SovereignStack uses Let's Encrypt, which means you have to have your DNS records correctly configured. So I have a blog post about how to do that. Now, with regard to the code lifecycle management, I have a few posts on how to get the code, how to verify the code, how to update the code, how to install the code. So I'm not going to go into the details there, but I do have posts on that to make it pretty easy for people. Now, when you're using SovereignStack to create your websites, you are using like a laptop like this that can run VMs. And when you install SovereignStack on your management machine, It creates a VM, and that VM has everything it needs to manage remote cluster hosts. So that's nice because you can remove Sovereign Stack from your management machine, and it doesn't leave a bunch of crap lying around. It just deletes the VM, and that's that. And so that's, I think, a nice aspect of it. Once you're on your management machine and you have it installed, you can type in SS manage, and that'll bump you into the environment, the management environment. And then from there, you can reach out to remote cluster hosts, okay? And here's what the SSME looks like. I've got some command line interface posts up there that describe those particular types of commands. But the API is pretty simple. Manage, help, show. Remote is what you would run when you're taking a new cluster endpoint under management. SS up would bring up your websites. SS down takes everything down. And SS reset removes everything from a remote cluster point endpoint. And just a quick couple of slides on what the user interface, it's all command line and editing text files. There's no like GUI for this. But it's pretty simple. I've got some scripts that will stub out all of your configuration files and stop when it does. You go and update them. And so an example here would be your deployment string. Let's say I wanted a public instance running mainnet and an intranet running regtest. I could do that all on the same hardware. I've got several command line options here. Here's the project.conf with regard, this is where you would define your MAC addresses that get assigned to the VMs so that they get the right IP address on your network underlay. And you can specify how many CPUs and how much memory is allocated to each VM. Okay, and I'm getting pretty close. Here's your site.conf, so you would specify I want to deploy Ghost, I want Clams, I want Gitty. Clams is a Lightning wallet for Core Lightning. And I do support multiple languages too. I've had one website, my Panamanian lawyer who wanted a website. So I created one for her and she had Spanish, so I could do that. I've listed some useful commands here for you. And I'm getting the 2-minute mark, so some roadmap items here. I want to implement continuous security assessments. I'm going to deprecate Nextcloud and Gitty in lieu of some Nostr-based alternative. I would like to be able to preload chain state so that your nodes don't have to revalidate. And I'm trying to get everything running in rootless mode under Docker-D for more security. And I'm also trying to implement what are called system containers. And the last slide I have here, some startup ideas. So if someone was inclined to use this, you could create a business or two around it, I think. So I think the business model ultimately depends on whether you're doing custodial or non-custodial, or self-custodial, I should say. Individuals, so anyone here could learn the software and create websites for businesses. That's one business model. A startup that does this for people and cranks out these websites would be a good one. A startup that provides professional services, integrations, these types of things, all I think would be good. And then finally, a startup that packages the firewall, the switch, the cluster hosts, all of that into like a box that you can buy and plug in. I think that would be a good business model also. Because we want to encourage self-custody. And that in Lightning, I think that means running your own node. Okay, so if you want to get involved, just go to sovereignstack.org/contribute. We have the Nostr identity up there, and we have a Telegram chat, which I'm not thrilled with Telegram, but everyone's on there. So, and that's all I have. So, are there any questions? I know that's kind of a lot to take in. I didn't have a lot of time, but at the end of the day, it allows you to just spin up websites on a remote machine on your network. And each of these websites has a Bitcoin node, BTC Pay server. And you can do all of the integrations and create websites like this. Yep.
So in the example where, and I actually might want to use this because I want to spin up a Ghost site soon and would want to have tipping and stuff like this. When I go through that
Yeah, so I mean, yes, the answer is yes to that. So you get a blank Ghost website. So if you were to buy a project, it's just like, okay, here's your Ghost website, pick a template, create your website. But everything, so BTC Pay Server is integrated in the sense that it's situated behind an Nginx server, it's on a different VM, it does upgrades and not downgrades, but essentially everything is pre-configured so that they work well together and they're quick.
Okay. And can I, like, take that Ghost template, add it as a Git repo, and like do a kind of like deployment from
Yeah, so
something like
I
that?
would,
Or do I need to like deploy it on the server as well?
yeah, so I think Ghost is probably not good solution for that because it's a database solution. So you deploy it, you go in there and you use the user interface and it's updating its internal SQL database.
I see.
So if you wanted to do that, I think it's something we could do. We just have to integrate some other solution and automated and continuous deployment. So all of this right now is all manual. You use the command line interface. But I think at a certain point we could make it all automated. Yeah. Any other questions?
Here you go, Damien.
All right, so yeah, I'm going to be presenting on Bolt 12 Prisms. It's a CLN plugin. Thank you, Teresa, for the introduction. I wanted to share a little bit about like how I got here. A little over a year ago, I had never written any code, but I had gone deep down the Bitcoin rabbit hole and just wanted to figure out some way to contribute to the community. And I kept hearing about how there's need for developers and just decided to start learning how to do that on my own. And so I mostly self-taught and ended up going to the Bitcoin conference in Austin a couple months ago and was lucky enough to join a hackathon team and get to work on this project. And so now I'm here presenting on it. So Bolt 12 Prisms are a CLN plugin, and they're designed for splitting payments and essentially automating your cash flows. So what we're going to talk about is what a Lightning Prism is. Going to go over the Roijubiv stack demo. That's what Derek was referring to. The difference between Bolt 12 and LNURL and why we decided to create this as a plugin using Bolt 12. A little bit about the plugin architecture, some use cases, and then future plans. So I think it was around in March, Gigi wrote an article on Lightning Prisms, and in there he gives credit to Mr. Kooks, who came up with the idea of Lightning Prisms. And in that article, Gigi says, one aspect that is still massively underutilized is the programmability of Bitcoin. And this was really made apparent to me when I started working on plugins, because a plugin is just something that it's extra functionality that you can add to a C Lightning node, and you can essentially, with the node you can send and receive payments, but in between you can do whatever you'd like to do. Like there's a plugin that you can, whenever you receive a payment, you can publish that to a Nostr relay and see that in your DMs. And so that's why we chose to create Bolt 12 prisms as a plugin. So the idea explained by Dorjiji is that a prism is identified by a lightning address or similar. So in our case, we ended up using Bolt 12. A prism has one or multiple recipients. So you can imagine the payment comes in one side and then gets split out to one or multiple recipients on the other. And then also another prism can be one of the recipients. Because a prism is just identified by a Bolt 12 offer, as long as the node that's running that offer can interpret that offer as a prism, then that offer can just be one of the members of the prism. So when it gets paid, it ends up splitting out to another prism, and that's what creates prismception. And then splits are defined programmatically, so essentially each member within the prism just gets a relative split. So say like Alice gets 25% and Bob gets 75%. So anytime a payment comes in, then that is automatically split out in those ways to the prism members. Two problems that Dorjiji mentions are fees. So because there's one payment that comes in, but multiple payments get sent out. And then also privacy, and he was referring to the problem of privacy in respect to lightning addresses because they're IP based. And so I think with Bolt 12 we can solve this privacy issue, and the way that we've designed the plugin, we've come up with a way that's not completely implemented, but that we can solve the problem of fees. And Dorjiji, towards the end of the article, asks, are lightning addresses the right level of abstraction for lightning prisms? My answer would be no. I think Bolt 12 is the right abstraction. So I was hoping to do a little demo with some volunteers, so we'll see how that goes with the RoyGBiv stack demo. So this is Derek deployed this RoyGBiv stack, which using his software, Sovereign Stack, or he deployed RoyGBiv.guide, and then he also created the RoyGBiv stack, which is a Docker stack that deploys everything needed for prisms. So it deploys a Bitcoin node, a Lightning node with the Prism plugin, and the RoyGBiv UI. And it's designed to be used for testing or production purposes. So you can specify the network that you want your nodes to run on and the number of nodes. So in this case, we are running 5 nodes. And actually, in preparation for another event that's going on at the conference, Derek managed to get RoyGBiv stack to deploy 200 Lightning nodes. So the first 5 are used for prisms, and then the remaining are going to be used at the conference. So if anyone wants to be involved with this demonstration, you could go to roygbib.guide/demo. I'll need 4 volunteers. So I don't know if anyone wants to raise your hand. And all right, you can be Alice, Carol, Dave, and one more. All right, you can be Aaron. So if you go to roygbib.guide/demo, then you will see the connection information for these 5 nodes. So the kind of architecture of this prism is going to be Bob is running a Lightning node that has the Prism plugin and capability to split payments. Then Alice will be paying Bob's Bolt 12 offer, and then that will get split out to Carol, Dave, and Aaron. So we've got Alice, Carol, Dave, and Aaron in the audience, and I am going to be Bob. And so if you go, we've got, what you'll do is click on the link for whoever you were assigned. So this will open up an instance of Clams Wallet connected to that node that we have deployed. And I'm going to go to roygbib.money, and here, this is some Clams tech, which is the cool thing about working with open source is you get to integrate all sorts of different technology. let's see. So you can, this is the same thing that's happening with, when you click on each of these links, it's connecting directly to the node, but that gets encoded into the URL. So you just need the connection address, the rune, and then the WebSocket proxy. And so once we are connected, hoping this works, all right, well, this might not work. Were you guys able to connect to each of your clams wallets? All right, so I can just open up Bob, and I've already created an offer on Bob's wallet. So here you can see I'm connected to Bob, and this offer here will this represents a prism that you could go to royjabiv.money and create, but I wasn't able to get connected. So here this represents a prism, and so when this gets paid, that prism has Carol, Dave, and Aaron as members within that prism. Carol will get a 25% split, Dave will get a 50% split, and Aaron another 25% split. So Alice, could you come and scan this? I think if you're just on the home page of Clams, you should be able to
Yeah, hit the scan button.
scan it, and then send whatever you want, maybe 1,000 sats, and then our Prism members should get their respective payouts.
1,000 sats. Don't type the note. I'll type that note. Send payment.
So you can see it. Bob got payment received, and then you got payment?
Yep, 500 sats.
Cool.
Dave.
So these are each, the cool thing about Bolt 12 is that these are each individual nodes, completely self-custodied, and you're just, only the Prism node needs to understand what a Prism is. The rest of the nodes just need to be able to run Bolt 12 and issue a Bolt 12 offer. So when you create a Prism, you just go through and you define each of the members and give them their, you input that member's Bolt 12 offer and their split. And so you can use the royjabiv stack, which if you go to royjabiv.guide/pleblab, there's a bunch of links there, and there's the GitHub there where there's a bunch of documentation on deploying the royjabiv stack. And like Derek was saying, it's integrated into Sovereign Stack now as well. So if you want, you can use Sovereign Stack and deploy a CLN node with the Prism plugin and be able to create and receive payments to Prisms. So a little bit about why we chose Bolt 12 versus LNURL. Both of these are reusable, which is sort of necessary for a Prism. At the base level, both of these end up presenting the user with the Bolt 11 invoice, which is just when you end up paying something, you get that QR code, you scan it, and that's a Bolt 11 invoice, but they're not reusable. You can only use that once. And so usually, like, you'll get, you know, you say you want to pay for your beer, and the shop asks their node for an invoice and then presents the invoice to the user, and then you can pay it, but it's not reusable. So we have LNURL and Bolt 12. Bolt 12 is not standard at the moment, but we see it as a better option than LNURL, because with LNURL, you need to not only run a node, but you also need to run a web server that is capable of talking to your node, and there's this kind of annoying back and forth where the client asks the web server, and the web server responds, and then goes back to the client, gets the web server then asks the node for an invoice, and then you also expose your IP, and it's not Lightning native. You're building a web server on top of your Lightning node. Whereas Bolt 12, all you need to do is run your Lightning node like normal and be able to publish that offer. And once you've put out an offer, it's reusable, and that offer can represent a prism. So as long as you're still running your node with that prism, then anyone can continue to pay to that prism. And it all happens over the Lightning network. So when you scan that Bolt 12 offer, it just reaches out over the Lightning network, gets the invoice, and you can pay it. So this is just kind of some examples from bolt12.org of the programmability of Bolt 12. So here is an offer that asks for 100 millisatoshis every minute, but only 3 times. Here's another one that asks for up to 1,000 millisatoshis every 10 days, the first period being January 1st, 2021, and you can pay 1 hour early or up to 60 seconds into the period. And all of this information is encoded into this string or this QR code. So, like I said, the Prism, the plugin is a C Lightning plugin, and every Prism is represented by a Bolt 12 offer. So when you go and you create a Prism, you're creating an offer alongside it, and we store within the nodes database the offer ID and connect it to all of the Prism metadata, which is primarily the members within the Prism. Each member gets a split, a destination, and an outlay. The split we just define as an integer between 0 and 1,000, and those, so say in our example where Carol had 25%, Dave had 50%, and Aaron had 25%, that could be represented as just 1, 2, 1, and then that gets normalized into a percentage. We do support key send, just because Bolt 12 is not standard at the moment. So you can only receive to a Prism using Bolt 12, but if you'd like, you can specify key send as the destination type, and you can send that way. However, it's not ideal because you have to expose the node pub key, and Bolt 12 has a lot more programmability to it. And then the outlay is a property on each member that defines how much we owe that member. So that's kind of how we keep track of payouts. And we haven't implemented it yet, but there's the idea of implementing a threshold. So each member could have a certain threshold and say you won't pay out a member until they've accumulated 1,000 sats. And so we keep track of that on the outlay. So anytime a payment comes in, we increase their outlay, and once their threshold has been met, then we can pay out. And we can also keep track of failed payments this way, because we increment the outlay and then attempt to pay out, but if it fails, then they'll still have that amount in their outlay. So then the next time we retry a payment, we make sure that we pay each member what they're owed. And then each Prism also is connected to an offer. That's the receiving offer for that Prism. And the plugin exposes 4 RPC methods. So there's create Prism for creating prisms, list prisms to show all of the prisms on your node, update Prism to change the member metadata within each specific Prism, and delete Prism. There is a little caveat with delete Prism. You can't technically delete offers. You can disable them, but you can never re-enable them. And then because the offer description gets encoded into the offer itself, you can never create the exact same offer again. So say you create a Prism and you label it PlebLab and you delete it, then that will just disable the offer and you won't be able to create another Prism and name it PlebLab. So I'm sure there's a way around this, but I haven't figured that out yet. And so this is what it looks like. Bolt 12 offer comes in and then splits out to each of the members. And if you run list prisms, this is sort of what you'll see. And here I've created the example of a band. So say there's a band playing and they want to post an offer to accept tips. Rather than having to tip each band member, or say put out a tip jar and then at the end of the night the band splits up all the tips, you just create this one offer, which is represented here by this Bolt 12 string. And we've put the lead singer in with a split of 5, the drummer in with a split of 2 and the guitarist with a split of 3. So now whenever this offer gets paid, each one of these members will automatically get split out to. And then you can also see probably the drummer and the guitarist had some failed payments because their outlays are not 0. And so once their nodes are back online or whatever the problem is, then that will ultimately end up getting paid out. So some use cases for this could be podcasting 2.0. So say you've got an episode and you've got the podcast host and then some guests, and rather than running or using, there are split capabilities in podcasting clients, but you're kind of trusting that client to split out for you. And so instead, the podcast host could run a node with prisms, and then the listeners could just pay that prism and then automatically tip out to each of these members. Or the idea of kind of automating your cash flows within a company. So anytime a coffee is purchased, that coffee, paying for that coffee would be the equivalent of paying an offer. So whenever that offer gets paid, you could automatically pay out employees, or maybe each employee gets their own offer. So instead of splitting out to both employees, just each employee gets their own offer and they receive a 20% split for selling that coffee. The remaining 80% split could go to their working capital, and so then you could this can be a second prism, which could pay for coffee beans, cups. If we put in a threshold property, then you could say, we'll place an order for cups once this 0.02 Bitcoin threshold has been met, and that would then pay out to a third prism, which would be paying for cups. And then finally, the idea of a multi-author blog, which is what we've got set up with rojibiv.guide. So say the reader is reading one blog and they want to tip just that one blog, then that will get split 50% to the author of that blog. But if there's multiple authors contributing to the platform as a whole, then they deserve some value as well. So then you can split out 50% to the just general blog prism, which would then pay each of the authors. And so you can use commando runes to list prisms on remote nodes. So say there's multiple authors to a blog, and you want to be transparent about the splits. You want to make sure everyone knows you're not updating the splits so that you get all of the funds. Then the person that's running the node can issue a rune that would allow you to list the prisms on that node. And I was hoping to do this from my computer to demonstrate that. See, this doesn't show up very well. But you could just imagine if from any computer, as long as you're connected to that node, then you can list their prisms. And so I was hoping to show you, we have multiple prisms set up for rojibiv.guide with splits to each of the authors for that blog post, for that blogging platform. So some future plans are, I mentioned the payment thresholds. So you would wait to pay out a member until a certain amount has been met. And I think the main use case for this would be mitigating fees. And so for managing fees, we can subtract fees from each member's outlay. So once a payment goes through, then you know how much you paid in fees for it, so you can remove that from their outlay. And for the node operator to be able to accept some fees, CLN recently merged pay to self, so you can create your own offer and add it to the prism and give yourself a split, like a 1% split. So if you're creating prisms for someone else, then anytime payment comes in, then you would get a fee for that. I don't think it's been released yet, but once they release it, then we hope to add some sort of fee structure. There's the idea of adding an event payment type. So anytime a payment gets split out to this event, this would sort of be like Prism plugins. So instead of just directly paying out, you could trigger some sort of external event that could be paid for with that split. One example would just be paying out to LNURL. And we want to improve the split distribution function. So right now it's just relative splits, but you could have the idea of like priority or mandatory payouts. So for the idea of automating cash flows within your company, you want to make sure all of your coffee beans and coffee cups are paid for before you pay your employees. So you could implement this threshold and priority mandatory payouts where you won't pay any other members within the Prism until like that threshold has been met for coffee beans. And then there's also the idea of decaying splits for, say, a blog post or a blogging platform where you can, the offers lose value over time. The like more recent that an offer was created, the more valuable it is. So as long as you're constantly creating content, then you continue to get more of the splits, but the less time that you spend creating content, then the less of that split that you'll get. So, like I said, I've only been doing this for like a year, and so there's a lot of things that I don't know, and so I'd love for other people to contribute and just add to the value of this project. So if you go to the GitHub and within the testing directory, there's a bunch of scripts that I've created, and this is sort of just generally on developing on plugins. So I've created a few things. This is a copy of the startup reg test script from C Lightning, and that will just create a environment for multiple nodes to be connected and test them all on your computer. You can restart. This restart script will stop and start the Prism, because every time you change something, you need to stop and start it within your node. And I've gone through and kind of explained the development process. And so yeah, if anyone wants to contribute, they can also go to royjabiv.guide/contribute and follow us on Nostr or join our Telegram. And finally, there's a bunch of links that I've laid out at royjabiv.guide/PlebLab. And so you can find the repositories there, some resources. I created some posts on starting the plugin on your node. So if you're running a C Lightning node and you want to run the plugin, it's fairly straightforward. You just have to clone the code and then start it, and gone through kind of how to use each of the RPC methods. And here's some more links as well. So yeah, and does anyone have any questions?
I'm wondering about like the static nature of it. So could I put up a prism and dynamically be like switching perhaps the members of that prism and the payouts? So if I'm doing that, do I need to like continue re-rendering like the QR code that I'm presenting to people, or is that metadata kind of like kept on the server side?
Yeah,
Like
it's
how does that kind of dynamic versus the static nature of it work?
yeah, the member metadata is just connected to that offer, so but it's not encoded within the offer.
Yeah.
So you can publish the offer, and as long as you still have that offer ID, you can change all of the metadata, and it still is the same offer.
Very cool.
So I have a bit of a two-parter. The first part is, at what point does this stop becoming non-custodial in terms of when the payment's being split? And is there any, like, is Core Lightning planning to support like prisms more fundamentally? Have you talked to them about that?
I don't know about any plans of them supporting Prism specifically. I think Derek was part of the reason that they got pay to self merged in. And as to your first question, it's sort of it's more designed for kind of that trusted community, whereas like with, you have members of a band and you know who's running the node. But if you want to get to the point of like being a Prism service provider and splitting out to anyone that wants to create prisms with you, then that starts to create that custodial environment.
Do you see a way of doing this non-custodially?
Not entirely. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there is a way, but I think you would have to, because as long as you're in control of the node, you're in control of the splits and the members within that prism. So there would have to be a way to kind of, I don't know, you could hash all of the metadata and make sure that that was unchanged, or I don't know exactly how that would work.
Damien, how many people are working on Bolt 12 prisms right now? Is it just you and a couple others?
Yeah, mostly just me and Derek have been working on it.
Oh, wow.
And there's a couple other Prism implementations. There's a BTC Pay Server Prism plugin. I think I saw one written in PHP. I'm not sure exactly how you use that. But so there are some other Prism implementations, but none others that I've seen that use Bolt 12.
With existing services like accounting.fm, they're currently doing revenue splits. Are they using the sort of technology you've already got there, or are they using something else?
I'm not exactly sure what they're doing, but I imagine it's all happening sort of on the client side. So when you create that revenue split, each member puts in their Lightning address, and it will just pay out. Like Fountain will manage paying out to each of those Lightning addresses.
Yeah, the way the Fountain does it is you put all that Lightning addresses in the RSS feed of the client. They call it the value block, podcast 2.0, like specification. So then Fountain or any of the apps just look at all the Lightning addresses and they say 10 sats are coming in, let me split them up.
Yeah.
You say that it's not necessarily non-custodial, but if every participant ran their own, like everybody who is split to ran their own C Lightning node with their offer, and they just had a channel open to the Prism node, then really the only thing that they would trust is the split, and that would be essentially fully non-custodial, right?
Yeah, yeah, and you can use those. The person running the node could issue the commando rune, and you could continue to verify that they haven't changed the split. And that's the way that we have the Prism set up on rojubiv.guide. Is there's a node running that has direct channels to each of the blog authors, and it just sends directly over that channel.
Yeah, so it's essentially it could be non-custodial.
Yeah, as long as you trust the node operator not change the splits.
So, just a follow-up question. Since the host of the split is controlling the split of the funds, does that mean you could also put LNURL in front of this and do like LNURL to Bolt 12 split on the other end?
So you could essentially like pay to LNURL and then get that, like trigger an event that would then pay out.
Yeah. Well, do you see a way you can make this interoperable?
Yeah, I am actually starting to work on a LNURL implementation of this, and I was thinking sort of about like creating kind of a Prism spec to make all of the different implementations of Prisms work together. But ultimately, a Prism can just be represented on the server side by a Lightning address, an LNURL, or a Bolt 12 offer. So as long as you have the capability to pay to, like, if there was an LNURL Prism, you could pay to an LNURL from a Bolt 12 Prism, and you wouldn't have to know necessarily that that LNURL is a Prism. It's just once that payment was received, then the server hosting the LNURL would then implement the Prism logic. All right. Thank you.
straight out of Colorado, Hunter Beast. And he'll be talking about how as you can see, how RGB colors coins in secret. Hunter delves into Rust, Bitcoin, furries, and the Lightning Network. He builds privacy-focused, self-sovereign products for creators and their fans using Bitcoin native technology that need no blockchain or token to use other than just Bitcoin. You can find him at cryptoquick.substack.com, and his GitHub is cryptoquick. Take it away, Hunter.
Yeah, hi. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Cool. Can you hear me now? All right, cool. Yeah, so, yeah. So, one thing that you might kind of wonder about the title of this presentation is like, what is a colored coin? That's essentially an alternate unit of account. Some people know that as a token, and some people don't know this, but one of the original token implementations from 2013 or so was something that Jimmy Song worked on, and some other people. Actually, I don't know if Jimmy Song worked on OmniLayer, but OmniLayer was one of the originals, and that was used for issuing Tether on. And Tether is now officially, just as of last week, discontinuing OmniLayer, but it had a pretty good run, like 10 years. And it's now being discontinued in favor of RGB as RGB is maturing, which is really good news in some ways. Jimmy Song, he reflected on like why, colored coins didn't quite take off. And, there was, just kind of concerns around lack of standardization. And that was something that the LNPBP Foundation was founded to hopefully get around. Marketing, I mean, if you pre-mined 72 million ETH, you have a hell of a marketing budget, I guess, to really push you can create a market, and then so people didn't really like have an idea of what to do with tokens at the time, but then all that happened, and so why are colored coins kind of, or at least tokens, why is it useful or good to have alternate unit of account on Bitcoin? Well, there's a market for it, and there's just a bunch of people who want to do it. And what I want to do is minimize the impact to the time chain. And so one thing that RGB does is it's very scalable and it's very private. And so I hope that maybe by the end of this presentation you have a sense for the scalability characteristics of RGB and why it essentially could really dramatically reduce the current demand for the UTXO set and for block space, or at least help scale that demand in some way. RGB. So RGB is it came about in I think maybe 2017, 2018. It started like people started talking about it back then, and then it started getting more development energy in maybe 2020 or so. It's essentially it doesn't just do tokens. It's generalized contracts in general. It keeps the contract data itself off chain. So it's not like there's very little. There's nothing on chain that can identify that this is a contract if it's using Taproot. And so. And contract execution like has a VM, and it has bytecode for the contract, and this happens in this gets run in clients, and client would be a wallet. And imagine if we took all of the smart contracting capabilities out of, say, what's capable of happening in an Ethereum node or an omni-layer index, and instead put it in the wallet itself. And imagine like how complicated that could be, and that's something we've accomplished. And one thing that's interesting is if so contract state is sharded, and so what that means is that if Alice issues 100 RGB coins to herself, and she sends 50 to Bob and 20 to Carol, Bob can't know Carol's balance or allocation, and vice versa, and that's because they have different contract data. And the double spend is prevented using essentially and I'll go into that. But because the contract data is kept off chain, it has really good privacy characteristics, because like you can't see into it if it's not there. Like if it's not available for everyone to see on a block explorer and either scan or what mempool that space. If it's not there, you can't. Not only can you not like observe or introspect or surveil, right? But you also can't manipulate. And so one thing that a lot of people are concerned about is MEV. In some of these DeFi markets, MEV being a miner extractable value, these miners will essentially rearrange transactions so that privileged actors can go in and front run certain trades for liquidity to like slice off a bit of each swap essentially, and it's essentially like an extra fee on top of the gas fee, and so in a way it's extractive out of this market, and it's largely a consequence of the fact that people can see into this transparent DeFi activity, and then they can manipulate it. Whereas if it's entirely private, well, privacy is like the cure to MEV. And one thing I just got to like really be clear about is that this is Bitcoin only. There's no other blockchain, sidechain, or whatever, and there's no fee token involved. It's just other than sats. So RGB20 is a specification that has two kinds of state. Well, all contracts have two kinds of state. They have global state and owned state. Global state is sort of shared and immutable, and it's part of every contract. And then the owned state is what's kind of sharded, and it's kind of what goes into each individual's allocation, and it's more mutable. And that goes against what's called a seal, and it's basically against a UTXO on chain. And so a UTXO proves three things: that it has an owner, that it is currently unspent, right? Like if it's a UTXO, that means it's unspent, and that also means that it hasn't been double spent, because and those are like all significant things for securing sort of monetary systems. And so we get to benefit from Bitcoin's design and its security. This is going to be really tiny for you guys. I'm not going to go to Innovate. Also, it's Contractum's neat, but it's also still in development phase. But like it's just kind of to illustrate, the different properties of a contract interface, and then the methods and that can be called on it. But that then compiles to ALUVM interface bytecode. But what's interesting about that is since Contractum isn't yet really ready, we just this is written by hand. This is a format called ASCII Armored Base 85. Speaking of LUVM, it is a VM execution layer, and it can compile to WASM, which is neat, and it's very minimal and very optimal, and it's perfect for our needs. Just kind of to tie this all together, interfaces define, what a construct can do, whereas schemas define how that occurs, what exactly goes into, say, subtracting or adding, to someone's token allocation versus like, transfer will do that, and then the interface specification will be defined in contractum, but currently it's defined in LUVM by code, and also schemas in LUVM. And then interface implementations are then in Rust, which would then be cross-compiled to like WebAssembly and then called in by JavaScript or whatever you want to use it. And these are then called within the wallet itself. And so these are all just kind of like go into a library. And so it's different than, say if you're familiar with the Web3 Ethereum like RPC node, where you're just like, you'll have like this like, you'll have like kind of like a ABI, and you'll try to like sign messages for that ABI, and that you'll have some of that in your client itself, but you'll also have, it's kind of like that, but everything's more built into the wallet itself. And the reason why we have, a separation between schema and interface is just, so that we have a good solid design principles. And the thing to understand about RGB is that it's based on client-side validation. It's like all this occurs in the client, in the wallet, and it has to be very deterministic, very repeatable, very verifiable. And in order to do that, you need a very rigorous attention paid towards how you serialize and handle data types. Because if you go to, serialize something, then deserialize it, make some modifications, and serialize it again, you want to make sure the parts that you haven't touched, that you haven't modified, still serialize in the same way, so that it's and it's a repeatable way. And that sometimes is a nuance that doesn't always carry over on every platform and every instance. It's just in practice, and so we had to be very careful about how that was designed. The reason why is because that could break consensus, and this is like an off-chain consensus amongst contract holders and people using transferring and that sort of thing. And it generates this like semantic ID, which is like right here, like there's this like Saturn Flash Emerald at the end there. It's like this like kind of mnemonic, at least at the end of the semantic ID. You can kind of visually identify whether it's changed or not. And this is like kind of like essentially a hash of the file's data structure, or like all the data structure like of what you just serialized. And that's really important for the next slide, which is where we keep track of how like the different libraries, how they like for the different schemas and different contract interfaces and things like that. If those ever change, we actually have like an automated generated file that helps us keep track of what version of our library corresponds to the libraries that are in use at the time. And in addition, that hash, that semantic ID is used to create a 32-byte hash of contract state, and that's for a deterministic Bitcoin commitment. And so this is essentially for like kind of like the very it's a hash of like the contract of a single contract state as it currently is supposed to be within that block, say. And what's interesting though is that you can include multiple of these deterministic Bitcoin commitments within what's called a multi-protocol commitment using tap trees, using essentially taproot, because you have these. So the semantic idea or the DBC, the deterministic Bitcoin commitment, is an opereturn, and it gets hashed into the mast tree, and then the tap tree, which is called mast. It's a Merkleized AST abstract syntax tree, and it then kind of like each hash builds on each other up until the Merkle root, and then that Merkle root becomes an X-only public key that's put into a pay-to-taproot address, and then that's what's used to transfer whenever you go to transfer or change any state of any kind. And this commitment can commit to over 250,000 different contracts onto a single 32-byte hash, and there's all these just different like DBCs in this multi-protocol commitment, and all these tap leafs and all these nodes, and you can provably you can prove that these are unique within that tap tree as well. That's an important key aspect of this, and there's some good descriptions of this in the RGB black paper and also in the LNPBP's specs. So to kind of make this feel more real, we in the Bitmask wallet, we have this a function where we go and fund what we call like a tokens vault, and we create this transaction where it gives the user 4 dust UTXOs, and they have 2 dust UTXOs for RGB20 and 2 dust UTXOs for RGB21. And the first dust UTXO is used for receiving tokens, and then the second one is used for change. And so when you spend, one UTXO, you spend all the contracts from it. You'll take the contracts that you don't spend to someone else. You send them back to your change UTXO, and in the same transaction, you'll create a new dust UTXO. And this is an example RGB transfer transaction. In this one, you're essentially creating a new dust UTXO. This is on the lower right here. I don't know if you can see, but it's basically, this is actually like a really boring transaction, but because it really does look like just an ordinary taproot payment. Like there's nothing really even in the witness that's distinct from a taproot payment. So this is good for censorship resistance. There was, some concerns about, like should we censor ordinals? Well, if you want, you can, because we have RGB now, and so that's what the degens can use if they want. That also, what's nice is that if we're able to put hundreds of thousands of different contracts onto a single UTXO, then like Jameson Lopp earlier was made the observation that ordinals inscriptions, they just leave these UTXOs hanging out in the UTXO set, and there's like probably I think 11 or 13 million additional UTXOs being ascribed to the ordinals usage since it first came out, or just grew popular around April or February this year. And the thing is, if you're able to kind of consolidate that usage into of those distinct tokens into a single UTXO, or at least a good amount, you can reuse all of that. That could not only could that significantly at least reduce, hopefully the impact as demand for that scales, but also it just helps scale the the market for that in general. So just like obviously there are limits with Bitcoin in general, and so there are always going to be real costs, and the market will do with that what it will. But if we offer a solution that offers privacy and lower costs and more scalability, the assumption is that people will want to, will gravitate more towards that over time. This is a screenshot of one of our Bitmask wallet. It's a web wallet and browser extension, and we have created a coin, like a token over here called Nobi, and we are transferring it from wallet 1 to wallet 2, and we minted in the mint operation 21 million Nobi, and 100,000 were transferred over to this other wallet on testnet, and it just creates a transaction that's very similar to this one. Yeah. So the developer ecosystem is we have like Bitmask Core is part of what we use. It's a web based JavaScript thing. It's good for also stateless backend services, whereas RGB tools is more for say server or like kind of self-hosted node, like a Android or mobile devices. It's good for that. Here's some more resources to learn about RGB. I have these slides shared on these social links as well, so that you can just go ahead and go to a link on the slides and get the slides if you want to review some of that information and connect with me. I've got a Nostr pin up here, so if you just want to go and tap my pin, you can go and get to my profile. So yeah, that's it.
Mexico. We are the team of Carters of BTC, a Mexican Bitcoin mining company seeking to power the Bitcoin network with Mexican untapped energy resources. Currently, we are working with Daniel Karen from CH4 Capital and his Bitcoin mining accelerator program. This program is particularly designed to train companies that want to mine Bitcoin using landfill gas. So, next please. Our mission at Carters of BTC is to hash our way to an abundant energy future. Like Backlund's Mill once said, energy is the only universal currency. Literally, energy is the foundation of existence. It is a key input for every good and service in every economy, no matter where you live. Thanks. Nothing can be created or nothing can be born without energy. So, next please. I am Santiago Varela. I have a background in finance and economics. I am also a home Bitcoin miner. Here you can see me with a pair of ASICs that I have in my garage and a cute sticker that says Stack Sats. So now I'm going to give the word to my co-founders so that they can introduce themselves.
Hi everyone. I'm Arturo. I'm also a home miner and I majored in business administration a few years ago. Over the last few years, I've been looking for opportunities in the Mexican energy sector, and I found a lot. And I'm sure that with this team, we can exploit these opportunities to the fullest.
Hey everyone, my name is Max. It's a pleasure to be here. I've been falling down the Bitcoin rabbit hole for the past couple of years now, and it's super interesting to hear your journeys and also tell you what we've been building. I'm a sustainable development engineer, and I'm now working at a hydrothermal carbonization plant in my hometown in Mexico, where we turn organic trash into carbon so we can make biofuels and work on soil remediation at my hometown. Next, please.
Well, why Kardashev, or who was Kardashev? This is a frequently asked question that we get a lot. I imagine that some of the people here in the audience already know the answer to this question because it's a Bitcoiner audience. However, just in case that someone doesn't know the answer to the question, well, Nikolai Kardashev was a Russian scientist. He is well known for developing the Kardashev scale. The Kardashev scale is a method that measures a civilization's technological advancement based on their ability to harness and control energy resources. At Kardashev BTC, we have found an enormous market opportunity to do precisely this in Mexico and in Latin America. As I was saying, Mexico is full of inefficiencies. If you go to Mexico, you will be able to spot inefficiencies everywhere you look, literally. This is a good thing though, because inefficiencies imply opportunities. Mexico in recent years has been seen or portrayed as a safe haven for expats and as a free country. But the reality is that to do business in Mexico, it's really hard. You have to deal with so much bureaucracy, almost like nowhere else in the world. Just to set up a business in Mexico, it takes an average of 6 months. So this is really hard for entrepreneurship and people trying to innovate in Mexico. Today we want to focus on the inefficiencies of the energy sector in specific. In a paper published in 2018 by the Mexican government, they explicitly state that using biogas to generate decentralized electricity isn't profitable, and generating for the national grid is economically unviable. However, that's where Kardashev BTC comes into play. We are the Trojan horse that the Mexican energy sector needs. We can bypass the bureaucracy and their inefficient regulations with our creative solutions related to Bitcoin mining. Right now, we are here in Texas, the center of hash and the center of energy in the United States. However, Texas was actually part of Mexican jurisdiction more than 200 years ago. And it wouldn't be the center of hash or the center of energy if it were still part of Mexican jurisdiction. Here you can see Pemex. Pemex is the state-owned oil company, and they have a constitutional monopoly on oil exploration and distribution. Here, the lesser known CFE, which stands for Federal Commission of Electricity, also has a constitutional monopoly on the transmission and distribution of electricity in all of Mexican territory. So just by saying that, you can imagine what a mess that is. All of the Mexican grid is completely administered and operated by the state. So now I want to pass the word to Arturo, that is going to talk to you a little bit about the consequences that this has had in all of Mexico, and in particular in his home state of Yucatan.
Thank you, Santiago. Because of the state's incompetence, Mexico is going through an energy crisis right now. So zones like the Yucatan Peninsula and Baja California don't have enough energy supply to sustain themselves. Prices are through the roof and blackouts are an everyday thing. To make matters worse, getting a grid permit, a grid interconnection permit, is almost impossible right now. And also, commercializing electricity between private parties is basically illegal with the current regulations. So this leaves potential energy generators with their hands tied. It may be illegal to commercialize electricity, but you can commercialize gas. So we've been approaching landfills and farms to buy their biogas and use it to mine Bitcoin. The response has been great, especially when we tell them that we can operate completely off-grid.
Great. So now Max is going to tell us a little bit about how we can turn all this waste into Bitcoin.
Yeah, waste is a human construct. Waste doesn't exist in nature. We've been identifying potential opportunities to do something about this and take advantage of it. We've identified 260 sanitary landfills in Mexico, and that equivalates to around 1,000 megawatts of stranded energy in our territory, distributed all around. We want to take the market to the molecule. And next, please. This is some quick math on flows and volumes and how that could equivalate in terms of power and into Bitcoin generation. So the equivalent of 20,000 pig poo could turn into 500 cubic meter per hour of biogas, which can then be converted through the use of a cogeneration unit to a 1 megawatt of power. And here we have the conversion of how much power an ASIC needs to run. 1 megawatt would equivalent to the running of 305 ASICs for Bitcoin generation. So yeah, as I was saying, waste is a human construct. We want to do something about it. We want to turn pig poop into electricity. We have identified at least 2,000 pig farms with the capacity to generate at least 200 kilowatts of power, which equates to 90 megawatts of generation capacity. This is really interesting. I'd like you to take a closer look to this map. This is a map that was developed by the Department of Earth and Planetary Sciences and Harvard University in tandem with the Institute of National Ecology and Climate Change in Mexico City and the Environmental Defense Fund here in Austin with the Institute for Marine and Atmospheric Research at Utrecht. These are this is a heat map, and we also have pinpoints on methane emission hotspots. This heat map right here shows the concentration of anthropogenic emissions in our country. We see a huge market opportunity here to tap into these methane emission hotspots. You can see there's a large centralization of landfills in the metropolitan area from which I'm from. You could also see a concentration of oil and gas methane emission hotspots right next to Arturo's home due to offshore oil well exploration and drilling. There is also a large concentration of livestock emissions distributed up in the north of our country. And you can see it also here and here in Chihuahua. Last year, Pemex flared up to 450 million cubic feet of gas per day, making Mexico the 7th country in the world with the most flared gas. Pemex, it is estimated that they burn or destroy approximately $350 million per year in just their top 2 oil fields. And yeah, we want to do something about this.
So now we want to talk to you guys a little bit about some strategic partnerships and alliances that we have been cooking up during the past year. First, I want to mention CH4 Capital, which I mentioned a little bit about earlier. CH4 Capital is a climate tech and Bitcoin mining fund. Daniel Biabatin is the CEO of CH4 Capital, and he is really well known in the Bitcoin mining industry. Right now, we are participating in his 12-week accelerator program that is designed for landfill gas Bitcoin mining in specific. And after a really large process of applications, conversations, and so on, we are amongst the 8 finalist Bitcoin mining companies that he is mentoring and planning on funding after we finish this 12 weeks of the program. So we're really excited about that. Now I'm going to pass the word to Arturo to talk to you a little bit about a undisclosed partner that we have in the waste management industry. We can't say their name, but Arturo is going to tell you a little bit more about that.
Yeah, this is a huge European company, and they happen to run my city's landfill. And I approached them almost 2 years ago when I was first trying to get into mining. And I really got their attention because they understood how Bitcoin mining could give them an extra revenue stream without the need for them to invest any money. And I even got a letter of intent from them, but I didn't have the team or the knowledge or the experience to build a project like that 2 years ago. But we've kept in touch, and I think with Max and Santiago, we have a great team to build a project with them, and we plan to start that after finishing with CH4 Capital's program.
I also want to quickly mention Urbetrack. Urbetrack is a company from Argentina. They operate 80% of the landfills in Argentina. A little bit less than a year ago, they expanded to the Mexican market, and they operate 4 landfills in Mexico. So that's why we approached them, and we met them at an energy conference, and they're also interested in beginning to work with us in their projects in Mexico. But besides from those projects, they also have projects in Spain, Colombia, Costa Rica, and other places in Latin America. I want to mention in the software part, Synota. Probably some of you already know what Synota is. In case of that someone doesn't know what Synota does, it's an energy finance company, and they help Bitcoin miners settle transactions with their energy providers using the Lightning Network. So I literally cold emailed Austin Mitchell, the CEO of Synota, one day. We really liked each other. We've had a lot of conversations, productive conversations, and we're interested in using their open source software in all of our operations in Mexico, and they are very interested as well to expand their reach and come to Mexico with Cardiff BTC. And now Max is going to talk to you a little bit about the partnership that we have for the energy generation process in biogas and so on.
Thank you. Electriz has become a strategic partner for Kardashev in terms of energy generation and holistic organic waste treatment. They have a lot of solutions in their catalog that they can provide for energy asset owners and landfill operators. And we can use their technology. They can be our EPC, basically, our energy procurement and construction company, so we can develop the holistic treatment to take advantage of this biogas, which is stranded and contaminating our planet. Yes. Well, I would like to talk now about this huge experiment taking place in my hometown, Mexico City. Bordo Poniente. Bordo Poniente is located just next to the airport in Mexico City. It's 450, 500 hectares of sanitary landfill. That equivalates to 7,000 cubic meters per hour of biogas being created. Currently, there are a lot of projects being done to take advantage of waste and also treat it in a correct way. But what I'm now working on in my day-to-day is to turn organic waste, the FORSU, the organic fraction of solid municipal waste, and the organic trash from trees, we say that poda in Spanish. We gasify the organic, we gasify the wood, and then it goes into the process as gas, and we generate carbon. We also put the organic fraction into the process, into a wet pyrolysis, a reactor, and we get this carbon, which will be used for soil remediation in the 500 hectares surrounding the plant. This plant is ran by the private industry and the public sector. The Instituto de Ingeniería de UNAM, which is one of the biggest universities in Mexico, has been working with G2E, which is a private company that runs the plant, and with the Gobierno de la Ciudad de México. There is a lot of potential for us to tap into gas there in Bordo Poniente. Chihuahua is another exciting opportunity. We met this Stanford engineer that runs the Dirección de Servicios Públicos Municipales, which is the direction of public services in the municipality. He understood the science and is very keen for us to tap into around 550 cubic meters per hour of biogas, which would equivalent to 1 megawatt of power, which is enough to power 300 ASICs, leaving a monthly revenue with the prices right now of 2.6 Bitcoins.
The situation in Yucatan is pretty unique right now. 15 years ago, the government started giving subsidies to all the farms who flare their gas, so all of them did. And naturally, a lot of them invested in energy generation too, thinking about self-consumption and also selling to the grid. But like 3 or 4 years ago, the subsidies stopped. So this made their generation operations really unsustainable. So they just stopped using their generators.
Okay, so le puedes dar next, please. So this context that Arturo was describing is an ideal opportunity for us because we don't have to spend on the investment of the generators since many of the farms in Yucatan already have them. Therefore, this is where we will be building our pilot project that we expect to be up and running in 3 months. It is going to run on biogas from pig waste or pig poop. It has a generation capacity of 220 kilowatts, which is enough to power 60 ASICs because we are also going to use a small part of the power generation to power the farm. And the monthly revenue is approximately with today's hash value of 0.6 Bitcoins per month. So next, please. Due to the Bitcoin mining the Bitcoin mining industry is like the first perfect competition model that comes to a reality. And due to this competitive nature of Bitcoin mining, all firms' long-term profit will tend to zero. Therefore, the only miners that will survive in the long term are those miners that are able to minimize their operational and marginal costs, integrate vertically to add several revenue streams, and generate circular economies. So for example, that's what we will be doing in this project, in the pilot project in Mérida, by selling a part of the power to power the farm, and they're interested in reusing the waste heat from the miners and so on. So we thank you guys a lot for your time, for your valuable time, and for listening to us. We will be glad to take any questions that you have and look forward to chatting with all of you later today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I use that one? Would that be okay? I would rather, but I can use if not. If not. Okay, yeah, cool.
Can you hear me? Yes. Moving on, we have a guest from across the pond. His name is Simon, and he is with Customer Deposit Registry, a rather clever way to deal with getting rid of dirty fiat and doing more with Bitcoin. Simon.
Thank you very much. Yep, I know you're all very hungry for your lunch. I know I am, so I'm going to keep this as short and sweet as possible while still getting the point across. So, obviously we all know that Satoshi Nakamoto created digital scarcity. For the first time in history, we're able to have digital assets that are limited in supply. So this is obviously a major upgrade to the existing banking system and to fiat currency, which we've all got used to using. And the ideal of this system is that it would be an end to money printing. We all know that the governments in the Western world are massively indebted, completely unable to repay their debts, and they appear to be doing some very dodgy things with the money supply, which we all would guess isn't going to end well. So having Bitcoin, which is a hard limit of 21 million coins, is a major solution, or major potential solution, but certainly an upgrade. So the unfortunate reality of the Bitcoin system that we have built is that there is this trust layer, this custody layer, where people are holding their coins with exchanges or in custodial wallets, and those places have the potential to hold less Bitcoin than their customers believe that they have. So the classic scenario that we all remember from last year was Sam Bankman-Fried. When FTX went down, they discovered that there was hardly any Bitcoin there. All the customers that had numbers on the screen that made them think they had Bitcoin, it was all a big con. Now, we don't know how many other exchanges are actually doing this. We don't know how many custodial wallets are doing this. But in reality, it's probably quite a few. Because we know from exchange data on Glassnode and services like that, that about 10% of the Bitcoin is actually held on exchanges. The rest of it is in self-custody wallets. I don't know about anybody else in the room, but certainly from the people I know, lots of people do have their Bitcoin on exchanges. Probably a lot more than 10% of the people that I know have their Bitcoin on exchanges. So what we really have is, we were hoping that Bitcoin would end fractional reserve banking, but we now have a whole load of Bitcoin fractional reserve banking. That is what it is when they hold a fraction of the Bitcoin that they're supposed to represent the actual customer deposits. This is also known as rehypothecation. Yep, lots of people that used to work in TradFi have now come into the Bitcoin world and are rehypothecating Bitcoin, making it look like more than what it really is. The ETFs, yes, they say Bitcoin on them. They don't have any Bitcoin in them. The Bitcoin Futures ETF, if you own one of those, it's a contract, it's a derivative. Your money is in fact in government bonds. Yes, you are financing the deficit as well as not having any Bitcoin. You are funding the American government. So the reality is there's a lot of fake Bitcoin out there, which means we are failing in our attempts to end money printing. We have to do something about this. So what we have at the moment in terms of custody solutions are bad. The FTX scenario was very bad. The reality is that self-custody is very stressful. I mean, self-custody is a solution. I try to self-custody. I do find it stressful. I do sometimes keep coins on exchanges. I try and choose exchanges that I think are probably more sound than some others. But yeah, the 12 words system probably is unlikely to get mainstream adoption. The hope for Bitcoin is that we one day be the world's currency or the world's reserve currency. If people all have to hold 12 words, then I can imagine a lot of people are going to find it very difficult and very stressful. So the future of Bitcoin may be custodial. It may be that we need some form of banking system layer where people can hold their coins with a third party and verify that they are held in that place. So this is the thing with Bitcoin, you don't trust, you verify. So the opportunity to use the auditability of the Bitcoin blockchain to actually verify that your coins are being held with the custodian would be a major advantage. Proof of reserve systems that people are currently operating, Binance have been very gung-ho about their one. In reality, it doesn't provide any proof at all. They can show you the Bitcoin wallet address. People can verify that it has Bitcoin in it. It may have 400,000 Bitcoin in, but if they have customers that think they have a million Bitcoin on their exchange, then again, it's money printing. You can use auditors. Auditors can look at the list of customer balances. Unfortunately, they are corruptible. Anyone that's old enough to remember Enron? Yes, auditors don't necessarily work. So a solution that we could have is a decentralized audit of customer funds. This is something we've built and we have an MVP of. It operates as a network of custodians that share a zero knowledge proof of the customer data. So effectively that's a file of all the customers' email addresses, which have been SHA-256 hashed along with the balance. So the wallet balance of the exchange or the custodian is verifiable on-chain. Anyone can see that. The network of custodians that are sharing this data, they can look at what the balance is on-chain. They can add up the balance of all the customers. If they don't match, that exchange is fractional reserve banking. If they do match, they hold that data on each one of the nodes in the network and present a website to the customers so that the customers can put their email address in and receive an email with their balance on. So nobody else can see what their balance is because their email is held as a SHA-256 hash, which is held in the background. When the query for the data is emailed to them, if that doesn't match what they've got on the exchange, then they know there's a problem. So you only need a small percentage of the customers to come and do this check with one of the nodes on the network to verify that the exchange that claims to be holding their coins, whether they really have them or not. We've worked it out, and if 0.4% of the customers do it, then you have a 99% confidence that that exchange is sound. So effectively, the customers are acting as a decentralized audit by putting their email address in, and the real thing there is basically you don't trust, you verify. So it's an opportunity for us being here today to try and make contacts with anyone that might know people at exchanges or custodial wallets. We're wanting to try the technology that we've built with these custodians. We're looking for people that might want to promote this project, partner with us in some form of way. We've spent the last week and 2 days in Austin, and we're finding it's an amazing Bitcoin community here. So it'd be great to have the Austin Bitcoin community support us in our mission to end money printing in the Bitcoin space. We're hoping that there will be decentralized ownership of this company as we go on. Currently, I own 93% of it. The other 7% is owned by developers. But the hope is that at some point I will own less than 50% and it will be decentralized at the equity level as well as at the technology level. The monetization of the project is through custody fees. So whenever a custodian submits data and shows their wallet, they send a small transaction to prove that they have control of those funds. The hope for the project in the end is that it may also help with being a form of industry self-regulation. If this network exists across different custodians, they can coordinate, they can prove to each other and to their customers and even to the SEC or the FCA that they're operating in a sound kind of way. So I'll leave you with one thing there, tweet that I saw this morning. Just a little tweet there about how Binance BNB is falling in value. Apparently they don't have the value of the BNB is 1.2 million Bitcoin, but they don't have that much on the exchange. So anyway, thank you very much for listening. Any questions, please come and ask me over lunch, and enjoy the rest of your day.
We're gonna get started here. How's everybody doing? Yeah.
How's lunch?
That's a little anemic. But one more time. How's everybody doing? All right. The KNC cattle's working. You guys don't sound as anemic. My name's Jim. Here's Topher. We're here to present.
Hello.
We're here to present the Lightning Box, an anonymous peer-to-peer swap device using Lightning and IoT technology. We built it right here in PlebLab. So first I want to address the elephant in the room. Why am I wearing these beautiful pair of pit vipers?
They're gorgeous.
They're called the money counters, and today we're going to be counting money with the Lightning Box. So let's go.
LFG.
All right, so what is Lightning Box? Like I said, it's a device that facilitates peer-to-peer transactions, and it follows 4 basic steps. First, you insert your PIN and address, LN address, to the Lightning Box website, a beautiful website that Topher created. Next, you close the box, and the Automagical software will turn on the bills counter. And then third, you will insert your dirty fiat cuck bucks into the front of the Lightning Box and press the confirm button. And then fourth, someone else will come and go to the website, pay the invoice, and the box will unlock and release the fiat funds. So that's how you do your anonymous swap.
I'm trying to demo this like they do in the airplane.
Yeah.
Telling you how to
Yeah,
save
it's-
yourself in the event of a crash.
Yeah, exactly. Save yourself in the event of a bank run. So who is this for? It's really for anyone that wants to do anonymous peer-to-peer transactions, but mostly who we had in mind is Bitcoin buyers that want the non-KYC sats and sellers that are living on, basically living on zero. They're living on a Bitcoin standard. So those are the people that we talked to before we decided to go build this. And that's who we had in mind. So I'm going to get a little technical here. I'm going to get into how the box actually works. So the centerpiece here is the ESP32 micro with built-in Wi-Fi. So that is a very popular micro that's used in all kinds of projects, especially in Bitcoin. It seems like their favorite pet microcontroller. So that's what we use. It allows us to periodically check in with our back-end Vercel app every couple seconds and stay in sync. And that micro also orchestrates everything else that's happening on board. So it talks to the bill counter. It is able to control its power. And it also, we also reverse engineered the bill counter, opened the clamshell up, and I was able to exfiltrate the bill counter value. So I'm able to understand, the exact amount that's in the box, and
that part was especially fun.
Yeah, that took us a long time. That took me and Topher like 3 to 5 hours here, just like hacking away. But we figured out how to actually. They violated a bunch of norms. They violated a bunch of best practices, but we figured out how to get into it and read out the values, and that saved us a ton of time because now we basically have a machine with a conveyor belt that can suck in cuck bucks and tell you exactly how many there are. And so that saved us tons of time, and then we outfit it with an electronic lock. That thing is a beast. It's 24 watts, and it can pop it open pretty easily.
This guy right here.
I almost burned down PlebLab one time because I left the wire attached, and if you leave it for too long, 22 gauge doesn't like carrying 24 watts for too long. So that was fun. And then it's just got a confirm button and a cancel button so that you can navigate through very basic state machine. So just go into the state machine. So we implemented a very simple state machine that has basically 3 steps. It has waiting, for funds, and it has depositing, it has locked. So in order to go from waiting to deposited, you have to log into the website and you have to close the door. We have the depositing, provisional depositing part, and in order to do that, you insert funds, press the confirm button, and then it will put it in the lock state. And the only way to get out of the lock state is to pay those sweet Lightning sats. All right, so lastly, I'm going to turn it over to Topher, explain how the website works.
Yeah, so can you Is it all right if we bring up the website? Or I guess
Yeah.
this is what you would see. So actually, the first thing you would see is something to log in. So the box is on, so you should be able to log into it. When you walk up to the box, you're presented with this PIN code that you have to put in. We ideally wanted a digital display, so this PIN code could be random. The purpose of this PIN code is to tie you to the box, because this is a publicly available website. Anybody can go to this website, so a lot of madness can ensue. So we need some way of making sure that only one person is using the website at a time, and it's that person that's in front of the box. So this is kind of how we do it. It's a PIN code challenge. But yeah, so once you log in, if the box has not been reserved, then what it's going to ask you is to put in a Lightning address or an LN URL. So we accept either. And what this does is it will essentially put your address in reserve, and it'll take you to the next step. So we can actually just keep going if you want. And what it's going to do is, right now it's not going to turn on because it's waiting for the door to close. You can see await door. But what it's going to do is it's going to essentially start asking you for money. So I guess we can just go ahead and walk through the steps. It's hard not to talk about the website without actually demoing the box as well. So close the door. Box sees that the door is closed. Oh, hold up. I have it propped up here, so it's kind of hard to close the door properly. There we go. Okay, box is locked, door is closed. It's in the state of depositing. So the site also kind of helps you keep track of where the box is at. And right now our counter is at 0. So what do we do next? We just feed money into the box.
It's got to be all the way on the left. Yeah.
Whoop, there it goes. So there goes the $1. And this will update $1. So we're good to go. And I guess we'll leave it at that. We have this doing the conversion from dollars to sats in real time. So for purposes of demonstration, I won't be putting $20 into this thing. But it will work with any denomination. Up to, I think, $100 is what we put the limit at. Yeah, so at this point, all you have to do is confirm. So right now we have you confirm it on the box by just hitting the green button. So you hit the green button. That'll confirm your deposit. This will lock. You'll see that it's locked. And yeah, I think I forgot to put a refresh in. Oh, there it goes. So now you can see that the box is ready for somebody to withdraw money. So you're presented with the QR code to interact with the payment portion of the box. And you can see that the current amount of the box is $1 US, or at the current conversion rate, that'll be 3,800 sats. We do include a little bit of a fee, so 100 sat minimum fee plus 2% escrow fee, which is like 5 cents on the dollar, and that trends down as the amounts get higher. So yeah, so that's the depositor portion of the website. The next step would be the payer portion. But before I get into that, I kind of want to talk a little bit more about this website here. So the idea is that like this website doesn't just have to be for this box, it can be for multiple boxes. So you could essentially launch a whole bunch of different boxes that are different shapes and sizes, maybe operate a little bit differently, and they can all be served by the same website because you do have to authenticate with the box. And so there is a way for the site to know which box you're referring to when you log in. So what is the next slide?
It's just the demo.
Just the demo? Okay, so we're already in the demo. We might as well go all the way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pay this invoice. I don't know how well this is going to come off on camera or how well you can see this.
He's pulling out his Phoenix wallet.
Yeah, so this is an LN URL, static QR code. And so all you really have to do is just scan this QR code. And what it's going to do, it's going to present you with a payment. So 4,000 sats. That's going to be for the balance in the box plus a little bit of our fee. And we can go ahead and pay this. So I'm using Phoenix Wallet right now. I don't know if you guys at home can see that. And I'm just going to go ahead and pay it. And so when you first pay it, nothing's going to happen yet. But what we are using is we're using this feature with Ellen URL called Success Actions. And so the success action that we're using is a link. It's a URL. So in my invoice, I actually have a link that I can click on. So I go ahead and click on that link, and it says in the description, click the link to unlock the box. So I'm going to go ahead and click that link. And you can see that the invoice was paid, and the box opens. Now the money is yours. And yeah, so we try to keep it pretty simple and sweet, and that's pretty much the end of the demo.
Yeah, so that's the demo. So just talking about, limitations and future work, so Topher touched on it. We currently have a limit of $100 in just because we don't want somebody to get rogue and get mad at us. But so far, so good. The reliability's been pretty good. Maybe we'll slowly increase that limit. Some other things we can do to improve it, we can make it run off battery power. Currently runs off AC. It's actually pretty trivial for me to just convert it to battery. So I'll probably do that soon. Topher is toying with a clear box for just arbitrary exchanges, so it doesn't necessarily have to be exchanging fiat. It could be, putting, stickers, whatever you want to do. And then also just supporting many to many and many to one. So Topher mentioned he doesn't want it to matter. Obviously you're gonna have more than one box, but the idea so that we've toyed with are having different compartments so you can buy different amounts of cuck bucks, and you could have different people pile on to a transaction, or only buy a certain amount. So just making it more modular.
Or sell different things.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's it.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
I've been waiting for this to pop up in my country. Could it accept pesos?
Could it accept pesos?
Or coins?
If you do the conversion first, or I mean, you could put pesos in the box. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's my question. Could you put pesos in?
So
it can take euros. It can't. That particular bill counter can. I mean, it's a proof of concept, and you could theoretically reverse engineer anything. This is just what me and Topher chose, but yeah, you could find one that does pesos and then put it in. So
I personally hate the bill counter, which is why I want to do a clear box that doesn't have like bill validation at all. It's just you put whatever in the box. But the idea behind this is that if you have a good enough locking mechanism, and you do have the bill counter, then once you lock this, then it's pretty much up to the bill counter to decide what is in the box. So if you can secure this enough, then depending on what bill counter you use, you could use any sort of currency. Yeah, and this is just like something that we took from the low end just for like a demo. But if you get a higher end bill counter, then you can essentially build an ATM at that point.
So the plan would be, for example, if you wanted to deploy these in other nations, for it to be like a package in which you outsource the bill counter and take everything else and build it yourself, or?
So we designed this so you essentially can build it yourself. It's kind of also we went with the lower end bill counter, so everything was cheap to make. But you could, if you want to upgrade some parts of this, then you can make this like a fully featured peer-to-peer ATM. Yeah, if you really wanted to. That's kind of the vision we wanted to sell. It's like you can expand on this and make it just like a peer-to-peer device.
it's a proof of concept. It's not a business. He asked how many dollars worth of parts. I would estimate. So what, the box itself costs like $30-40?
Yeah, a box is like $30.
The bill counter is like $60-70. That was the most expensive. Again, ESP32 for like $5.
Yeah,
right?
You can get one for $5.
Yeah, it really just comes down to. I would say probably less than 150. It's probably like 120-ish range.
Yeah, because the lock is really cheap too. These locks are really nice. And they're only like, what, $20 or something for the lock?
I don't even think that. I think they were like 15.
Yeah, it might have been cheaper than that.
It's like getting all your power supplies and all this other stuff. My name's Jim. I'm an electronics hoarder. That's why you're all here. This is actually not a presentation. I'm just here for my problem. But Yeah, so I just hoard electronics. So I just happen to have a lot of stuff, so that might obfuscate the number. I can't imagine spending more than 150 to build this. So
For DC, do you have like a battery in mind you guys would use, like any specific?
I would use a DeWalt battery just because I know them like the back of my hand, and that's a yeah. So really, the key with any battery is just going to be you got to make sure you have an under voltage protection scheme. So I just know those batteries like the back of my hand. So I just put like 3 volts per cell, and just make sure it shuts down if that's the case. But this thing could run for probably quite a long time off, a good 20-volt battery.
Yeah, because like the ESP, the little board that we're using in here, we're not using it for this demo, but there's a lot of low power features on the ESP. And so if you have something like a button, like you can easily just have the person hit a button to wake it up to use the box. And so you can have this thing sitting here, maybe not even taking any juice at all for a really long time.
You can make it run for years if you go with that scheme. So like currently the software doesn't do that, but I've made systems where they're just like that, where you're actually required in order to ship it. You have to be able to last like years just sitting there.
Yeah.
Car's got a question.
Can you guys talk about how this informed the lightning door and vice versa?
Car's asking about the relationship between this and the lightning door. So I would say, firstly, after we're done with the lightning door, we're kind of thinking about, different projects we can do that use the ESP32. And then I would say the other thing is that, this definitely informed different ideas of how to make the lightning door better and more reliable. And now Topher's got a pretty impressive stack that you can get into.
Yeah, so I hate running a server almost as much as Super does. So I tried to make this as serverless as possible. We are running a server to store the box state and the website state that's kind of joined together in a single state. So each box needs its own state stored in a database, but that's about it. All the user interactions, the user sessions, all that's done using some clever trickery with cookies and cryptography. So pretty much the stack is just Vercel running Next.js, which is like a React-based framework. Vercel will run that serverless, meaning that it essentially doesn't have its own state. So it's like incredibly cheap or free to run.
What I'm saying though is more so how they both, the door and this now use the
success action.
Yeah, the success action and the your voltage used. You figured out how to use voltage to get basically receipts effectively when someone pays. Which was a big challenge. We were previously using the LN bits LN device, but we just found that wasn't.
Oh yeah, I didn't want. I could do a whole talk on just like the hell and back that I went through with LN bits.
Yeah.
So
he's starting to get heated.
Yeah, so we tried to, we didn't want any middlemen in this. So it really is like Vercel Next.js talking to your Lightning node. We use LND and we use an LND node hosted on Voltage, and that's pretty much it. It's as simple as you can get. The code is open source. Should have put a link to the GitHub in here, but we'll find a way to
We'll
get
publish
it to you.
it, yeah. I'm still not done making the README, but the device side code is there. We just need your code.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Cool. All right.
Thank you. Oh.
Still fighting time. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. So that's Vivek. And this is what it's going to be like when you get older. I can't see. He is going to be speaking about Bitcoin Seed XOR, a simple way of securing seeds with your cold card. Enter Seed XOR, a plausibly deniable means of storing secrets in 2 or more parts that look and behave just like the original secret. I'm a cold card fan, so I'm very excited to see your presentation.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you, Vivek.
So yeah, this is going to be kind of informal. I'll just be chatting with you guys. Don't have many slides. Just wanted to use this time to excite people about this new option. You know, like all of us, I like having multiple. So, like everyone, I do like seeing all the various tools we have in our tool belt to see what is the most suitable for a specific job. You know, these days there's a bunch of options like multi-sig. Now all the Schnorr stuff starting to take off. That seems very promising. But in the meantime, you know, what do? People are used to passphrase, or they might want to go to somewhere like Unchained or Casa for assistance. So I thought Seed XOR was really low-hanging fruit, and I'll explain why. So how do you store clear text like your seed in a safe way? You know, we have our 24 words or 12 words, and that could be our entire life savings, right? Where are we keeping this? Are you keeping it in your home? It might not be a good idea because Ledger and Trezor have accidentally had third parties leak addresses and shipment locations of their devices. So all those locations are on the darknet. Things like that. Would you be able to put this in a safety deposit box? Probably not, because once again, they're just going to type in your seed. So where do you keep it? You know, some people will make multi-sig for this very reason, but what happens if you lose one of those seeds? You know, are you SOL? So that's what we're trying to tackle today. And yeah, Seed XOR is my favorite solution to this because you can combine 12 words or split 24 words and have 3 multiple parts or up to 4. And basically when you combine them together, that's when you get the actual seed. And this is really cool because then you can put dummy wallets on all the seeds. So you can kind of have honeypots around for everyone to, you know, just see like, okay, I will put one in my deposit box and I'll see how those, you know, tellers are behaving. You know, $100 there is like paying for a hand in poker. You get to see, are they really trustworthy? Whether it's a safety deposit box, maybe give it to a lawyer for inheritance, things like that. Even if you've sealed it in a box or whatever, what's preventing them from opening it, you know? So you can observe those funds. And then separately, it's also compatible with all the existing BIP39 stuff, the 2048 word list that we all use for our seeds anyway. So yeah, and you're wondering how do I get there on the cold card? It's pretty simple. You have to go to this place called Danger Zone. It's in the advanced settings, and then there's a lot more functionality. So I was talking to people earlier about this, and they're like, this sounds really cool, but it's a lot of work. You know, I already have my setup. Most people are really comfortable. How many of you are interested in trying new setups? Oh, wow. Well, you guys actually care and are, I don't know, motivated. Usually, you know, most hodlers are like, it's done. Don't tell me about it. If it's at risk, then I might do it, but like I need like my trusted Sherpa, the the guy with the tism, you know, to really make sure we go through the procedures properly. So this is a way to do it even with your existing seeds. You know, you can split an existing 24 word, or if you have multiple 12 words or 24 words, you can combine them together. So you can use them as is today, and that's makes it very easy. You can go back to your place tonight and go do that and just play around with it. You know, you have like a brand new free seed like this that you could just tinker with. Yeah. And then the other thing is you're probably like, oh, okay, cool. They invited this CoinKite guy to go shill some more CoinKite products and sell me some pieces of metal. You know, he's just trying to sell his bags. But you can actually print this, and it's all math, and that's the beauty of it. There's no dependencies in this sense where it's an XOR function, and you're just getting the existing 256-bit number and combining them. So yeah, and as I was having conversations earlier, someone pointed out, well, hey, the 24th word is actually a checksum, and that's true. You do need a computer for that last word because you will require the SHA-256 hash function to, you know, verify that that is the final seed. But yeah, so it's all very straightforward. We have all the instructions to do it by hand. You can do it deterministically with dice as well. So that's for the extremely paranoid tinfoil folks who not only are getting that plausible deniability with their seeds, but their seeds are also deterministically created through true random number generators with dice. You know, you're not even trusting our hardware wallet for the entropy. And there's nothing better than nature. Humans are very bad. We're good at patterns. So yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just mainly to excite you guys. Happy to go over any quick questions, and thank you. What's up, Sahil?
Is this kind of like KFK, or if you split into two, you need both of them to learn, like 2 attributes or
Correct. No, you do need all three to get that final seed. So the funds are not at risk as long as it's n-1. But if they do have all the seeds, then it's the same problem. Now, you can put a passphrase on that, but I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of passphrases, but teach their own.
Isn't XOR used by rate? So, like, couldn't you use XOR to, like, reconstruct a missing seed?
I would think if the number is large enough, you couldn't, but yeah, I don't know off the top of my head.
It's like, I think that's what rate uses for parity data. Just an idea.
So you're saying use the XOR function to reconstruct a missing seed. Let's say like I had 2, and then I could get the third one.
Right.
I don't think you could do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Reconstruction first, and 2 of 3 then for the known plain sense.
Just export itself.
Any other questions?
Do you usually just keep the XOR at your home, or are you going to try to split these things up for different locations, geolocations, or is it meant to be just at your home?
I don't like to specifically talk about setups, but the one that really resonates with me is the inheritance flow, where you know, if you are you know, your relatives or whatever want to pass on money to their children, they have 2 children, you can give them each a seed and then give a lawyer a seed, and all those are clear text, 12 words or 24 words, and then just have the instructions, like, so someone tells them that combining all 3, and that way the lawyer can't run away with the money. Yeah.
So and they don't even know what it is up front until like you die and it's in your will.
Yeah, exactly. You could say it's like jewelry, or it's just like a weird metal object. Yeah.
Would you say that like you think about this almost like single sig with passphrase, where single sig with passphrase is like it's like a 202 multi-sig, except you don't need to store the XPubs. Seed XOR is like 202 multi-sig. There's no XPubs, but also each of the individual pieces is their own decoder's wallet. And when you combine them, you get
That's exactly how I think of it. I think of this more of like a single sig because of you don't have all that extra dependency stuff. It's just purely the math, and it's like the passphrase in that sense. The multi-sig stuff, I think it requires other aspects, like you said, the XPub, the derivations, also like depending on which kind of multi-sig, redeem scripts, or the other sensitive information. Yeah, I'd say this is my favorite thing to recommend to noobs because of how they can split the existing 24-word one or combine two 12 ones. Really, really simple.
We're going to hear a few words from our chef, our nourisher, who's created a great meal downstairs today. You going to come back and do it again tomorrow? Of course. Is it going to be bigger and better tomorrow? The biggest. He's really got some special stuff planned tomorrow, including that secret late evening dessert of tallow donuts. So I hope he'll tell us more about that. But this is Chef Johnny Ochoa, also known as Old Butch, with KNC Cattle.
Well, thank you, everyone. Hope everyone enjoyed themselves. If I haven't met you already in the past, my name is Johnny Ochoa. I'm from Austin, Texas, and I work with Cole Bolton at KNC Cattle. We've grown the company and just really taken it to where we didn't think it could go. And it's just really cool. I know a lot of y'all are customers, and just thank you for that. And I hope you just really enjoyed the food that we grew for you today. But no, it's just really been an interesting journey for us to cross into the Bitcoin space. And Cole and I both went together the first time because someone had approached us with it. And it's really taken the business in a different direction. It's taken he and I in a different direction. And we've really met a lot of just interesting people along that way. And a lot of the stuff I do outside of working here in Austin is that we travel across the country and we do like, basically we cut a half cow at a different ranch and then bring awareness to just local ranching, regenerative ranching. And it's also people that are on the Beef Initiative website. And it's just really cool because it's kind of a cross between like people that want to just be in control of their food supply and then people that are also in Bitcoin. So it's just an interesting space to be in. And for me, it's been nothing but a positive experience, and I've really met a lot of really cool people just in Austin and just across the U.S. so far, and just really cool. And I've been around like just food my whole life, and just something about being involved in the Bitcoin space is completely different than anything else I've been around. And I didn't know much about it about 3 years ago, but since I have been around just like a lot of people in a lot of states, it's just something that's just really cool. Just very open-minded people that are into like really coming up with more solutions than to just, just doing the same things that just don't work every day. So I really salute, just everyone here today and anyone that I've met along the way. But no, it's interesting just to see. I've worked in very large scale food supply. So just shipping out just crap food to whatever to get to restaurants. And then to meet Cole and like really be in control of like, we actually know from when this thing was born to now it's in your home. And I have all the traceability to do that. That's mostly what I work with at that place. But it's just a really cool time in the world where like something about the last 2.5 to 3 years, people have really changed and have grown this like really big interest in this. And it's not just like here. It's all over the place. I meet people, and this is what we talk about all week. And it's a really interesting time. And I think it's just really cool to be somewhere where like we're growing all the food that we feed these animals 1.5 years before the animals are even born. So we're just in control of the whole process. It's just like a really amazing thing. And then the fact that we can like build like a plant where we can actually like string them up, cut them up, put them in a box and ship them to people. It's just really cool. And just the people you meet along the way, and you hear like their stories about how they're just, made them healthier, or is better for their finances throughout the year. Just a really cool thing. And like if anyone has any questions about anything like that, please fire away. And this could be like about anything related to ranching or cooking or. Yes. So a lot of them don't know what it is. And then so that's what's kind of cool, because somebody will just kind of just stand next to them and just kind of just work them through it. But I think ultimately they get it, because what I tell them, I'm like, people, it's not like it's like a fad or anything. I was like, so I live on MLK, close to where Tesla's at. This is how I always explain it to people. I was like, there's an ATM next door to my house at this little Mexican convenience store. Like if somebody were to give you Bitcoin, you could either move it somewhere, or you could get, if you needed money, you could get money from it. I was like, so, if you were to sell whatever your ground beef, for Bitcoin, you could receive funds or move it somewhere. And I think once they figure that out, they're really into it. And that's all I testify to them, is that these people will be more consistent customers than your regular, and I'm telling you this because like I worked at H-E-B, Whole Foods, everywhere for like 25 years. I know how people shop, and I was just like, this is a consistent crowd. And this is a crowd that's about nourishment. They want to be in control of what's going in their body. You're already doing that, so why not cross that bridge? And I was like, and what is there to really lose, And you can just try things, But yeah, so I have been around a lot of people that didn't have any, like this old man Jerry in Redding, California. This is with the Redding Bitcoin group. And they sat him down and like worked with him all day. And Jerry was on by the end of the day. And like, yeah, and now he's there. So just great for old Jerry in Redding.
Another question, you mentioned that the awareness of health or whatever is greatest in the last 3 years. Is that, would you say, due to Bitcoin, or is it COVID, or is everyone just realizing that food supply is adulterated? Like, what do you think that's the primary cause of that?
Like the amount of people that have moved here in the last 9 months didn't move here in the last 3 years. So to me, just everything's just fluctuating like just really fast right now on a lot of fronts. And like I'm saying, like I've worked in very large food distribution, international food distribution. I've seen all kinds of like changes. I've never seen anything like this. And of course, like we watch the USDA movement daily, and just we know how it works. And this is to where it's just like changing everything. And just even with like the weather in the last 5 months, this is going to affect the food supply starting in about like the end of, I'm not trying to scare anyone or anything, or like, oh, we're right out of food. But no, just the way the weather's gone is already going to affect the food supply about the end of November into the middle of December, and that's going to offset the spring. And this is with live cattle. Like right now, you cannot buy beets. Like I need to buy 300 pounds of beets. I cannot buy beets right now. And there's restrictions on how much beets can be distributed across the U.S., and all the beets are grown in Canada and Mexico. So it's just, I mean, so even a lot of restaurants, they have a menu. So what there being shortages, and it's not that there's shortages, but there's going to be a short, so they can't just like keep flooding it with the same things. So they kind of like, there's pars for how much of, say like, we'll use beets again. There's pars for how many beets certain cities can get. So all these people that have restaurants, that's why you go to them, they have like, either it's like scratched out or like, oh, we don't have that today. Because it's pointless to have a menu right now because the food supply is so spotty. And with the weather, that hasn't even kicked in yet, so that's coming in like 3 months, and that's going to really change everything. And I don't know if anyone's driven around like the 30 miles around, like 60% of the corn around here just got cut down 3 weeks ago. And it didn't even blossom halfway. It burnt up. And that was just, I mean, that's a lot of corn. And that's never happened. And it also happened throughout the Midwest. So then that ties into like pig feed and a lot of other stuff, vodka, that will make vodka more expensive. You know, it just affects so many things. But I think because of that, that's why you see like just everything is 30% more in the last 4 weeks across the board, anywhere. Because I go to Costco to cross comparison a lot of stuff, because that's a really good place to do it. And the meat has shot up 30% in 6 weeks. But where I was going with this is that I think people see that. They're starting to do their finances and they're like, where is this going? Because I'm not like going on these lavish trips or doing all this stuff, but like I'm losing all this money. And so but what I explain to people, when you're buying, say like beef in bulk, you're adding on to your yearly, you know, how you feed your family. And then that number goes down. But I think that's what I think it is. I think people are just like, yeah, hyperinflation. I mean, what is a good deal? Like nothing is.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to add on to a couple things Johnny said. Let's see, you mentioned about shortages and weather. So we all know, because we're sitting right in it, that it's hot outside and things are getting burned up. But it's an El Nino year, so what's coming right behind that, predicted for Texas at least, let's say you weren't a corn farmer, you grew something else and you got by, or somehow you were able to keep your cattle fed this summer. Well, in an El Nino, this winter is predicted to be colder and damper than usual. That's going to add to the effects that are already happening to crops and so on. In addition, I don't know how many of you keep up with the news, because most of you are working hard, but Yellow Freight is the 6th largest freight carrier in the US. They just went out of business. Now, you may have heard it in the news because their union was like, hey, what happened to my money? But here's the other thing for the average person who doesn't work for Yellow. Yellow, I heard this hearsay, so I don't have an exact data point that I can point to say this is where I got the source from, but Yellow apparently ships more protein in a week than France ships in a month. So if you think about that, and of course that's across the board, that's beef and seafood and chicken and so on. But if they're not able to ship it and they can't find workers, then that's going to further put a damper on the beef industry. So circling it all back together to you, to Bitcoin, and to Johnny, one of the key reasons that you should be looking out for somebody like KNC Cattle or a rancher in your area in Colorado and Rick Ranch, yes, Jason Rick, amazing, tremendous guy. He's just like cold.
I just saw Jason on Friday.
They are salt of the earth people. But you've got to search them out, because it's not only about the nutrition that goes in your body, which is over here. I'm going to do it this way, which is over here on the spectrum, but where does that food that you're putting in your body, where does it start? And you need to go all the way back over here, like he was saying, the food that is planted, the grass that they eat. If they're regenerative, so that's something you need to look for, then the grass is going to be healthier, which is going to be better for the animals, which is going to be better for their biomes, and ultimately the food that you eat. So we got to give kudos to Johnny and to Cole, KNC Cattle, Johnny Ochoa. Thank you so much.
And hey, if you guys are in town, y'all are going to be here all week. If you have a few minutes, seriously, 40 minutes from here, we have a processing facility right on the tollway on 130. It's called Hometown Meats in Luling, Texas. This is where we produce all the meat that ships for all the Beef Initiative boxes that go across the U.S. We do all of our processing out of there. But most importantly, we take a lot of people that are local producers right here within 120 miles and put a label that they can resell on it and put them in business. And it's a lot of people that weren't doing that 3 years ago. And we're helping these people do that. And like all these companies like H-E-B, Whole Foods, like they'll be fine. They actually have too many customers. So I mean, the people that want to go there, they can go there. And it's just really important to support these real people like this because they are the backbone of like the agricultural system, like in Texas and in the U.S. And it's just very important to kind of stick to that. And just to kind of speak on that, like I'm from a dairy family in Travis County since probably about like 1840. And that's why this is just really passionate for me. This is how I grew up. And for me to work in this and just this be my life is like, that's completely full circle for me. And I just like to kind of share that with people. Go right ahead.
Do you have a dairy recommendation if I wanted to source local,
There's really not a lot in Austin, but there's 2 in Seguin.
Okay.
I forgot the names of them because I was just
Where's Seguin near? What town?
near Luling, Texas.
Yeah.
You go through Luling to get there. But no, seriously, if you are in town, I would definitely recommend going to see our place. It's not just a little meat market. We can hold up to 500 cows hanging on the rail. And it's just an amazing thing that 3 of us built that we're feeding people literally across the nation and in our state. And it's just a really cool thing.
You should check out those places, but in Bastrop, there's the Jersey Barnyard, I think, as well. And we source a lot of milk from there. Okay.
Oh yeah, they have milk there at the Jersey Barnyard, huh? Oh, okay, cool. That's awesome, yeah. Thank you guys so much.
Everybody, we are ready to resume, and we're actually transitioning to our afternoon panels. Our panel will kick off with Brandon of Green Candle Investments. He's been busy today interviewing our speakers. He's a podcaster. If you don't know, it's greencandleinvestments.com. .podcast. Okay. Green Candle just is on Twitter, right? It's just Green Candle? IT. There we go. Oh, dude. You're going to get a lot of IT work. All right, and we have Vivek, whom you heard from recently, Sahil, Justin, and you can't have a panel without one of the Bens, so take it away.
All right, y'all. Well, welcome everybody to this great panel here. But yeah, so why don't we start off with like kind of what you guys do in the space. For those who don't know, we'll kind of do like a brief intro. We'll kind of go down the line, and yeah, we'll start it here.
Hi, my name's Vivek. I'm seared salmon, pretty much kind of a jack of all trades. I'm Vice President of Business Development at CoinKite right now, and before that, I did corporate development at Blockstream. And I'm also an advisor to the Mutiny team.
What's up, y'all? I'm Sahil. I'm a product designer. Used to be at Unchained. Now I kind of do my own thing, freelance stuff. Also an advisor to the Bitcoin Talent Company. So if you're looking for a Bitcoin job, check them out.
I'm Justin. I'm the VP of Engineering at Voltage. Been doing Bitcoin stuff for quite a while. Started a few companies, invested in a bunch of companies, advised a bunch. Yeah, just love the space, love meeting the people here.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ben, a Bitcoin person on all the platforms, and I started the Bitcoin company and OpenSats, which is probably more relevant because it's just like a group of advisors, pretty much. Also do a little bit of investing in the space, and basically just try to give advice to everyone else and let them know how I screwed things up so they don't have to.
All right, well, let's talk about that, right? So, I mean, we're definitely in an interesting kind of, Bitcoin and macro time, right? I mean, the Federal Reserve's raising interest rates, money's getting a little bit tighter, and it's a bear market for Bitcoin. So, you guys all have experience when it comes to building and being involved in startups, especially specifically Bitcoin-related startups. So, I'll leave it kind of broad. Like, how do you see the current environment now? Obviously, Bitcoin's a little bit more developed than maybe when you guys started, but a little bit more of a unique macro kind of time. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that. How are you guys seeing it?
It feels like everyone's in pain right now. Maybe 2 years ago, we could just go outside, meet someone in a bar, get like $5 million. Now it's like meet someone in a bar, meet someone at dinner, go to their house, do it all again next month, keep sending monthly updates, get like 500K. But yeah, we're just powering through it. I think Bitcoin's actually more interesting and better than ever. There's a lot of new SecP updates, so a lot of the Schnorr stuff is getting finalized. I think a lot of new startups will come out of that. I've seen a really cool one, I think out of Australia, I want to say, FrostSnap. So yeah, it looks very promising, and I like to see people who are building now versus maybe 2 years ago, because 2 years ago it's like it's the current thing, Right now, it's when I know someone's building right now, they're just kind of in it because they don't know what else to do. It's like it commands their attention. It's a raw passion.
Yeah, I think from like a design perspective, I think things have gotten better in terms of a lot of startups, a lot of Bitcoin companies that are just getting started, like Fedi, for example. They're starting from like a first principles thinking about, hey, what do people want? Like, what do customers actually want, rather than just building something. But I still think there's a big gap between, like Skylar had this great tweet about, you should follow Skylar, by the way. He had this great tweet about what engineers in the Bitcoin space are building and the Venn diagram between what engineers want to build and then what people actually want. And there's just like no overlap pretty much. So I think we're getting better, but yeah, it's could do better.
Yeah, I totally agree. We're much closer than we've ever been to being adoptable. This technology's been really far out for a really long time, We've had booms and busts. Building in these lean times is a thing. You know, it's a different mindset. The money's not so easy, but you build a different way. You know, it's a lean, tiny team. You're talking to actual users, actual customers, and just really targeting traction and people that will care about the thing that you're building, instead of building the biggest team possible by getting a big pile of money. Instead, you're building a customer base, you're building a product. And I love to see the things that come out of these times. It's a lot higher signal.
I'm a bit biased here because I've only built in a bear market. We raised at the very, very top of the market. I think our last money in was at like 63,000 or something. Like, just got wrecked. And our business, at least the Bitcoin company, is all about living on Bitcoin. So we've got like a good core group of customers who, you know, they're 100% in Bitcoin. They have to use something like us no matter what. But the new users are really hard to come by. So I think like the macro environment, to me, it forces you to be lean. Everyone says stay lean, keep your team small, make sure like, you know, everyone's contributing. If you're not lean right now, you're out of business. So like I think that's kind of like a lesson learned, but it has to be learned, or else you're dead. Like, it's all about trying to find some way to make some revenue and survive, or at least cut your burn down. Like, we're not quite profitable, but I can cover like 3 of our 4 salaries with our revenue, so that's awesome. And we weren't there 6 months ago, and so like that takes a lot of stress off your back. Yeah, I'd say like #1 lesson learned of the macro environment is like you have to stay lean. It's not a anecdote. It's a requirement. So especially if you're starting something, you know, pick 1 or 2 good people to go to war with, and make sure you guys are carrying your weight.
Yeah, and it definitely seems like that's got to be, you know, a theme going forward, right? Because the bull run, you get money, like you said, you just go to a bar, one person, $5 million. Like, it's kind of easier to come by, so you don't have to really, you know, evaluate the fat and kind of like, you know, some of the excess that you guys have. But, you know, you kind of went through it there, Ben, about a big lesson that you've learned. And I want to hear from the other 3 of you guys is like, what are some of the lessons that you guys have taken away from building, not only like in this time, but in previous times, if you've kind of gone through some of the bull runs? Like, what are some things that you guys have taken from that to, you know, kind of help you as things go forward and as you guys, you know, continue to build your companies?
I think basically the whole venture game is, I wouldn't say antithetical to Bitcoin, but slightly different. You know, our sound money perspectives don't necessarily align with like 100xing or 1000xing of fun. I'd like to see more businesses that are kind of frowned upon, that VCs make fun of as like lifestyle businesses, that are just, you know, maintaining a solid cash flow in Bitcoin itself, Sats flow per se. And just the appreciation through that might be, help smooth over things, you know, when you need to hire people or need to expand, things like that. I think the valuations go through these violent swings every 4 years in our industry, and it's everyone's best bet right now because we've never had macro headwinds and a bear market. So it's quite interesting, but I'd say at the end of the day, these valuations, you can't just like come up with an arbitrary number and like try to game it and get like multiple VCs and bid it up to like the highest price. At the end of the day, you do need to have something rooted in reality. And that doesn't mean like you need to have like a discounted cash flow model as like a seed startup, but there needs to be some sort of maturity with it, you know, some sort of monetization ideas. Yeah, just some way to get this Sats flow going.
Yeah, so kind of building on what Price was talking about earlier in terms of just trimming fat, I feel like trimming fat off your roadmap in terms of just kind of what I was alluding to earlier in terms of I see a lot of people just starting a new company and they find the next hot engineering thing that sounds cool that they just want to build on without actually validating should this be built? Does anyone want to build it? Does anyone want to use it? Like, Noster's great, but there's like a lot of just, I hear Noster, cool, let's integrate Noster somehow, or like whatever the new current thing is, and without validating, it's like anyone can use this, and that's painful for engineering too, right? It's like you build something and then no one's actually using this. So I think trimming the fat, not just in terms of team, in terms of expenses, but in terms of like, what the heck are we actually building, is probably useful during these times. So.
Yeah, for sure. And we decommissioned like one of our products that nobody was quite using yesterday. There's another one slated to go out in about 2 weeks. It feels so good. But the other thing, like the most painful lesson that I learned was just going too early. When I started building in Bitcoin, I was like, I found it. I was like, this is amazing. I'm going to build a company. So I quit my job and start building a company. Oh my God. That was just a year of straight pain. And, you know, so the best advice would come in like very, very early, which is get your foundation, get a product, validate your market in some way, some tiny bit of traction before you leave the fiat job, you know, to go throw yourself at this full time. Because expecting, you know, VCs to catch you in midair in an environment like this, especially, is really unrealistic, and that's gonna hurt. That's my best like dragon parable for this phrase, I guess.
It's got totally wrecked. They stole the two things. I want to reiterate, I guess, what Sahil said, because I do think that's probably the most important is, again, trim the fat. Like if someone's not carrying their weight on a 3-person team, you can tell. If someone's not carrying their weight on a 15-person team, it's much easier to slide through the cracks. And when you're starting a company, like that's unacceptable. But this is something I struggle with and still do, is just like building all over the place. This last week, I kind of went through an exercise of like, in 1 year, like what's the one thing I want to build? Like if you can actually narrow it down to one thing. And for us, I really want to get Bitcoin buys and sells out onto our platform. We've been talking about it for a long time. And like, frankly, when you narrow down your focus to something like that, you can say, all right, there's like 3 things we have to do. Like they might be big and they might be like extensive, but you know, do thing 1, thing 2, and thing 3, and your goal will be achieved. And frankly, if you can narrow it down to 1 or 2 things like that, it gives you a lot of focus. And what I've struggled with is like building a little product line here, and you either like don't market it enough or there's not enough traction. Like typically you find like your breadwinner is going to be 1 or 2 things. And so I think just like staying focused in terms of product as well is really important. And then what you said, I didn't follow your advice. I did quit my job, and but I was prepared to kind of like live on my own terms for 6 to 9 months while I was like proving concept out with the company. And what that did for me was like we didn't really have like a pre-seed round. Like I almost bootstrapped it with my good buddy Ben, but by the time we raised, we were like pretty far down the roadmap of like, here's what we want to do. We didn't quite have like an MVP or anything, but like we knew there was a model, and we knew exactly what like we were going to be doing for the next 3 to 4 months. And so like that's much easier story to tell. And plus, you know, VCs or any venture money or angel money, they like to see that you have some like skin in the game, and you're not just like asking them on day 1 for $1 million because of some like random unvalidated idea. So I do think if you can double team it for like, you know, 6 months while you're at your job, prove concept, even do user testing, figure out a real revenue model that will work. Pitching that will get you, frankly, like a much better valuation and much higher success rate, I think.
No worries. But yeah, I want to talk a little bit about the venture capital side of things, like when it comes to raising money, right? I mean, so one, do you guys like have a specific, I guess, target when it comes to venture capitalists? Are you looking for Bitcoin only venture capitalists? Are you more open to, you know, I guess somebody else who's maybe got money in the space in some way, shape, or form, or is kind of trying to dip their toe into Bitcoin? And like, how do you kind of evaluate those venture capitalists when it comes to, you know, essentially they're somewhat of a partner, right? I mean, like they're helping fund, so they're gonna help advise you in some way, shape, or form. So how are you guys evaluating those kind of things?
So I've been part of a founding team for like a regular fitness startup, but I've not founded a Bitcoin startup. So I've had the privilege of meeting like many VCs that have had these unicorns per se, exited with things like Ring and stuff. So I've learned a lot. There's a guy named Mark Suster from this venture fund called Upfront Ventures, and he has a saying called lines, not dots, and I tend to agree with him. And what that means is essentially you want to see how someone progresses over time, how they've faced adversity. Nothing's ever going to be perfect, and you will meet this founder that has absolutely eaten shit. Like, everything has gone wrong for them. But even if they fail, you want to see like how they recovered from it, how they handled the situation, and then based on that, you'll know whether you want to work with them, whether that's a founder, whether that's a VC, things like that. And then particularly in the Bitcoin industry, I think it tends to be people I've known for a while, at least like 3 years, how they've reacted with various like proposals, how they felt about things like full RBF, like where do we fall on these things? Because that will really split up just even your cap table. So aside from that, then the final, I guess, third thing would be my blind spots. I can't be the best at everything, and I would love to have like an advisor or someone I could kind of delegate to be the subject matter expert in things, so I can just call on them when needed. Because you'll literally be spread so thin that you'll probably just be screwing up because of your lack of sleep.
Nice. Yeah, love all that. I'm definitely not an expert when it comes to fundraising and stuff. I mean, I had my own company, but I was literally a child. But my instinct says if you are raising from a team, you probably, especially if they're getting a board seat, you probably want someone who's strongly ideologically aligned with you. So someone like a 1031, who's, if that's the way you lean. But these guys would definitely know a lot more than me about that.
Yeah, you had great advice, Vivek. I don't have that much to add except the Bitcoin-only VCs are fairly new, so I've never raised around Bitcoin-only VCs. So that's going to be cool. I don't know. And the other point was that you do make sure that you, let's see, one of the biggest mistakes that I made early, with my first company, was we had one big investor that was our entire first round, and they just took all control of the company. And that was a total mess. So make sure that you get a nice diversified cap table, even if a lot of the other people are coming in, maybe they're not investing, but make sure that you have other stakeholders that can kind of defend you, that have your side, no matter how the group of funders works out, because you don't know them that well, and we all change over time, especially in challenging scenarios like building a business is. So as they change, as you change, you want to make sure that there's a broad enough group that you know that you'll have allies, or hope that you'll have allies, or maybe you screwed up. I don't know.
We had a unique round when I fundraised for the Bitcoin company. Again, we kind of bootstrapped it through the initial point when you would raise, when it was kind of just idea phase. So we had something tangible to point to. But we actually had our lead investor, this happened to be a blessing, they signed a term sheet and then pulled out at the last minute, which is very unusual. Caught us off guard, like you said, some people, shit just always happens. If it wasn't that, it would have been something else. But what we ended up doing was just scrambling, and I think our biggest check was $400K, our smallest check was $10K, and we had, a couple syndicates with hundreds of people in it. So we had a really diversified round, and that's led to a couple things. Basically, we've got full control of our company. No one person has a ton of say. They can't throw their weight around and say okay, you have to listen to me because I'm 50% of your round. So that's been nice. The downside there is some of the most helpful advisors actually are going to be your angels. They're the people with the most skin in the game. Personally, I've found, frankly, angels and just random friends to be more to usually be more helpful than I would say your average Bitcoin VC. Bitcoin VCs are relatively nascent. I would say a lot of them aren't, sorry guys, a lot of them aren't like the most sophisticated. You're not gonna get like, necessarily like, a connection to the politician that you need, or like, someone like high up in the SEC. No, some of them are. Some of them are really well connected and extremely professional, and they are getting better. But if you're looking for like true help and connections, your traditional VC, like a fintech VC or a retail VC, is probably going to be more helpful, because they're going to have a portfolio of hundreds of products or hundreds of companies, just generally more connections, more time in the industry. The problem with that is you're going to have to spend a lot of time explaining to them what the hell Bitcoin is, and if you are a Bitcoin only company, that's another thing. So usually before these conversations, you're like, this is what Bitcoin is, we're not crypto, and here's why. And if you can get past that hurdle, which it's not a 5-minute conversation, that's like a 3-month massage. So that's the challenging part. So like, I guess I'm kind of rambling here, but I'm like, if you're really early stage and you're Bitcoin only and you don't need a ton of money, I'd say go after like a Bitcoin investor, but don't expect them to be like the most helpful moving mountains for you. Later stages, like where we are now, where we're about to raise another round, we're actually looking at some more targeted like fintech VCs, because one, like the valuation will be better, but also the Bitcoin VCs will follow in. But these guys will actually be more helpful. They've launched hundreds of products, whereas a lot of Bitcoin VCs, you might have to treat them as money, and not necessarily as much of an advisor as could be most helpful. Now, that's not true for everyone, but I think like on a sliding scale, that's probably accurate.
Yeah, that's all great stuff, but I want to dive into a little bit about building a team, right? So there's part of it, right? The VC, right? Getting the money kind of to back it, but the next step is like, making sure you have the right team around you guys. So, outside of maybe just, getting to know them as your friend, or, maybe meeting them at a meetup or something along those lines, how do you guys evaluate, bringing somebody on and kind of, going through it that way? Or if like, maybe even somebody here or something is like looking to get into a Bitcoin related startup, like what are some things that they can do to kind of help themselves, make you guys or somebody else maybe feel comfortable to bring them on?
Proof of work, applying is for chumps. It's like someone who wants to like stand in line for things. Like, you just got to figure out a way to get inside somehow. You don't have to follow the trad path, And proof of work could be a deal you closed if you're a sales guy that you're very proud of, or it could be a project that you built if you're a dev at a hackathon, And there's a bunch of hackathons, and it's like these patterns, like I said, the lines, not the dots. As you see these people over the years, over and over and over, you'll build these relationships naturally, and it's organic. It's not as artificial as like, hey, like, are you hiring right now? In that kind of interaction, it's a lot more forced and artificial, so it doesn't really work out in the way you would want. And I'd highly encourage like contract work and internships, maybe even after you guys worked together in the past at hackathons and stuff, maybe this isn't the project that you're actually suitable for, and you discover that through the contract work. Like there's just maybe communication issues, things like that, but then it's no hard feelings, You just explored a small project and it just wasn't gonna work out, so everyone just split and all the relationships are fine. But it's bad when you force it and you continue down the path and then everyone wastes their time, they waste money. So just proof of work, like just do. There's nothing better than actually doing the thing.
Yeah, I agree with the contract work. It can be like, it almost feels like it's like a trial run. It's like a test to see like, oh, does this make sense or not? And you can continue there. Obviously, fully agree with proof of work. I mean, I got my Unchained job because obviously you have the design work, but I wrote this article about how to self-custody with multi-sig using Caravan, which is the open source software. And like a big part of what designers do is like having deep domain knowledge about what you're building on, like first principles understanding about what you're building on. And without that, it's hard to be an effective designer. So I think that proof of work kind of led to that. So yeah, fully agree with what Vivek was saying.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Coming both ways. Yeah, and let's see. So this is this like layer 0 is people sort of thing, right? And this community is so vibrant, and people are always getting together and talking and meeting and mingling, and that's really great. Much more so than normal engineering. You know, it's like regular programming jobs and things is much more segmented, but it's very much about meeting the people, like very aggressively, not just doing the work. Like I think that that's super important, and having something to point at, like, look, here's my GitHub repository. Like I promise that I'm interested in this, and I do stuff. But go meet the people on both sides of that. You know, both as hirers and as applicants, if you will. And I agree, applying is for chumps. Although we hire people all the time, whatever. But it's not the best way to get a job.
Skip the line.
Definitely skip the line. Meet them at conferences. They have a booth. Go talk to them, engage them. Find the engineer that works on the thing that you think is cool and talk to them about their problems. Because those are going to be some of the funnest conversations you have at that whole event anyway. So, meet these people. We're all humans. And that goes both ways. If you've got a company and you're at a conference, like find new talent that way. It's out there.
Also, you can apply to a job. It's like, it's okay. Our company, or TBC, started because I showed up to BitBlock Boom, I don't know, a few years ago, 4 years ago, something like that. Met Carman, met a bunch of literally the best people I've ever met in my life, and started building those relationships until I got comfortable enough. I don't know how long I knew you for, like a year or two, before I was just like, here's the idea, let's build it. And we agreed. So like, you really do have to build out these relationships. You can't just walk up to strangers and show them a resume. Like, no one gives a shit about your resume. I will also say, like, so you have to build strong relationships, especially if you're like planning to forge a company and like go to battle with these people. You don't want to do that with a stranger. You want to do that with someone you literally know would take a bullet for you. But you also, like, talent churns. Like, Carman's no longer with our company, and you have to kind of improvise. And we found our lead front-end engineer because he got turned down by Strike. The feedback for him was, you need to do some proof of work. And so he started contributing to Zeus Wallet, was doing a great job. I was asking Evan Kalutis, who's an advisor of ours, like, hey, I need to hire a front-end engineer. And he said, this new guy just started working with us, and he's looking, like, there's nothing better than a recommendation. I will throw away 100 resumes in lieu of one really solid recommendation. And that's not to say that hasn't blown up in our face. Like, we made a hire at OpenSats that did not work out based on a rec. So another thing I've learned just from the hiring side of things is, like, while it is great to work with friends, it creates, like, you guys better have a strong friendship. Like, I've found our top tier employees, and my sample size is pretty small. We have a team of 4, but I've like hired and had to let probably 15 to 20 people go. That's because at one point we were growing too fast, and I needed to learn my own lesson to stay lean. But it was also because I just like gave my friends chances, and our relationship was different, where they're like, oh, this is the fun Ben who's always, drinking with me at Shiners. That's not how it needs to be at work. You need to have a professional way to go about these things, and you need to, like, there's time to have fun and there's time to work. And I've found that you should be aligned on the Bitcoin and like culture side of things and how you think about life, probably, or morals. But hiring your best friend is not always going to work out great. So I would say be really careful with that. But like, acquaintances that I've met at BitDevs, like, that's a perfect example of like someone you could probably like really build a good team with. But the last thing would be like trial periods. There's nothing worse than like letting someone go. So if you like set the expectation up front, like, hey, this is a 2-month trial period, 3-month trial period, we're going to evaluate at the end of that whether we want to do a full-time thing with you, or like, I feel like that's the way to go, and it sets the expectation that like, hey, you do need to show up, and then there will be a reward. There will be like kind of a longer term payout for you, but we need to see how we work together. There's nothing that can destroy a team like a bad hire, I think. So you got to be really careful and be ready to cut ties if it's not working. It sucks, but there's nothing worse than like working with a shitty person, especially if you're the one carrying the weight. So that would be my advice.
Yeah, and that's all great stuff. And, you know, back to like the trial period, kind of like what you guys were talking about, you know, I don't even think that's specific to like Bitcoin related companies now. I think a lot of companies just in general in like the fiat world are doing like a 3 to 6 month kind of trial period and then offering you a full-time position after that. So, you know, I think that's just kind of the environment we're getting in. Everybody's getting a little bit more tight when it comes to money and finding the right people. But I think where time is up, or do we have time for one more question? All right, yeah, we'll take some questions from the crowd, I guess, if anybody's got any. Austin.
I'm curious about what you think about more of a boss kind of path into a company versus the traditional VC path. It seems like that's opening up more and more, and like Zeus seems kind of like a success in that. I'm sure there's many others.
I think it's probably the best time ever to be a FOSS dev. You have Ben Price right here, you know, on the board of OpenSats. Yeah, so like your FOSS work is part of the portfolio, like we said. That'll help you get the trial run, and you might not even need to do the trial run. You could probably just get a grant if you like that lifestyle too, you know. Some people would just like to focus on the code, and I think that's the really important thing. Referring back to Sahil and Skylar's tweet, it's know thyself. Do you really want to build something that needs to deliver a return and make money, or do you want to solve really hard R&D problems? And it's okay, you can do whatever you want, but you just have to be really self-aware and not conflate it.
Yeah, that's a great point. And can someone remind me what the question was again?
FOSS devs.
Yeah, FOSS devs. Yeah, I think FOSS Bitcoin design is pretty tough. I don't know, I found it pretty challenging. I think Alex Leishman at River had a really great tweet about, I think he was talking about how he hires excellent operators and excellent people with great skill and not necessarily like, oh, I'm a Bitcoiner first. So maybe that's counter to a little bit of what we talked about. But I would say like don't forego, if you're a designer, don't forego like the actual skills of being a designer rather than just like, oh yeah, I'm a Bitcoiner, I know about Bitcoin. So
I don't have anything to add to that.
Just because it's very relevant to this question, I would say like OpenSats is a 501c3 that its literal sole purpose is to support open source devs who like otherwise you know would work at Facebook. Like there is the tragedy of the commons in FOSS, and I think like we're in a really unique spot where we just got a $10 million grant. We've allocated about $3 million. So if you do have an open source idea, even if you're kind of a one-man team or you want to build something on top of, I don't know, like any open source tooling, there is funding out there. Whether you go directly to an exchange, which is more for like long-term core devs, but if you are, you know, just like hacking around on open source ideas, now there is funding mechanism through OpenSat. So I think that really does open the door, whereas the answer to this question probably would have changed before. So I'd say like, but you do have to show up. Like even when we're considering people to fund, like anyone who has a track record and 5 years of GitHub history contributing to open source stuff is going to take precedent over a newbie. Like no one wants to give away tons of money to a new person. But I think like, man, if you can find a product that you are comfortable open sourcing and you actually get public contributions without paying, especially like how could that not be a great way to run a business? Like I'm jealous of what like Evan Kaludis and probably these guys at Mutiny will have pretty soon. Like you have a bunch of nerds out there like Ben Carman who will just like build on your stuff. So I think it's like if you can, you really probably should open source. Like it just makes a ton of sense. One last thing, because I know this is about advising or like maybe even picking an advisory board. This is something that one of my really good advisors directed me to do. Is like a lot of times you just like pick your friends, and that's like the difference between I think like these kind of stupid startups like us without like long-term founders and like the Silicon Valley unicorns. Is like every single one of those Silicon Valley unicorns will have a board of advisors who's like pristine and elite. And so like I'm not saying that makes the company, but there is like some like consistency there. And then the next thing is like how do you pick that board? One really good piece of advice, and this is something I still need to go through. I don't have like a board of advisors officially, but one of my best advisors, who is like kind of running a unicorn, he has a pretty simple framework of if you want your company to 10 or 100x, what are the 8 problems you're gonna have? Maybe it's merger and acquisition. Maybe it's if you're someone like me, it's like I need someone with extreme knowledge of Visa and MasterCard. Maybe it's someone who's like a social media marketing guru. I don't know. But usually you can pick out like 1 or 2 really easy ones like that for yourself. But if you sit down and force yourself to pick out 8 subject matter experts and you say like, if I want to 10x or 100x, these are the problems that I'm gonna have that I'm not comfortable solving. And then going and trying to find literally the best person. Maybe it's fucking Mark Zuckerberg. Like, I don't know. You shouldn't sell yourself short on advisors. Some of these people and the connections that they bring and the confidence that they will give you, and like from an outsider's perspective and from an insider's perspective, it's incredible. And a lot of these people work for free. They'll work for a little bit of equity. So I'd say like if you can sit down and put those 8 buckets down of like, I really need a merger and acquisition expert, and then go through like not only your network but ask your friends and pick out like literally the #1 person you ever could and go develop a relationship with them. That's like some really good advice that I actually need to go through now. But I didn't know who should be an advisor. Like, you know, when I first started, it was like, hey, like Gigi, you're my friend and smart. Like, that's not really the best way to do it. I think it's like, you know, I need someone that has, you know, extensive knowledge of card issuing or card acquisition. So that's like a tangible thing you can kind of walk away from and write down on a piece of paper like 8 bullet points and 8 subject matter experts.
Yeah, that's great stuff. Do you guys have anything to add when it comes to like picking advisors, those kind of things?
Less around picking advisors, but do communicate to them. Like, that's one of the things I've seen a lot of people drop the ball on. It's like, I have this great, you know, team of people, and maybe it's investors, but send a monthly email. You know, make sure you get that out so that they can build the lines, so that you're not just a dot. They see progress, and you can actually solicitate, you know, feedback better. Because, you know, if somebody's been getting monthly updates for 6 months, and once you can ask them for a 5-minute call, and then it's not just all total context dumping. So make sure that you talk to them.
Yeah, I think it's concerning when it's radio silence, like for 8 months, and then last 2 months, it's like, hey, we're almost at a runway. Your advisors are also a bit pressed on time, and they probably can't help you. So the communication aspects are crucial. I think that Ben made a great point about picking out people that cover your blind spots and are also their domain experts with proven success. And then finally, I think you just gotta be prepared that everything's gonna go wrong. Like, even after all of this, everything's still gonna go wrong, and you just gotta keep picking yourself up and dealing with it. And it's not like a fad or something. When you take in money, you're like married to a VC or a fund for 10 years, and they have their own investors, which are called LPs, and they could renegotiate that fund for 2 more years. So it's like a 12-year marriage. And then now, because of the macro environment, there's funds coming out with like 15 years. So these are very long-term things that need to be very well thought out. Yep.
Do you have anything to add, or are you good? All right. Well, I think that's good. Does anybody else have any more questions for the panel up here? Topher, let's see it.
What do you guys think about business to business? Like, not just hiring employees and advisors, but like actually forging partnerships with other companies in the space?
Yes. Do that, or we do that, and we love it. We've had a lot of success with it. The people building companies in this space are the coolest people. So like, if you want to like go that way instead of like to consumers, that's a great target.
Well, I guess, I don't know. My addition to that question is like, how do you determine like what businesses to partner with and that kind of thing?
I think things ebb and flow, like I said, in these cycles. Because we're in a harder time, the thing I'd want to talk about is revenue concentration. If your startup is B2B and like 50% of your revenue is from one person, you need to be damn sure you don't lose that one person. Also, in hard times like this, if all your companies are also, all the companies you're selling to are not profitable and have VC and they can't raise, then they're going to go under and you lose your clients. So they'll try to renege with you, and then you'll be lucky if you get like 50% on the same terms you got like 2 years ago. You know, all those SLAs will change. So it's very hectic, and that's where, like Ben said, maybe you need a solid account manager guy who has a Rolodex, and they don't really care about the money because these guys are like lifelong friends, and they hang out at Burning Man every year, you know? So things like that. There's always hacks.
Matters on like a case-by-case basis. I mean, if you're like TBC is mostly a direct-to-consumer product, but we're we're actively like looking for business-to-business partners to scale that side of our business up. But we for sure we're like 100% consumer right now, and we're more actively now trying to find businesses to, frankly, it's like B2B to C. It's like get us in front of more customers. So it's like, you know, I should partner with CoinKite or like Ledger or Trezor and say like, put us on your app dashboard. But it's different on a case-by-case basis. Like I will say the sales cycles for businesses, maybe at like Bitcoin startups is a little better, but like if you're going after Fortune 500 big enterprises, be prepared for like a 2-year sales cycle and huge revenues, but like you're gonna have to work for that, and you're probably gonna need like a dedicated sales team. Whereas B2C, what's nice is like it's like slow and steady, but it's consistent, and like every month we're up and to the right because I know more of our customers are telling a few more people. Now, could I land the amount of revenue we do with like, you know, landing one giant business customer? Yes, but like there's concentration risk there. I would also say like it's much easier when you have a relationship. Like I can talk to Vivek or I can talk to any of these guys as a friend and not like pitching them as some like cold call marketer saying like, you know, I'll help your crypto business grow. Like that's not gonna work in the Bitcoin only space. So showing up to these events, like developing those relationships makes it so much easier. So you're obviously doing the right thing, Tope.
And so in a bear market, retail is king.
It's consistent, like especially if you're working on these shady companies that are gonna go out of business when the first thing bad happens. Like all your customers are gonna be gone. So our core customer base right now are like hardcore Bitcoiners who are living off Bitcoin. I would love to see a bull run and get like my mom to use it because like Bitcoin's pumping, she's finally ready to sell some. But like I know our core customer base is basically not going anywhere. And like when things start to grow, you'll get I guess like lower value customers who aren't like loyal to your brand, but you will, you know, like it's just like a different sales cycle. Like right now we're building our champions, and in a bull market you're just like kind of like sell an ad, put an ad out there and tell people you exist. I think
a few of your champions are in the audience.
Yeah, I think so. If you guys do use us, thank you very much. We do appreciate it.
All right, so yeah, everybody give it a round of applause for the panel up here. Thanks so much, guys. All right. Well, yeah, I guess I know that everybody probably heard your guys' speech a little bit earlier, but why don't you guys introduce yourselves and yeah, tell us a little bit about what you're building real quick.
Name is Francisco Chavarria. I'm the founder and CEO of Yopaki. We're an international exchange focused in Mexico and US as the main jurisdictions. I'm actually pretty grateful to have Santiago here today. Yopaki's CTO, Carlos Chita, was supposed to make it out here, but because of the hurricane, the flight did not happen. So, and Gustavo, who's also helping us with some marketing collateral, he wasn't able to make it. So I appreciate you substituting for this awesome panel.
Yeah, no worries. I'm glad to be here as well. Glad to talk to you and with Brandon about the Mexico ecosystem. So I was here a couple hours ago talking to you guys about Cardiff BTC, Mexican Bitcoin mining company seeking to power the Bitcoin network with Mexican untapped energy resources. And as of now, our main focus, as we were saying, is biogas Bitcoin mining. So yeah, also excited to talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, and it's great stuff. So obviously you guys are both building Bitcoin-related companies in Mexico, right? I mean, we're here in Austin. We got PlebLab, Bitcoin Commons. It's a big Bitcoin culture here, but it seems like you guys are kind of at the forefront building the Mexican Bitcoin culture. So, where do you guys think you guys, I guess, are kind of in this development? And where do you kind of see it going?
I'll start on that. So, had you asked this question maybe a year ago, the answer would have been more sour, right? But in the past 12 months, I honestly think there's a resurgence of Mexican entrepreneurs, whether we live in Austin or in Mexico, that are starting to see all the potential. Mining, exchanges, education. There's a lot going on down there. So there's benefits and there's layers to that. In my case, obviously being in Austin around Bitcoiners, I get inspired by some of the best developers in the Bitcoin space in the world. And ironically, we connected through one of your co-founders because of an announcement we made here at SatsBy back in South by Southwest in Austin. So there's definitely that Austin effect that is rippling into Latin America, in our case specific to Mexico. So the potential is just huge. And it's not like Mexico's a secret, right? South of the border, 120 million people. We kind of talked about this last time. 30 million Mexicans living in the US. It's a huge market, but it's been difficult. Thank goodness for places like PlebLab and the Commons that have a space where we can talk about our projects and our vision for the Mexican market.
Yeah, so one thing that I think really is special in the case of Mexico, of course, as Francisco was saying, the Bitcoin ecosystem is growing. Like, I've been in this for a couple of years, and in the couple of years that I've been in this, I've seen the growth personally. A lot of more people in Mexico interested in Bitcoin or so on. But all the time, you're in Twitter or Nostr, and most of the Bitcoiners that live here in the United States, you're gonna listen to them, talking about how the government is doing crappy stuff, how they're inefficient, and so on. But it would be hard for you guys to imagine how sometimes it's way, way worse in Mexico. For example, the example that I gave when we were talking, we opened a Delaware corporation here in the United States, and it took like 48 hours or something like that. But to open the company in Mexico, it took 6 months. So that's what's stopping us, really, and it's just like people like Francisco and I, my co-founders, Gustavo, Carlos, I think that's what's really making it grow. It's from the bottom up. That's what we're building it. A lot of passion, hard work, and mostly education. For example, Max, my co-founder, and I, before we even worked at the Bitcoin mining project, we began a little education project. And the guys from El Salvador in Mi Primer Bitcoin, they gave us some classes to not teach us about Bitcoin, but to teach us how to teach about Bitcoin. And we went to Max's university, we went to my university. Right now, when we're coming back to Mexico, we're going to a couple of high schools. So, we, as Bitcoiners, I think that everyone here is on the same page as I and Francisco. And we cannot wait for the government or institutions, syndicates to do it. It's just people going out there and working by themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems like, you guys building these things, to operate in Mexico is a little bit more of a hurdle, and I kind of want to dive into that a little bit more, right? In the end, it's probably going to make you guys more resilient, your company's more resilient, but You brought up one of the hurdles. Like, what are some of the difficulties that you guys have gone through, just kind of building your startups and, trying to operate a Bitcoin company in Mexico?
I guess besides the obvious of being Bitcoin only, super challenging, especially for a country that is very interested in, all the shit coins and the Web3 and all of that. That's a huge hurdle to get through. Mexico specifically, and I think we might have talked about it last time, has a fintech law that is exclusive to the country that prevents a lot of entrepreneurs, or at least scares them from doing what we're trying to achieve. And diving back into that education aspect, I think that's where it really starts. Once you start pushing that content and that education, before you know it, you have a group of co-founders making a flight from Mexico to present in front of a bunch of Bitcoiners. So which is awesome. I think it is important for companies like ours to exist and to persevere. I know Sahil and Ben talked about this. Sometimes it's nuts to just, and I think it was Vivek too, that you just fall down and you have to get back up. This is the case 100% in Mexico. You have to fall maybe 10 times and you got to keep going. The importance of companies like ours and any future Mexican companies will lay the path for the younger generation that will start understanding why Bitcoin only.
Yeah, and related a little bit to what you were saying, for example, right now Francisco and Yopaki, they're planning the Mexico's first block party, that's the name. So we're planning that, and I've invited, for example, some friends that they're not even Bitcoiners, but I just want them to go and to get to know the space. And their first impression is kind of, well, but you're just trying to make money off of me, and it's like, so for that, it's really difficult to get people to understand that part, that sometimes we don't do it for the money, we're not in this to become rich quickly. We're not shitcoiners, obviously. We're low time preference people, and we're passionate about that. So sometimes it's really hard to make people understand that part, and you can't spend all your time, like Satoshi said, if you don't get it or you don't understand it, I can't waste my time with you. And sometimes you want to do that, you want to do it with your pals, with your family. But I mean, that's not just unique of Mexico. I think that you have that problem a little bit all around the world. So it's just you maybe leading by example, like precisely we're trying to do with founding companies so that they can see what's the real impact that this can have in the world and that this is actually technology for good.
Yeah, I mean, really excited about the block party. I think you guys are going to do great things there. So I kind of want to dive into that a little bit as well because, it seems like there's a lot of regulations kind of slowing around building Bitcoin companies in Mexico. So, when you're approaching these businesses and other things like that to throw a block party, like what's been the overall response? Like, did you have any difficulty trying to, get businesses or even people like, you kind of voice some of your opinions of your friends' opinions that you're trying to make money off of them. Have you kind of noticed that same thing, or are you getting more of a different response?
For the block party specifically, we have built out relationships that we've had maybe from our fiat jobs. It definitely helps. And the approach, as you mentioned, it's not just, hey, come and, basically become rich. In fact, I've had that comment too, where it's, hey, I mean, you guys, you're just, trying to make money. And to that I said, it's okay, we're just charging you half a Bitcoin to attend. But no, I mean, we do have a locals discount. Basically, if you can't afford it, reach out to us. We don't want this to be an excuse to not enjoy the party. And really, it's a celebration of not just Bitcoin, but of freedom. In Mexico, the month of September is Independence Day or Independence Month. And there's a lot of patriotic festivities pretty much all month. So doing that on that specific month has multiple purposes. It's not just, Viva Mexico, the independence. It's also, we're rooting for freedom. We're rooting for financial independence. Let us teach you why we feel this way. It's definitely not a maximalist party. if you're a maximalist, you're welcome, because there will be plebs attending from Austin and, you know, from other places, you know, in the world. But going back to I guess to the original hurdle, if you mentioned the companies, you know, one thing that we've been truly humbled about is the reception that we've had, even from the companies that don't truly understand it, and they want to get involved and say, hey, we noticed that you're doing this. How can we participate? We like to have speakers, you know, we like to have a presence. And to me, that's just a green light of, okay, so Mexico is ready to make some moves. Not to get too ahead, because I cannot make the official announcement here, but it's the announcement of the announcement. But during the party, there will be a very significant announcement from one of the participants that we strongly think will start opening bigger opportunities to have Bitcoin as a really foundation in Mexico. It's gonna be big. So the announcement of the announcement.
Yeah, so I don't really know what the announcement is, but I have something in mind. Probably most of the people here, you've heard of Ricardo Salinas in Bitcoin conference and so on. So on one side of the Mexico ecosystem, we do have like these big fish or these big whales. And of course they can do a lot of impact to impulse Bitcoin adoption in Mexico. But completely on the other side, you know, like a couple of months ago, I remember having a conversation with this little kid. I don't know him for no reason. I was just talking on the street, and I have a couple of Bitcoin stickers on my computer, and he asked me like, hey, Bitcoin, no sé qué esto. And he was just like, you know, he is like these kids that are on the street and they will wash your car or something. And, you know, I started talking with him and so on, and I gave him $10 in Bitcoin. I helped him open a little wallet. And that's where, you know, like you realize that this is where we really need the technology. It's just that people are not well informed about it. But once that they are well informed and that they know how Bitcoin can empower them, can empower their lives, can give them financial freedom, I think that that's really where it's going to explode, Bitcoin adoption in Mexico, because everyone needs it, you know. And I mean, there's so much poverty in Mexico, a lot of inequality, and we cannot wait for the governments to come and save us, you know. It's not going to happen. Even if they care, they don't care, but even if they care, it's not going to happen. And the only way that's going to happen is this. And I do think that in a couple of years, even today, as Francisco was saying, a year ago, this discussion would have been way more sour. But I'm very confident to say that maybe in a year or 2 years from now, we're going to be talking about a big adoption in Mexico, and you're going to see a lot of companies adopting it, and not just companies, but small businesses, little taco restaurants in the street, and so on. And I'm pretty confident about that.
Yeah, I'll add something else to that. The other thing that's been both humbling and exciting is not just companies in Mexico or institutions, educational institutions, but Bitcoin companies in the US have been really supportive. Sometimes even just hey, I noticed what you're doing. It's pretty cool. It's way overdue. Stuff like that really gets us going, because up to this point, it hasn't been done for, you know, the number of reasons we listed at the beginning. But getting those messages and those conversations amongst Bitcoin companies, sometimes even potentially competitors, it's still okay, because we've talked about this. Mexico is a huge country, so we do believe it's a big pie, and I think that all of us can coexist and can adapt different strategies. So that's something I'm super optimistic about in terms of just even companies that are Bitcoin only supporting what we're all doing at the end of the day. So.
Yeah, I want to add something to what Francisco was saying. I do agree that American companies have been very supportive, and there's a very, very famous quote in Mexico that says, "Pobre México, tan cerca de Estados Unidos y tan lejos de Dios," which translated means poor Mexico, so close to the United States, but so far away from God. And, you know, this is kind of paradoxical, because, in fact, you know, most of the Bitcoin adoption that we see today is thank you to, or things that we are literally next to the United States. You know, if we were a little bit more south, we maybe would be seeing ourselves like we see Venezuela or Nicaragua today, but also our proximity to the United States has been very good for Mexico, and especially because we have a very, very complicated political scene. So I do think that it's very relevant what he was mentioning. So I just wanted to jump in with that quote that's very famous.
Yeah, that's great stuff. But I mean, you mentioned the political landscape, right? I mean, so it seems like a lot of the hurdles that you guys are going to face or have already faced are, you know, more on the regulatory side. It seems like it's more of a grassroots movement, right? You guys have had some connections with some business owners. You're throwing this block party. So, you know, what kind of, I guess, hurdles do you foresee, or maybe something that worries you when it comes to, you know, this development of potential like regulations around, you know, the political landscape when it comes to, you know, adopting Bitcoin in Mexico?
That's a good question because it constantly changes and evolves. As a matter of fact, there's presidential elections next year in the country at the same time as the US. So that does present its own set of challenges. As Bitcoiners, we don't really have just the one party, right? We have more libertarian views. However, there are some that are more friendly to Bitcoin than others, and there are some that are friendly to Bitcoin for personal purposes. So it's difficult because of that. As far as some of the biggest challenges, I really think it's still going to be the educational aspect. One of the biggest threats to the users and, you know, therefore to the companies is still going to be the sharecoins. It's still, to me, that's a huge threat because it confuses people. And once they get wrecked, they have a really hard time trusting again. So Mexican culture is very loving, very trusting. But if you break that, it's very difficult to come back from that. You're done, right? So as an individual, you can get wrecked and then you can reach your maximalist status personally. But as a culture, getting wrecked because of other companies doing that kind of, you know, rug pulls, that's difficult. So that's why the educational aspect is still, again, fundamental. I see that as one of the biggest hurdles and threats. Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think that we need a little bit of education like you guys are doing in the United States, for example, with Bitcoin Policy Institute. That is they are not worried about educating the people. Of course they do that, but they are worried about educating the regulators, because precisely the regulators may have this problem and this may be a threat to Bitcoin. You know, they might say like, oh, we see the FTX scam, and they don't understand what this technology is, and they regulate it the same way that they might regulate other shitcoins. So yeah, I think that is a big threat. But another threat that I see is, for example, well, here in the United States it's different because right now you have a bunch of candidates that talk about Bitcoin, like RFK, Vivek, Ron DeSantis, the mayor of Miami, and so on. But in Mexico, there is not really any candidate that talks about that. What maybe worries me a little bit, and I was talking about this with John a couple of minutes ago, is that maybe once they realize the power of this, they are going to try to use it to their advantage, and they are going to make the public see Bitcoin with a negative lens. Once they see how powerful is Bitcoin and they try to stack a bunch of sats or try to use it in many ways that they can use it, then maybe the public can be scared about it. And it's definitely not what we Bitcoiners believe or try to do with this technology.
Yeah, I agree. And then the other threat that I guess we kind of ignored, which is huge, is the CBDC that in Mexico has officially been announced. It's been delayed. It was supposed to come out next year. But I don't know if you guys are familiar with Agustin Carstens. He's one of the biggest memes in Bitcoin space. It's this, you know, huge guy that knows nothing about, really has to take an time to understand Bitcoin. And he's the guy that really optimistically said, hey, we're coming out to save you. CBDC is the future. That would be even a bigger threat than, you know, the NFTs and the shitcoins. Because then in that sense, they would be doing something similar to what they're doing in Thailand soon, which is, hey, here's a wallet, here's $10. By the way, you have to use them or it expires, which that's scary, right? For a country like Mexico, that would be scary.
Yeah, I didn't even think about CBDCs, but ironically, maybe the only senator in Mexico that has talked about making Bitcoin legal tender is the same senator that proposed the CBDC bill. So it's like, what the F, man? Like,
Yeah, and I mean, it definitely seems like that could be, obviously a hurdle not only in Mexico but in a lot of countries around the globe. So, I mean, as far as you guys have brought up like education, right? So, have you noticed any, I guess, developing movements in Mexico when it comes to, not only like educating, the average pleb, the average person, but kind of moving towards, educating potential regulators?
Oof. You never know, what is said, how far it reaches. So gotta be careful, because we don't want to make enemies either. Yeah, I mean, there's a really large exchange that kind of tries to do that. I'll be super stoic on my answer on that. Yeah, they're trying to do that, but there's different interests. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that.
yeah, well, that's what connecting to my previous point. I think we are missing those kind of initiatives. But I mean, also like Bitcoin Policy Institute, or for example, Texas Bitcoin Council, or Let's Orange Pill Texas. I was chatting with him a while ago. Like, these movements are also kind of new here, and it's gonna take a little bit of time. But I definitely see that happening sometime soon, and we need that. Like, it's pretty urgent.
Yeah, I think this, for the regulators, the scary part would be, do they really care to understand what it is, instead of, oh yeah, I heard about it, it's going up, in the next 18 months it's going to go up, so there's going to be an obvious interest, and are they really going to take the time to understand it, right? But because of that, again, what's coming up and what we will be announcing at the party, that's why it's significant, because it really sets a tone to make a move for Bitcoin companies in Mexico. Yeah.
All right, that's great stuff. Well, before I let you guys go, obviously, you guys are building these Bitcoin companies in Mexico, difficult environment, but not only that, it's a difficult macro environment. So, with the United States obviously raising interest rates, which affects everybody around the globe, and, there's potential loomings of a recession. Some say we were already in one, what have you, but, how has that kind of been, just not only, I guess, building in a company or in a country where there is a lot of hurdles, but also, a lot of things have seemingly kind of been out of y'all's control when it comes to building that. So I want to hear y'all's thoughts on that and dive a little bit deeper into that.
Yeah, let me think about that, because obviously there's different layers to that. I mean, for us, the bootstrapping has, been up and down. We decided to exist and become a company during the worst bear market, I guess, from this cycle. So I think when it was about 15,000, that's when we thought, okay, let's be a company, which is like, the worst. But at the same time, as Vivek said, it is the best time to build. We feel really strongly about that, because the current thing will be, in 18 months, everybody's a Bitcoin expert, everybody's building a company, and by then, those of us who have been building in this terrible market, really bootstrapping and making financial sacrifices, will have built out, whether it's a community, a reputation, a platform, relationships, all of that, which does take time. I think Ben mentioned, you got to develop those relationships. You got to talk to people. You got to connect, because it'll take a year. It'll take a year and a half, and sometimes even longer, or it might not happen. But being in the front lines and not being afraid to be told no will position companies like ours, and companies in the U.S. too, obviously, to overcome what's happened in this super fluctuating market. That's a great question. That's very real.
So in our case, as Bitcoin miners, of course, the bear market's always difficult, but the good thing for us is that ASIC prices are at the bottom, and we hope to keep them that way for a while so that we can buy more ASICs, so that's good for us. But it's, on the other side, it's really, really hard to raise capital. So I found very insightful the panel right before us where they were talking about venture capital, so going out to investors, pre-seed, angel investors, And I think that's the part that we are struggling the most with, because we are beginning with small scale mining operations, but we want to build big operations like you guys have here in Rockdale. We want to scale up, and that is a capital intensive business, and it's impossible to do that without capital funding. So that has been very complicated, and also companies that we have reached out to in Mexico as possible strategic partnerships and so on, well, they are also suffering. Even though they are not Bitcoin companies, they are going through hard times. So it's not only the Bitcoin space. And then third, I would mention that also the current political scenario is stopping a lot of investment in Mexico. So let's see what happens in the next elections, and hopefully we get a change so that investment booms a little bit more.
And then there's ways to get around that, right? Obviously, the money is dry, or it's been drier than it's been. But places like Austin and Nashville and other places that are really building are super important. I mean, again, just like companies that are building in the bear market, it's just as important for companies like PlebLab to exist and give that opportunity to others and push out, whatever it is. The block party that we're doing in Mexico was actually inspired by Oshi's and PlebLab's party that happened 2 years ago, and it was a huge success. So movements like that can only be, I guess, lived if you're around Bitcoiners, and then you see the effects that it has. And we said some super positive things and then some not so positive, but like September 21st in Mexico is going to be awesome, man. Like, it's going to be amazing. There's going to be more than one cool announcement, and there's going to be media presence. There's going to be newspapers, television. So we think it'll make an impact. It'll make a crack, and it'll wake up people to say, oh, okay, cool. What is this? How come everybody's talking about this? So we're excited about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I also want to close on a positive note. So, for example, as you guys saw earlier, we were talking about the Trojan horse for the Mexican energy industry. And now that you mentioned Agustin Carstens, a new Trojan horse came to my mind. Because, for example, I studied economics in the same university that Agustin Carstens studied economics. So I was kind of trained to be a fiat economist. And we actually, Max that isn't here, he's back there in the meeting that we have right now, and he's taking it for us. But Max and I, we gave the first Bitcoin class in that university. So that is like a little Trojan horse that we took there to this neo-Keynesian economics school. And even though it's a really small action, I think it really talks about what we're doing. And it's not just us, we know other people doing this in Monterrey, which is in the north. And it's just little movements like that, and all of a sudden it's going to boom.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that block party is going to be awesome. I know there's going to get a lot of media coverage, a lot of attention. People are going to start asking questions. So, I think only good things can come from that. So, yeah, good on you guys for putting that together. And I'll leave it up to the crowd. Does anybody have any questions for these two gentlemen up here before we wrap it up? Yeah. Hey. All right, Topher.
Yeah, so you're talking about the off-ramps?
Not just the off-ramps, but just finding some way to use it.
Yeah.
Why hasn't the adoption taken on in Mexico?
Yeah. So that answer, I would have to give up some of our strategy, but to be more methodical, or to be, I guess, let's pretend I'm not a Bitcoiner and I'm looking into it. I would just Google it, and I would find out that there's a 150-page document that will require at least $75,000 in attorney fees to draft, and I might or might not get a license. Not to mention, it'll probably take 2 years. So again, as a non-Bitcoiner that wants to start a business, I would close it out and say, yeah, that's not for me. Now, there's different paths of doing that. There are companies based out of the States that have built out those ramps and those relationships that are starting to see a path. So I would not be surprised if some of those companies will start working together. That includes us and others. And some will, find different ways. But yeah, so the main reason it's the legal aspect of it, and then of course the education. That's the obvious one.
So it's all the legal hurdles.
The legal hurdles, for sure. Yeah.
Does that benefit you though if you end up on the other side?
Oh, that's a good question. Does it benefit? I mean, it takes longer than I would have liked, but once you understand it, I feel like we're in a position that will place us in a good spot to succeed if we keep doing things right. Because we have been building slow and steady, lucky enough to have a CTO who is a rock star and also is very familiar with Mexican law. So that is a double whammy for success. But yeah, the legal aspect is a big one for remittance and education. Yeah. I don't know if you have a comment on that, but
No, I think
yeah.
that was all for you, the
Yeah.
remittances.
Oh, Topher.
So the banks that you would have to partner with, are they receptive?
Mm-hmm.
And are they just waiting for people like yourself to crawl through those trenches
Mm-hmm.
to get to the other side?
So on this one, I can be more transparent, not about us, but about other companies. There's a really large exchange down there, really big, that already does remittances, but they're using XRP, which means it can be done. They just happen to be in a position to do what they want. And yeah, to answer your question, yes, the banks do have an incentive, they do have an interest, but so far it's been really profitable to use something else. Eventually, it has to be Lightning. I mean, it just has to be. But yes, they're not aloof of the existence of the technology. They just like the profits. It's a bank. So.
Well, and they don't have the technology, but I do think that banks will be interested. There's already one really large bank that's beginning to work with IBEX, for example. So yeah, it's just that they don't know how to do it. And if there's not too many Bitcoin-only developers here in the States, imagine in Mexico.
Good question, Topher. Appreciate it.
So Johnny mentioned earlier, a lot of things have been changing here in the U.S. in the last 3 years, right? Getting people to start thinking differently about how the system, how everything's set up.
Yeah.
It all seems like that same, I guess, awakening of the people in Mexico. Them starting to question,
Yeah.
why is the peso so devalued, and why are we driving to make everything so
Mhm.
cheap down here? Hard workers. Are you starting to see that? The people start talking about those things.
Yep. So I don't want to group think each other here, but so that's a two-part answer. So the first one is yes, there's also change, and that change actually comes from the benefits that Mexico has enjoyed. Whether you're pro or con the current administration, the country actually has gone up in terms of tourism, in terms of the oil industry, energy. That has been happening. And then the second part, just to kind of put it out there, actually the peso right now is one of the strongest currencies in the world. It has, in comparison to the last 50 years. But just to kind of give you an example, for the last 15 years, $1 has been about 21 pesos, 22. Right now it's about 17, which is insane. So right now, as an American, it's actually kind of expensive to go to Mexico. And as a Mexican, if you're doing okay, your peso's going a little bit further. Now, you have to take into account inflation. I get that. But it's still stronger than it has been, which also gives opportunities for companies to make an impact.
Yeah, and definitely that's a great question. And for example, just like a couple of months ago, there was a big scandal on how much the kilo of lemon went up. And it was a big thing, and everyone was talking about inflation precisely for 2 weeks. The only thing is that if you tell them what is fiat currency, they don't even know. They don't understand that term. They have never even heard it. So it's more of education, and little by little they're going to connect the dots and begin to understand it. But right now, yeah, I feel the same way as you just mentioned. Like we're missing a lot of Mexicans being awakened.
Are you seeing any bottom-up circular economies in Mexico, similar to Bitcoin Beach in El Salvador, or Bitcoin Go in Costa Rica?
Yeah, in fact, where Arturo lives, that he's right to your left, there is a project for a circular economy very close to Mérida, Yucatan. It's in they call them pueblos mágicos, which is magic pueblo, and they're just like very small towns, and it's a group of Bitcoiners that are trying to promote a circular economy there. They are trying to educate the people to accept Bitcoin in their small businesses and so on. And yeah, that's also one of the reasons why we are looking to mining projects there, because you can do a lot of circular economy with that.
Yeah, that's an awesome question. There's more than 2 or 3 towns that are trying that. Also started by maybe Bitcoiners, expats, but that's that's great. The pueblos mágicos. To be honest, I don't have the answer to that. Do you know? That's pretty good. Yeah, that is pretty good.
There's also another one in Los Cabos, no? Organized by an expat.
Yes. That's right. So Los Cabos, Mérida, and San Miguel, and yeah, for sure. For sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in fact, in Cancun, which is a very popular place for Americans to go to vacations and to party, I have seen a lot of places accept Bitcoin, and it's very weird to see that in Mexico, because maybe I live in Mexico City, and maybe where I live, which is a very like residential area, you're not gonna see absolutely any place except Bitcoin. But maybe if I go like to the centro, where there's a lot of Americans and Canadians and so on, you might find some places like that. And it's also, as precisely Teresa was mentioning, because of the tourism, ideas come from outside and enriching us.
Yeah.
All right, great questions, guys. Do you have any more questions before we let these 2 gentlemen off the stage? All right. Well, why don't we give them a round of applause, and thank you so much, guys, for coming on up.
not everybody's here, but we're going to go ahead and get started with our next panel so we can continue on through the day. This is the PlebLab panel. Woohoo! All right. Represent. All right. All the way over to the left, we have Topher Scott, CTO of Bit Escrow. Next to him is not Austin. You guys are not sitting in order. Next to him is Ben Carmen, who I tried to make Ben Price, but he did not agree. So he's going to stay Ben Carmen, and he is CTO of Mutiny. Next to him is Super Testnet, head of FOSS and PlebLab. Austin Kelsey, engineer Fold, who needs to be, grilled the hardest by Pleb Poet, his wife. So we're happy to have her. She's going to moderate. Are you ready to go? Wonderful.
All right, let us go. Let's get off and start inspiring people right now. Because to be honest, just from me to all of you, I think each one of you is an inspiring person.
Thank you.
Okay, by way of just kind of telling us about who you are, I would like you all to begin to describe something that you have worked on this year that's maybe been the most exciting or the most challenging or your best, whatever's been the best.
Ben's going to tell you about Mutiny.
Yeah, I guess Mutiny is the obvious one. Started a company with it. Yeah, so I think kind of the developing the fun part of it is the hard part. When you're it's 3 a.m. and you want to kill yourself because nothing works. But then when it's 3:05 and it does work, that's the best part. That's kind of what Mutiny is because it's so hard to do. So that's what's fun. But yeah.
So I worked on a number of different projects this year. And what is the most fun? That's going to be a tough one. I think it's a tie between music library, because it's fun to be on the cutting edge. But I'm going to have to give it to the Nostr socket thing that I built for the Nostr Devs course. That was really fun to do. And it was fun to teach it as well. So I think that's going to be my highlight.
What is it? What did it do?
It lets you do end-to-end encrypted, essentially virtual sockets that work in the browser and anywhere else. Yeah, so really cool piece of machinery.
I know what 3 of those words meant.
Yeah, and it's like in a 400 lines of code or something. It's really small library. So.
End-to-end encrypted events?
End-to-end encrypted over Nostr. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, try and beat that.
I don't know what it means.
It means you can't see my secrets, Super.
Yeah.
Can't see them.
You're going to go last, Super. I'll say for me, that if we're going by criteria of most fun, it's been, I've done a series of projects this year, mainly for workshops and for education. And so this has been a very different approach where I've started with new technologies or new tools and just been I want to learn this. And I try and learn it for myself and build a prototype. And then I deconstruct it and try and make it simple, steps A, B, C, and D. And just that process, it's helped me learn a lot, and it's also a joy to share. So that's definitely been the most fun on my part.
The most fun I had was making the, when we made the PlebLab course, when we released it, we made this really fun video that was an advertisement for it, and it was hilarious. It was in the style of that ShamWow, the Slap Chop commercial by that guy, and just making that and then promoting that course, and then actually making money off the course was off of all the hard work I did. That was probably the most fun I had. But in terms of software projects, I think the one that has been the most fun has probably been I don't know. There's been 7. But the one that keeps coming to mind is the one that was the most popular this year, which was Magic Web Store. I don't know if I had the most fun with it, but it was certainly the most popular I made. It lets you create a web store and start selling products in as little as 30 seconds using Bitcoin and Nostr and Lightning.
All right. My next question to each of you. I would like you to tell us why is Bitcoin development the thing that you work on? And how long do you think you will work on it?
Ooh, am I going to start this off? Why Bitcoin? Why Bitcoin? Well, because if you're into the cypherpunk mindset, it's really where you end up. There's nowhere else to go. So we need money. Money needs to be self-sovereign. And so we need to solve that problem. It seems like we have solved that problem, or we really have the best solution. So why not build on this? And I mean, it's open source. It's an open platform. It's an open protocol. Anybody can be their own bank. Like, it's the sexiest thing in the world. I don't understand why like there isn't a rush through the doors to like build. But for the people that can see it, I mean, we're building like what's going to be the internet of money. And yeah, it's like that's why for me, I'm too excited when I think about all the opportunities that are available. So.
Yeah, I mean, ditto mostly. Like, I started out with this just because, like, I was in college and just wanted to hack around and you need to do projects. And I was like, I don't have any ideas. And I found Bitcoin. And it's like, oh, I have a million ideas now. And here we are, 6 years later or something. But it's like, the reason I left the Bitcoin company was kind of for, like, similar reasons. Just, like, it gets so boring doing the non-Bitcoin things of, like, just being able to, like, oh, I have a problem. Let me just go look at all the code in this repo, not like, oh, I have to go email someone about this problem now instead of, like, in the fiat world. So I think that's just fantastic, just having, like, full freedom of, like, doing anything you want. Of, like, I want to do something. Okay, we can just make it in an hour or, or make it in a year, depending how complicated the project is. But you can do it, and it's very freeing, and, like, it's all, like, very challenging problems. And because of that, not only do you get to like work on something that's really hard, but you end up finding like the brightest minds in the world working on this as well. So when you do have a problem, you go talk to like the guy that invented like the thing behind it. And since it's such a small space, you can always generally reach them too, which is really awesome. Of like just being able to like, oh hey, this thing has an error, and you talk to Andrew Polster real quick, and he's like, oh yeah, here, I fixed it. And like it's super cool to like do that. Like that doesn't really happen anywhere else in the world, it feels like.
Topher probably mentioned the prime motivation, so I'm going to give a different one. There's a certain type of creativity that a developer learns how to do when they're developing, and it's a little bit like art. I think I've never really been a good artist, like with drawing pictures and stuff, but I think that the kind of enjoyment they get out of making something that looks really good, or that other people appreciate, or even just that they themselves appreciate, you get some of that when you write code. Like when you write something and you struggle so hard and finally it works, and it does something cool. Maybe it's cool to other people, but even if it's just cool to you, there's something immensely rewarding about that. And so that is a very big, it's not as big as the motivation he mentioned, which is like improving the world, but just the enjoyment I get out of it, and out of doing something really hard and then finding out that it actually works, and it was possible after all. That's a really big motivator for me.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely echo what's been said, and for me, I mean, like, we came here just to be around developers, or I dragged you here so we could be around Bitcoin developers, and I assumed, like you said, like, people would be knocking down the door trying to do this. Like, I assumed that there would be 20, 30 other guys like me that were just coming into town and trying to get into PlebLab, trying to get involved, and it'd be kind of hard, but I just showed up and everyone was like, hey, what's up? And, just started hanging out with me and being my friend, yeah, and teaching me, and so that really meant a lot. But, what really drove me here, and I think an important motivation is the sense of importance that's around Bitcoin. Like, if Bitcoin is impactful on the world as we think it's going to be, and the developer community and the tools are still so early, the kind of outsized impact that you can have over time right now, it just destroys everything else you would do with code. Because like if you go work at a big tech company, you're going to be doing the equivalent of like carving out Pharaoh's big toe like your whole life, and you're not really going to make a difference. But like here, there's so much accountability and responsibility, and who knows how what you can build will like ripple across time. And so that's something that really sticks with me, and I think a narrative that hopefully drives in low time preference builders.
Yeah, at PlebLab, we're not carving out Pharaoh's toe. We're building pyramids. Right? Okay.
Yeah, schemes.
Okay, never mind.
I like how you equated to building unit tests to being a slave building the pyramids. I kind of agree with that.
I've never built a unit test.
Whoa.
That's not for you, Super.
Okay, I want to kind of ask you guys, I want you to talk from your personal journey of being a developer and kind of speak a little bit more on like the aspect of openness that exists in this space. So I'm curious if there was like a time in your journey where you like it became concrete to you, the fact that like you can think of something and you can go build it, just anything. You can be the one to like claim whatever knowledge that you think lacks out in the world, and then you can build it. Has there been like, can you think of a moment where that kind of started to click and your like imagination grew and like you suddenly had a million ideas?
So I think when I finally realized that for Bitcoin, if you look at the Bitcoin blockchain and the whole ecosystem, it's really all you're doing at the very end of the day is you're validating signatures. So if you know how to sign things and you know how to sign a transaction that moves money, you essentially have your own payment network that you didn't have to build yourself. You don't have to pay for it. You don't have to keep the lights on. All that's taken care of for you. So you just need to understand how to do the signature part. And now you can literally be your own bank, and you can be your own fintech bank, and you can plug into that network from anywhere in the world. And nothing's stopping you from just literally building anything that you can dream of. One of my friends that's here, I overheard a conversation that he was having. He went to Wolf recently in New York, and he wanted to do some crazy things with the stock market and Bitcoin. And all the regulators there could tell him was, no, 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 you're going to go to jail if you do that, so no. And yeah, I kind of understand, like, that's sort of been a norm for fintech. But I feel like you don't have to put up with that anymore. You literally can just do what you want. And there's even countries that you can go to where they'll let you do what you want. And yeah, I mean, that's just, when that finally clicked for me, that it's the barrier of entry is like, it's really small. I know that the education really isn't there. So when people look at Bitcoin, they think like, wow, this is still kind of mysterious for me. I don't understand how to work with this. But you know, the cryptography is really not that complicated, and if you can just wrap your mind around that part of how that cryptography works within Bitcoin, I mean, you could do anything with it. You literally, it's your own payment network that you can build any business you want on top of it. And that's when it really clicked for me that, hey, we're doing this now. Like, we have all these node operators that are running nodes. You have all these miners that are pouring energy into this. And it, like, all the infrastructure's there, just like, come and here's the red carpet, just come and build on top of it. And so that's when it really clicked for me that it's like, wow, this is like a place for all of us to come together and like really just make this work, like really happen. So that's when I realized that it's like, oh, this is really easy to get into now, and like let's effing go.
It's gonna be hard to follow up, but I think probably for me was when I first got hired at SuredBits about 3 years ago. If you guys don't know, it was like a company that was basically just maintaining a Scala implementation of Bitcoin, and we were working on DLCs as well. And like my first project there was like, you need to implement PSBTs, and I had never implemented a spec before. It was like my first real job besides like coding internships, and it was like really cool. I just like took BIP 174, took the markdown file, read it all day, and wrote code all day, and like eventually all the test vectors passed, and I was like, holy shit, like it works, like, and like now it eventually became like a core part of the library. Like now it's, you know, used in production, like you know, and like, you know, TBC uses that, like Gemini, the exchange uses that now. Like it's like a core part of infrastructure that exists, and it's like all I did was like read this markdown file and like it worked. So like that was really cool to like see if like we're just kind of like writing stuff down and like it all works together now, and it feels powerful to be able to just like do that. And like seeing even more so today, like with the proliferation of Nostr, like the same thing. There's like way more like way less complicated, more simple specs, and you know, people like will implement specs in like an hour now instead of like, you know, for me that took a month to do PSBTs. So like seeing like stuff like that of just being able to like interop super easily is like really powerful to see, of like get this like exponential growth of everything we're building, and that's it's so powerful and fun.
I want to make a video someday called "That's Not All You Can Do with HTLCs," because I saw a video by Alex Bosworth like 5 or 6 years ago, before LND was even existed yet. Alex Bosworth gave this video that was outlining all the things that you could do that he thought of with HTLCs, and I only remember 2 of them right now: submarine swaps and data swaps. And he talked about those 2 things, and he named like 5 other things. And it was just this hour-long presentation, super long or super grainy, terrible video with bad audio. But I remember watching it, and I was absolutely astounded. I was like a new developer at the time, and he was just going through all these really cool things you could build on top of Lightning before it even existed. And that was kind of the moment for me. I was like, I want to be like him. I want to come up with things you can do that no one else thought of, and show people how to do it, and sometimes even make videos about it. And yeah, that's kind of what I spent my time doing ever since then, was just inventing things and then making them go from my head into in front of me and in front of other people so they can use them too. Yeah, it was Alex. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, for me, it was actually before I started learning how to code, I had an idea that I got really, really attached to for an app. I wanted to be able to reclaim like all of my social media data and have it locally, delete all my accounts, be able to explore my data and display it and just see what was there. And I just thought about this idea and thought about it, and I was into Bitcoin at the time as well. And I started to learn how to code, and it wasn't until about 2 years of me learning how to code that I finally kind of built up all the little pieces that I knew how to do in order to build it. And it took me like 6 or 7 times rebuilding it, but I finally got to work, and that was like one of the most like empowering moments of my life. Like, it was so exciting. And then I realized, like, well, if you actually were to do this right, you would have to do this and this and this. And I was like, okay, this is garbage, throw it away, it's in the trash, I don't care about it anymore. And I moved on, and I was just now in this space to where it's like, okay, what other interesting problems do I want to solve? And like you were mentioning earlier, Super, like the art of it, like it's really exciting in this space, especially. Like, we're playing on hard mode a lot of times, in the sense that we're trying to make very specific trade-offs. Can I do it without a server? Can I do it non-custodially? Can I do it without breaking the law? Like, these are all like little things you're trying to work around to architect like the perfect solution that fits into this niche. And that process is so exciting to me, even when it's not my project. Just like hearing what these guys are building and talking about it and shooting ideas back and forth, like it's really exciting, and I think that's what it's all about.
Okay, so I want to talk to you guys about like how important that you feel. So let's take, for example, like Mutiny. I believe the origin story of Mutiny is a hackathon weekend, right? So like hackathons, I think people understand that like that really gets people together and gets minds together to like bring ideas into the world. Hackathons are important. Also, places like PlebLab are important because a lot of you guys like work on things together just because you're here, you're talking about it. So like looking into the future, if some builders are going to be at hackathons, if some builders are going to be at places like PlebLab, if there's more PlebLabs to spring up, like what do you think is important for new developers in those spaces to know or to do to be successful with their projects?
I would say show up. Like, mainly just show up and have that learner's attitude, and like people will be super welcoming. Like, we want new people to come in, like, so bad. Like, we'll love you, we'll be your best friend. That's it. Yeah.
I want a website like Ethereum. If you go to Ethereum's website and you go to the developers tab, they've got everything you need to get started with it. Like, you can start making your first smart contract and stuff within a couple of seconds, and it's just really easy. It's very welcoming. It's very inviting, and you know exactly what to do and what to do next. And that's really awesome. I want that. I want a website where you can go to and you can make a Bitcoin contract and you can actually deploy it and see some money flow into it and flow out of it, and just make it seem really easy and inviting for developers so that they don't feel like they don't know where to go. That's what I want.
I don't know what I want. I think like having like just like the community aspect is probably one of the most important. Like the PlebLab here community is really tight, and even just in general the Austin community is like really tight. Where we're all hanging out here, we all hang out throughout the city, we all get like lunch or something, and like normally like when you're working, like you're just working, but like those lunches or that the night at the bar is like where the real kind of magic happens. Where like I mean, for an example, like me and Paul, I think it was during my birthday party, we were just chatting, playing Smash, and we're like, oh, hey, let's build this Apple Pay thing. Like, talked to like 5 different names for it, and then we came up with it, bought the domain, and it was like live the next week. And like that's like kind of the magic of like that free time is kind of where the magic happens, and like having good spaces for that to happen is really important.
Asking questions. I feel like showing up is important, and then asking questions. And then also, if you are showing up, then the people that are there, we should probably do the best job that we can in consolidating information so that the questions that are asked are easily answered consistently, and that we can help accelerate people that are new to the space and get them building as quickly as possible. To Super's point, yeah, so like if this is still a problem today, if you want to download Bitcoin Core, where do you go? Do you just type it in Google? Sometimes that'll get you to the right spot, sometimes not, because there's bitcoin.org, which is not bitcoincore.org or .com, and it's kind of confusing, like where to go. And then even then, like what guide do you read? There's so many different guides and materials that are out there on Bitcoin. So that's not the issue. But as a new developer, there is no official path that you take because Bitcoin is not like Ethereum. Like, we don't have this one organization that kind of unifies the path that you would take. So I guess I would say that if you're new to the space, grab as many Bitcoin developers as you can and just like talk their ear off with questions. That's like the best thing you can do, because they're really going through official channels is not going to be the best way to go. It really is just like networking and finding developers in the space and just learning under them. I think that's the way to go.
Yeah, and that's what I want to point to about each of you guys. Like, what is inspiring about you guys? Talking about finding a developer and just like asking as many questions as you can. These are like 4 individuals who would definitely love to talk to you, definitely love to answer your questions. And to that point, a lot of you guys are making educational material for developers. So I want to know kind of like, there's been the Pleb Dev course, there's been the Nostr course, there's others in the works. How's that gone? What have you guys learned? What do you guys think about like developers that you talk to who've gone through those courses? What kind of like, is it a different state of development that we're at with Bitcoin? Like, I know you talk about this, like, there's a different developer now who needs to emerge that maybe doesn't work on Bitcoin Core but makes apps.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to speak on that, like specifically, like protocol, super important. I love learning the protocol. It took Base 58 to learn protocol, but like now is a time where we have so many tools at our disposal, and it's time to really start implementing a lot of specs. So I think that there's a new opportunity for developers with more traditional skills to kind of come forward and use the tools that are tried and tested and true and already exists to bring Bitcoin, to bring the protocol to the end users. Because that's what app devs actually do. They bring some solution, some protocol to the end users. And so I think now is such an exciting time. And I think it's also like a lot of what I'm trying to do is
shift like the perspective that people have on what a Bitcoin developer is from, you know, like a 10x genius to just someone that shows up, someone that has passion, and someone that's willing to do the work, and someone that's proud of even the smallest contribution that they can make. And yeah, that's all I'll say on that.
What was the question?
What have you learned from the educational materials you've put out there and developers that you've talked to who've taken it?
Well, they do seem really. The feedback is really high. We get really good marks for the educational material we've come up with. I don't know. I haven't. I don't feel like I've talked to very many people in person who've gone through them. I guess I have to pass.
That's okay. Well, do you think, like, kind of like to Austin's point, like, do you think we're in a different state of like development? Like the tools are here, and now we need to like serve them in different ways, like be different types of developers.
Well, yeah, there are. I believe there are different types of developers, and both are important. We need protocol devs, probably as much as, probably more than we need app devs. But I like doing app dev better. So.
I've never ran a course, but I've run bit devs for like 2.5 years now, so I guess that kind of counts. But okay, that counts. So like, I don't know. I've always loved running it. I mean, the second bit devs I went to, I ran, which kind of sucked, but it's really great because like all it's like, especially like during the bull markets. Like nowadays we're getting like 50 people, but during the bull market we had like 200 people in a room, and it's a ton of fun because like it's cool to like see like. And only like, even like when there's 250 people or 50 people in the room, only about like 10 to 15 people actually talk during the whole meetup. A lot of people are just observing, but it's fun to see like, you know, this guy comes with his kids and he shows up and he never comes back. He's like, oh, that was not for me. But then you see like this person come up and they're like, oh, I didn't know anything about Bitcoin and I'm learning a little more, and they like start coming every time, and that's been fun. Or like one of the Bens, Tampa Bay Ben, he like flew in for a bit devs once, and I didn't met him yet. I didn't know him at all, and he's like, I want to be a protocol dev. I was like, let's fucking go, dude. You should do it. Like, you know, he's like, how do I do it? I'm like, just fucking like read, just like learn everything you can, and like talk to people you can, like just do anything you can to like get this information. And he's like, okay. And like now he has like a job at a Bitcoin company, and you know, me and him are good friends now, and like, it's just awesome to see like there's like lots of easy jumping off points, and it's like all the information is out there. You just have to kind of go and find it.
Is he on the council?
He's on the council. Naturally.
The council grows. So the thing that I've noticed, it's hard to say for newer developers because newer developers don't really have the context to really criticize you for how you teach them. It's like either a pass or a fail. But I had the privilege of teaching a bunch of computer science graduates who knew their stuff, but they were new to Bitcoin. And so the thing that I got in terms of feedback, I mean, it's only, you know, one anecdote, but they all really enjoyed learning about Bitcoin, and it was pretty easy for them to understand. I don't think Bitcoin is particularly complicated when you get into development. But the thing with Bitcoin is that it has a lot of history. And so the question is like, so what are you teaching Bitcoin with that history? So are you just going to teach them how to do the latest and greatest in Bitcoin, or are you going to teach them how everything works and where things came from, like why we do things a certain way now and like where we came from in the past? That's a lot more difficult to teach, and sometimes it's not even necessary to really get into that. So I think my feedback would be to cut the bullshit and just sort of like get people onboarded as quickly as possible and show them making stuff right away. That's why I think where app development shines is like you can have them start building applications right away. And then at that point, they can decide whether they've fallen in love with this or not. And if they have fallen in love with Bitcoin, then they can walk down the road of like understanding the protocol, how to implement the protocol themselves, the cryptography themselves, and maybe understanding like the full history that Bitcoin has gone through. So, I wish I could answer that question better because I haven't gotten too much negative feedback. I guess we're just doing everything right. But yeah, I think like I think like the way that, like, for example, Austin is approaching it, it's like trying to get people building something tangible. Same with Super, like very app focused. I think like that's like the best way for you to introduce new people and for them to actually like get it and feel like they're accomplishing something with Bitcoin.
The best way to teach is to, no, the best way to learn is to do.
Yeah. And you can with the tools that we have now, you know, special shout out to Voltage because Voltage helps a lot with this as well, and Polar as well. But just like some of the tools that we have available now, like you really can build from scratch like an application that plugs into the network, that moves money, that you can put up on a website, and then people can actually use it and do something with it like really quickly. Yeah. And then we have educators here that are innovating in that to like make that process even faster and try to get you onboarded even quicker as a developer. Yeah. And so I think that's what people respond to like with the greatest positivity, when they're actually like seeing that magic of being able to control and move money as quickly as possible.
Okay, I'm going to ask you guys one more question, and then I think we will take questions. How does that sound?
Questions and then questions?
Yep, one question, then more questions. Okay, so looking at Bitcoin as, and then in the future will be used by the whole globe, right? Let's just like launch ourselves into the future for a moment. What challenges do you think Bitcoin needs to overcome? Or, wait, I actually wrote this down. Let me read what I wrote. What is the most pressing issue to resolve in development in Bitcoin in the future?
That's a good one. In the future. That's a tough one, because if it's in the future, then I'm assuming all the tooling has been solved and that we have tooling that's as good as Ethereum. Ethereum has like magnificent tooling. So if we can have tooling just as good as that or even better, I don't know what the other problems would be. Can you think of like what would be like a future problem?
And I think like it's basically going to be paying down tech debt that we've had. So like, you know, we're trying to scale Bitcoin to, you know, right now it's probably got like a solid 5 million users, but we need to get to like 8 billion. And like today it's just not possible. We need soft forks most likely to do that, at least in a non-custodial way. And soft forks are always ugly because like, you know, we're always making compromises so we can actually activate it in a backwards compatible way, blah, blah, blah. And so like basically being able to always support these past systems plus the new stuff will be hard, as well in the migration process of doing that of like, okay, like say we have like a Lightning user and then we now have like Lightning symmetry. We need to upgrade this user, and that's a whole new problem. And you know, not only do you need to upgrade the user, you need to upgrade the developer and all the tools and stuff as well. So like all that stuff is like just a really hard, like it's just kind of just a social scalability problem of like getting everyone to learn the new thing and do it. And we're probably gonna have to do this multiple times if we want Bitcoin to be like self-custodial to 8 billion users, and that's gonna be really hard. And I guess also Bitcoin will break in 2106, so that's gonna be pretty bad too. So we gotta fix that. But yeah.
I think the reason why Bitcoin is not a very popular medium of payment is because if you try to pay with Bitcoin, it's not a very good experience. It takes too long to get the payment information from the seller. It takes too long to open your app, load it, scan the thing, hit send, pick a fee, hit confirm again, and then wait for 10 minutes. Or if you're using Lightning, try it 5 more times because it failed each of the first 4 times. All of that makes it so that Bitcoin's just not a very good user experience. How to fix that? Well, if we use Lightning, we got to make payments more reliable so that the first 4 don't fail. And if we use the base layer, I don't know what we're going to do, because then it's just really expensive, and it still just takes too long. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. But those I guess you asked me to identify problems. The base layer takes too long, and Lightning's not reliable enough.
and UX. That was
Yeah,
a
but
problem.
even Lightning takes too long because you still have to do all of those things like getting the seller's information and scanning and hitting the thing and saying yes and all that. It's just too long when you can tap a card as an alternative.
Surprise Super gave a UX answer to that question, but I agree. Yeah, I mean, if, you know, in order to not repeat what was already said, like I agree with what was said, and something that's, two things that are on my mind a lot are, for one, running a node. How do we get users to run a node? Not everyone has to run a node, right? But could we make it to where everyone's running a node and maybe they don't even know it? Like how good can the tools get in that regard? So that's a question. And then the scaling problems of the actual UTXO set and on-chain, like how do we scale sovereign Bitcoin usage to 8 billion people in such a way to where all 8 billion of those people can't hit the chain, right? So there's a bunch of problems to solve on the second and third and nth layers beyond that. And what kind of trade-offs are we going to need to make? What kind of tech debt are we going to build up in doing that? I think that's like a real, that's the real final battle.
Cool. Yeah. I wanted you to answer that question so that we could present challenges for people to start to tackle who want to come into this space. What do you think?
Exciting problems.
Or okay, besides the very big, cloudy, terrible problems. Oh.
Thank you.
It was, yes, it was. That was my last question, but I want to take your questions now.
We have time for the question? Oh.
Questions from the audience? Developer questions? Just user questions?
I do have a question.
Hi.
You talked about the user experience, that it's really difficult, and I think we can all agree. Not from the Bitcoiner perspective, even sometimes, how do we address that? Like, how do we, like, so we know it, and how, like, as developers, how do you guys see a path to make it easier?
I have to repeat your question because I'm losing track of the beginning, and the camera can't hear it. So let me try to get it. He said, what?
How do we make it easier for users to get a Bitcoin experience that's not frustrating?
How can we make it easier for Bitcoin users to get an experience that's not frustrating? The first thing that I think is an easy, low-hanging fruit is to get everybody using Phoenix Wallet. If everybody uses Phoenix Wallet, then we'll have there won't be payment failures because everyone will be just paying another person on the same Lightning node, and so payments will be reliable on Lightning, and they'll be fast. Like that would fix the problem. Making it so that everyone uses the same Lightning hubs is my immediate low-hanging fruit for giving people a fast user and reliable payment experience with Bitcoin.
I got a question.
Oh, hi, Car. I can't even see you behind that stuff.
I want to just real quick, like one word, like what's y'all's favorite FOSS project that's not yours that's out there? Just real quick.
I don't.
It can't be Bitcoin or it has to be another project, like somebody else.
One word, what's your favorite FOSS project out there that's not yours?
Albie.
The Rust language.
U-Tree-XO.
I'll say Polar.
So, like, as a new developer, someone who doesn't have, I mean, I've been developing for like a year, hadn't done any development before that, and was new to learning about Bitcoin. What do you see as like the, I don't know, top 2 or 3 important things to learn about? Because for me, it feels like I'm trying to understand computer science principles as well as how to make everything work with Bitcoin. And it seems like there's a lot of things that I can kind of just bypass and there's a library for it, or I can, don't have to pay attention to it. But what would you say is like a couple important things to pay attention to?
Yeah, so if you're a new developer and you're also new to Bitcoin, and you're interested in computer science, right? So like where should you start? I think that if you're learning computer science, and Bitcoin's actually a great project, because Bitcoin script is sort of like an assembly-like language. So it's going to be very relevant, especially if you're starting in your career. And yeah, it's going to be easy for you to play with and reason about. So, and Bitcoin script, like even though like a lot of the opcodes were taken out for security reasons, what you can do is still really powerful. And so just being able to play around with Bitcoin at the base layer, lock money up with using scripts, unlock them with scripts, like playing around with that is, it's really fun. It's really easy to get into. I can't recommend Jimmy Song's book enough, Programming Bitcoin, because that's like, he teaches you everything you need to know. Like he helps you build a Bitcoin node, essentially. So I think that's like the best way to get in. And then from there, like especially if you're learning computer science and you're learning Bitcoin, I mean, that's your back end right there. So like, then you can dive into front end and build an interface in front of like the cool back end thing you built. And then the sky's the limit. You can do whatever you want from there.
I think that Bitcoin, like 99% of the time you're coding a Bitcoin app, you actually don't think about Bitcoin at all, really. Like you know, instead of like, you don't need to think of like, oh, how do I SHA-256 double SHA-256 and verify all the signatures and do a Merkle tree. Like you never do any of that stuff. It's just like you call .verify and it all happens in the background for you. So like 99% of your time is actually just doing like the actual real like coding computer science thing. So like I think Bitcoin is more of an inspiration than like a kind of like a thing to strive towards. Of like you don't need to be making like this fancy Bitcoin app thing. You could just be it's just an easy place to draw ideas from because that's what you're interested in. Like, if you're really into Super Smash Bros, you might just like, okay, I'm going to make Super Smash Bros apps because that's fun. But, that's not what you're into. You're into Bitcoin, so you make Bitcoin apps. So you just need a means to end to learn coding and understand those fundamentals. And once you do, then you kind of build anything. But like, since Bitcoin's an inspiration for you, then it just makes that much easier.
System design. If you want to make a really cool Bitcoin application, you're gonna have to think about things like who acts first. If I'm gonna make a lottery where there are 10 people interacting, how do I get them all to come to consensus on what Bitcoin address to put the money into, verify that no one can like steal it from there, and then how do I get them to all do something so that only one of them gets the money out? That takes a lot of thought, and it's mostly not even computer stuff. It's just thinking about like what I don't know what to even call it. Game theory? What did you say? The order of events. Yeah, like the protocol flow, and then validating and talking it out with people so that people can find flaws in your ideas. It's like write down your idea and then maybe ask people how can I do this, so that you can figure out a specification for it, and then after that, the actual if you're already a computer science student, the coding part's probably going to be a lot easier than the actual designing the idea.
Yeah, I would say if just following from my own path, like if you're not coding yet, just learn how to code. Build anything, build the ugliest thing, show it to your friends. Once you're at that point, learn how to talk to your node. Learn how to talk to your Lightning node, your Bitcoin node. They have interfaces, and just do the basic flow. Do the easiest possible flow. And once you have that down and it's working, it's an invitation into the rest of the interface and the deeper intricacies of the interface, which is an invitation into the protocol. And you kind of need to start at the top level and do simple things first. I'm going to open a channel. I'm going to send a payment. And then you go deeper and deeper. And that's what has been successful for me, and that's what I witness is successful for other people that are starting to code in Bitcoin.
That was great. Is there any more? One more.
So, I know there's not, I've been hearing this all over, how there's not a lot of Bitcoin developers, but we all know there's, we're in the era of big tech right now, so you have all these coding academies, and Google hires so many employees a year and all this. What do y'all think the reason is that there's not enough Bitcoin developers right now? Is it because like most would rather carve Pharaoh's big toe out and be told what to do?
repeat the question for the camera?
Yeah, why isn't there more developers in Bitcoin? Yeah, what holds them back from getting in? I think it's mainly a narrative and awareness and distraction thing. We haven't built up the kind of narrative that altcoins and Ethereum has, and AI has, and all these things that capture people's attention. You know, most people are distracted, and they don't understand Bitcoin. Like, I think it really just goes down to understanding, and the narrative is probably what drives you into that place to where you start to learn about it and realize, like, oh, wow, this is important. So those are my thoughts.
Where's the money? Where's the money? That's the developers go to the people who will pay them, and you look at a Bitcoin startup and they're just not paying the same rates as they can get elsewhere, so that the developers go where the money is.
I was going to say the money, so I'll say something else. I think another hard thing is, like, the reason Bitcoin is going to win is not because of the tech. It's because of its monetary properties and network effects and all that blah, blah, blah that we understand. So, like, the reason that you become, like, the reason that probably we're all Bitcoin developers isn't because we think it's, like, the greatest tech project ever, because it's so all this fancy cryptography stuff. Like, no, like, Bitcoin, the fundamentals are pretty simple. It's like what you learn, like, your first 2 years of computer science. But so if you're just looking to nerd out on super fancy stuff, like something like Ethereum or like Solana is way more interesting because it's super complex and it doesn't work half the time, so you want to try and fix it. Whereas like Bitcoin, we're here because, at least I'm here because, like, I think Bitcoin's going to win because it's fantastic money and it's going to be the future of the world. And so I'm a developer, so I spend my time working on it that way. If I was a marketer, I would do marketing in some Bitcoin thing. But I'm a developer, so here I am. I think, like, it's really just like we need to get like people onboarded on the Bitcoin. They become Bitcoiners, and then the developers will become Bitcoin developers if they want. And that's a hard problem because it's like we just need adoption, which is slow and steady. But yeah.
I remember when I first started hearing about boot camps that would waive your cost of tuition if they couldn't find you a job. And you have to be pretty confident in the job market to offer that, because some of these tuition packages were $20K, and they would just forget about it if they couldn't land you a job to pay it back. You're not going to find that in Bitcoin. At least I don't know where that would exist in Bitcoin. So yeah, I think it is a lack of financial support for new developers. But I think it's going to be okay. I think it may be that's actually for the best, and it's not going to be like that for long.
It's already getting way better.
Yeah, I
Last few
agree.
years.
Probably for open source, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much to our panelists.
Let's go.
second. Yeah, I'm Brandon. Nice to meet you. Yeah. All right, y'all. Well, we're going to go ahead and get started. So if you guys want to go ahead and find your seats here, we got Paul and Keon ready to talk about building a Bitcoin startup the Foss way. The Foss way. All right. So before we get started, we'll have, for those who don't know yet, Paul and Keon, why don't you introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about what you're working on right now.
I'm Paul. I'm at Mutiny. I'm a front-end developer, and Mutiny. I'm sure there's a little bit of code that's not open source, but for the most part, everything that we've built so far at our company is open source.
I'm Keon. I'm the founder of Stacker News, and I think everything we have is open source as well. We use some closed source stuff, I think. Like on the infrastructure side, because we obviously don't have access to that code. But otherwise, everything is Foss. So.
Cool. Well, we're gonna have to hand it back and forth, right? Okay, cool. So why don't we talk about that? So just right off the gate, what do you think are some of the initial benefits of having a open source software kind of because the traditional, I guess, almost like fiat mindset of things when it comes to business is to keep everything about your business close to the vest, right? So the Bitcoin kind of ethos is almost the opposite, right? The open source nature of things. So, from your perspective as you're building, your Bitcoin startups, what are some of the benefits that you see as keeping everything open source?
I feel like I want you to talk first. What are the benefits? So what are the benefits of it?
Yes.
Is that the question? There's like quite a few that might be non-obvious. One of them is outside contributions. So I wasn't expecting to get much of that. I mean, a lot of people talk about that, but if you've done any reading on open source, it's actually pretty rare. But I found that recently, very recently with Stacker News, it's been picking up. So it's really nice. Outside contributions is one. Another is like accountability. It's like writing a journal entry versus like publishing a written work in like in a public venue, some kind of newspaper or magazine or something. Like the quality, you hold yourself to a higher standard. There's maybe a few, yeah. So and then also you have like more eyes on your code is like kind of an obvious one for security applications. And I think the biggest one is more of an ethical one, where like more like a golden rule applied to software. Like what would I like? I tend to think about things like what would I want if I weren't me, giving the thing that I want, giving the thing that I want to people. And I think I would want a product like Stacker News to be open source. I wouldn't want a product like Gusto, say, to be open source. I don't need it to be open source, but a product like Stacker News that's handling money, handling my information, I'd want it to be open source.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way. I mean, because in some sense it's almost marketing, right? I think part of why Mutiny has a good reputation is that, especially Ben and Tony, but also myself, we've all been in the open source world, contributing to open source projects, so that built us a good reputation. And then now we're making a product that we want our product to have a good reputation. So by being open source, again, I'm dealing with money, it's like such a sensitive thing. So like, hey, we have nothing to hide. Like you can look at all of our code. So just that's like that source viewable step right there is huge, I think, for, and I like that golden rule way of thinking of it. Mutiny has already gotten a couple of, I work on the front end, I've gotten a couple of contributors, so that is helpful. Also takes my time reviewing. I feel like with open source, there's almost all upsides, and then there's like a couple of downsides. Like, if copying and pasting your code is a threat to your business model, that's a downside. You don't get the security of obscurity, so
you are held to that higher standard because people can see, where you're messing up. And there's also potential for kind of a distraction, the attention. But that really depends on what kind of project you have. But so as we're getting more contributors, it's really awesome. Oh, somebody likes my code enough to help me with it. But at the same time, oh well, I just spent all day reviewing other people's pull requests instead of making my own functionality. But for the most part, there's so many upsides to it. And I think most of the downsides come from if you have a scarcity mindset, if Dropbox right this second open sourced everything that they've ever done, and they've open sourced a lot of it, but everything, well, what am I going to do with that code? Am I going to go buy a bunch of hard drives and deploy it and stuff like that? Stacker News obviously has a great a sense of a network effect. So I can steal Keon's code, but who wants to go to Paul's Stacker News that has no users? Paul.news. That's something we've been talking about with Mutiny for a long time because we want it to be self-hostable. And so, and again, as a marketing thing, one way we thought about it is kind of like Bitwarden. That was one of the most comparable products you could see in the market, where they have an open source software that you can self-host, and anybody can run their extension, and they can talk to their self-hosted version or the Bitwarden version. And so it's open source, but you pay for there's a paid version as well. And that's a form of marketing in the sense that I can feel comfortable with this product, that even when I'm using the paid hosted version, I know that there's an ejector seat. Whereas other cool projects, you can get locked in, and then you get abandoned eventually if they go out of business. And so anyways, there's a lot of upsides.
Yeah, no, I hear that, but I want to hear if Keon, Paul gave us some of his downsides. I want to hear if you have any different ones.
Oh, I mean, I mostly heard upsides from Paul. I just wanted to add on that I think the downsides of open source actually come much later in a company's life, and it's all upside at the beginning. If you look at all the examples of where open source went wrong, it's primarily once the product found product market fit, and they figured out all the hard problems, and then someone just takes it and sells it better than they were able to.
Yeah, nobody wants to steal your idea if it's not valuable.
Yeah.
Once you find and have created something that's valuable and useful, that's when, one of the famous examples is some of these databases that oh, we made a really good database, and it's so good that Amazon sells it as a product. Oh, well, we're not capturing that value. And that's not it's kind of a champagne problem. It also might be existential for your business especially if you're VC funded and you have a huge burn rate to write a bunch of really important code that you're giving away for free. That could be tough. So you do have to have a monetization path, hopefully. But yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. The downside comes later. I'll keep the mic.
Yeah, so you mentioned VCs, so I kind of want to dive into that a little bit. So how have you guys noticed maybe a shift in the VC mindset when it comes to some open source type of code? Because it seems like maybe the VC mindset initially was kind of more fiat mindseted, where it was keep everything close to the vest, don't tell anybody our ideas or anything like that, don't let them steal it. But now it seems like the marketing aspect, kind of the benefits that you guys are outlining at the beginning, can be beneficial to help jumpstart. So are you seeing kind of a shift maybe when it comes to venture capital mindset when it comes to some open source starting off?
This is my only time around the block. So I haven't been able to, I don't have an A/B to compare. I would say for my sake, it's sort of my default. Something, and I think maybe most developers, I don't know how many developers or what era of developer it started that you would assume that whatever you're doing is open source, and then if you had a special reason, then you would close source it. And so that was just it was never even a big, I feel like the thing with VCs is we just wanted to be clear that we have a path to monetization, that we are not just doing a vanity project. But the thing that we were interested in building, and basically where me, Ben, and Tony came from, was being completely enmeshed in all of these open source communities. You know, Bitcoin Core is open source. Ben shouted out Rust, the programming language that we use. That's open source. BDK, LDK, those are open source. We're using those. We're using a bunch of like libraries that support, you know, the specific functionality we're doing, all open source. Oh, but we're going to make something closer. Like, yeah, that is common. Businesses do that, but like, I'm so involved in that world that it didn't feel, it just felt automatic to make it open source. So the side with the VCs, no VC said like, hey, we're worried because you're making this open source that someone's going to steal this from you. We just needed to make it clear that we have a way of, like a slight moat, something that we're providing value beyond just the code.
Gotcha. Keon, you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think there's like an optimism among Bitcoin VCs right now, and maybe other VCs too, that there will be a future where open source is a viable. You're able to make a viable business out of open source. I'm not sure. I mean, there's very few cases of Bitcoin products right now that have even achieved product market fit that's worthy of stealing. I mean, you have Bitcoin Core itself, which is obviously that's obviously happened. And maybe Bitcoin hardware wallets. You've seen some of this in the open source community, but otherwise, I feel like nothing has really taken hold, at least in my mind, that has been really, I feel like, has stolen product market fit. So I think there's some optimism on the part of VCs that that people might figure it out, and I don't think that the Bitcoin open source projects will be quite different than like the one Bitcoin Core case of people just taking it. I think the moat comment is good. You do want to moat. You have to be careful how you define your moat. You don't want to define your moat in a way that keeps out your users or clients or customers. Yeah, when I was raising, I saw basically no pushback on being open source. I think it was just, I'm still too early. We're both still so early. We're like, it's kind of like we're like babies talking to you about what life is like, and it's we have opinions, we have hopes, we have dreams. But we have a simple worldview, full of nipples and plush toys.
I would say on that moat front, and again, I think a lot of this comes from, like, do you have a scarcity mindset or not? And I think, information, it's just obviously, if it's copyable, if you can costlessly copy it, maybe it should be, I don't know. I'm fine with you copying it. That's my kind of thought. And the thing with the moat is, I think part of the Bitcoiner ethos is, if somebody shipped a product right now that was hyper valuable to Bitcoiners, but was only ever accessible from that one company and could not be easily copied or redeployed, and it wasn't an open protocol, it was a proprietary singular thing, like, hey, we're going to solve this for Bitcoiner, and it's an important pain point for Bitcoiners, so they want it, but it's in no way open. Like, I think that would, either that will never exist, or that there's like the highest motivation of regular Bitcoiners to find an open solution to that. So like, yeah, it's good to have a moat to make a big company, but in the Bitcoin space, having too perfect of a moat is kind of an existential threat, because as a Bitcoiner, I don't want to adopt something like that has that kind of rug pull potential.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. But I think, a big aspect of what you guys are building too is the network effect. So I want to kind of dive into that a little bit more. Like, how do you, I guess, in a sense, try to build on that? Like, what have you guys found successful when it comes to building that network effect? Especially like in the Bitcoin space, where there's a lot of open source projects, right? I mean, you said like yourself, like you simply could go and copy and paste a code or whatever, but they can't replicate the Paul Stacker news or something like that. So what have you found that's been successful to help build that network effect?
Well, Mutiny doesn't have as much of a network effect, and one of the things we're trying to work with is we're trying to do some Nostr integrations which I think are cool. There's a great graphic. I'm not going to explain it exactly, but the idea that like if you wanted to launch a social network and like grow it to, the value of your social network grows as the number of your users. So you do all this work to get to 10 million, and another person does all this work to get to 10 million. Well, now so you just get to show up and you get to adopt like an existing network effect. So that's really cool. It's not a moat, but it is it's something where Mutiny becomes like immediately valuable to an existing, user base. So like one of the things we're working on right now is like importing contacts and being able to kind of just be a little more interoperable with Nostr. So that's exciting. I had something else, but I forgot what it was.
No, I think it's a great. I think it's one of my favorite things about Nostr is the ability for a project to plug into it, especially at this stage. And if you're like Nostr native, you basically, if you can become the default wallet of Nostr, if that's the potential there for something like Mutiny, that's like the kernel of users that you need to really have like critical mass, and I think that's great. Network effect can be a moat, but as I think Paul really articulated well, that Bitcoiners are smart enough to realize it's a risk, that all moats are a risk to them, that you might pull up the drawbridge, they might get too comfortable on your rug, and you really want so I think it's mostly a product like Stacker News that has a moat, or that could have a moat. To the extent that I can remove it, I want to. And if I can't, what I try to do is I bolt the carpet onto the floor, and I make it very clear that I will probably not rug pull to the extent that I can convince someone that those bolts are real, and I'm not a programming Houdini of some kind. And that's but I don't know what the mode is. Like absent the network effect on Stacker News, I don't know what the mode is. It's at most it's like the team you build and the fact that you continue to lead the way, and you're just like cutting through the future in a way that people would be stupid not to just follow you into it. And I think that's really the only moat, the only moat that is worth pursuing in the present of like human, yeah.
I do have an example moat. So I forget how long ago this was, like more than a year ago. I want to do like a simple iOS project just to learn some iOS development, and a really popular simple app development people do is make a Hacker News clone. So I was like, well, I'll do a Stacker News clone. I'll make an app and I'll hit this API. And I look up the API and there's GraphQL. And I didn't know anything about GraphQL. I was just like, I don't understand this. So I didn't make the app. So there is this aspect of like people can copy and paste my code, but if they don't understand how it works, if they're trying to make a product on it, they don't have the expertise to iterate on it. They might not even have the expertise to deploy it. Or in my case, I didn't have the expertise to even talk to the Stacker News API. So like there is that. And that keeps out like 99.99% of people who would want to like steal your product, because are they going to hire people of like 3 competent developers to like maintain this clone that they made? Like, why don't they just start their own project?
Yeah, so you guys brought up like a couple things about teams and like building it out, right? I mean, part of the FOSS benefit that you guys described at the beginning was some random Joe Schmo from across the globe can essentially like add or contribute to your code. So that could be obviously a positive or a negative depending on how their coding prowess and whatnot. So when it comes to developing some of these open source projects, like how do you determine prior to going down this rabbit hole or going down the route of developing a product or service or what have you, how do you determine, I guess somebody's coding prowess? Like how are you guys kind of like picking your teams as you're going through this?
I mean, it's really it's really based on the quality of their pull request. Like if it's just, are you talking about random people like contributing?
Yeah, like not only random people, but you're building Mutiny with a few others. Like, how did you kind of go through and determine that? Like, is it from prior work experience together, or like some sort of networking aspect? Like, how are you determining that? Because I feel like that relationship is extremely vital, especially when coding is such a thing where you could take it so many different directions, right?
Yeah, Ben, Tony, and I had all done a lot of hackathons together, and Tony and I did a hackathon that was we call it PLN, Private Lightning Network Wallet. It's just the worst name, and I made some like really great like programmer art that I became too emotionally attached to, but it looks a lot nicer now. But I enjoyed that like simple time. But the thing I remember really well about that is that Tony and I talked about which features we thought we could ship in time, and then we I made like kind of mock-up screens for each one. So then I'm like, okay, that has a button, so that button's going to need to do something. Well, it's going to call Tony's code. And even the fact that right there we already knew what our separation and like what part of the app we were working on, that was like I think a big step of knowing we were compatible. But then we just wrote down what the like 5 different APIs were going to be that I was going to call, and then we barely collaborated the whole rest of the hackathon. He worked on his side and I worked on my side, and then they like kissed right at the end. And that was like such a huge sign to me. And so that is, to be honest, like if a contributor shows up and they don't have that like mind meld of, in fact, like I wrote the note for Mutiny, like the first time Ben, Tony, and I sat down at lunch to talk through like what if we made a wallet. I called that note mind meld. Like it's like we don't even have to communicate. And that's like, it's just so much more efficient. And so if an open source contributor shows up and you have to tell them everything, it means they're not kind of like picking up the vibe. And so it's nice that they're trying. And maybe that person's just really junior. And so if I have the extra bandwidth, I think I can maybe mentor them up to the point where they do get it. But you can kind of tell if somebody doesn't get it just based on how much communication bandwidth is required to get something useful out of them.
I think it's a great point. So this question was specifically about open source contributions and adding them to your team. I think, so the only engineering hire I've made was an open source contributor, and he stepped up and just kind of started taking things. I got really good advice from Desiree Dickerson, CEO of Thunder Games, when I was considering hiring people, and she said the first 5 people you hire need to be obsessed. And so I don't know of like a better way of determining that someone's obsessed other than them working on something hard for free. And so that was cool. And his work quality, it was junior, but his work quality suggested that he would become like relatively senior. And so and had an interest in more deeper more technical things that are non-obvious, that require someone who actually cares. And so that was one part of it, and also just kind of got the project, like you were saying, like just kind of hopped into the stream of ideas related to the project. The only other hire other than him was an angel investor in Stacker News who's non-technical, and similarly, he believed in the project enough to put money into it, and then he believed in the project enough to start working on it, and so that's part of how I'm determining it. But I think the quality does. You definitely want that like low communication aspect. I think that's a great measure, a great like proxy for perhaps how much they understand intuitively about what you're doing.
Yeah, so it seems like you just kind of I guess like work with them in a sense prior, to kind of figure it out, like figure out if you guys mesh well, because like you said, Keon, like the first 5 hires extremely important. But as you guys are going down, the journey and developing, FOSS related companies, what do you see as like kind of the hurdles as keeping it, open source, I guess, like long term, right? I mean, you've pointed out that venture capitalists just want a plan of monetization, like going forward towards once you guys grow a certain extent. But maybe what are some maybe specific to both of your cases, like unforeseen or not unforeseen, but foreseen potential hurdles like down the road, just like building out Mutiny and Stacker News.
Yeah, one tension that I've been noticing recently is that we have this vision of Mutiny to be self-hostable, and that's part of like almost the security story. Like, hey, you don't have to trust us; you can self-host this. And while I'd say it's technically true that you can self-host Mutiny right now, like I haven't done it personally, so I don't know how hard it is, and I don't think it would be extremely easy. There's aspects of it would be like actually really easy, but there are other parts that who knows, and so but that's not our core feature set or monetization path, right? Like that's so I want to make self-hosting a priority, but how much do I want to make it a self? I don't know right now what that trade-off. And so that's an aspect of like it's kind of part of the promise that it's kind of part of our marketing push of like what Mutiny is, but it's hard to deliver, and it's maybe more attractive right now to ship new features that like kind of keep Mutiny in the hype cycle or something.
Gotcha.
So the question was, what's the big like risk down the road potentially? It's really hard to tell. I don't really know. I guess it's people getting inspired by. Oh, I don't know. I guess it's someone who builds a better product. I mean, that's really I think what it is, and I don't mean that in like a shallow way where they have this feature and this button and whatever. It's like it's actually more of what the customers that I would otherwise have want, and so that's the only risk that I really think about. It's really hard to consider all the tail risks, but if you like take the integral over them, like that's basically what it is someone's built a better product than me that serves my people who would otherwise be my customers better.
Gotcha. Well, do we have any questions from the crowd here for these great two gentlemen up here? All right, Topher.
Do you feel like it's going to be easier to attract open source developers to build your product going on in the future? And I kind of, to bring out an example, I would say Zeus. It's sort of have this project where you do have people working on it, and you also have so many people that are so in love with what you're doing that they just pile on. Like, is it going to be easier going forward to build a company that operates?
Yes, I mean something we definitely didn't optimize for that, but in hindsight, we have a pretty novel tech stack. I chose a weird front-end framework because that's just my personality. It's pretty much like React, but it's a little different. And then we're doing all this Rust stuff that compiles to WASM, so like the set of people is pretty small. But like I was interested in Zeus, a couple of years ago. Like I know a little bit of React Native. Or even if you just know React, like I showed up, that was one of my like first open source contributions because it was such a popular, accessible code base. So I think both having a very useful product and finding ways to make what we're doing feel familiar enough that it's, because like you basically, you always start with kind of like a drive-by contribution, right? Nobody's like, all right, I've marked off the next 6 months and I'm going to go a core Mutiny contributor. It's like, you know what? What if I try a one-liner and see how they like it? And so people, that's how people get involved in open source projects. So we need to hopefully find a way for it to be a little more accessible. But that's just a total hindsight thing. I definitely didn't think of that when I was picking Solid.js.
Yeah, when I think about the wallet that I'm building that competes with Zeus and all of my I don't think that question was for me, right? It was for, I think it was.
Well, it's the idea that you can make your code base attractive so that you can attract open source developers that are so passionate that they just contribute. And that in itself like helps you build your company.
That might be like something. I maybe have more of this risk than Paul does, given your tech stack is more novel and mine is perhaps like very relatively approachable. Although I do weird things in it, but that's not. But it seems approachable. It's like it's maybe like a girl next door type who has really high self-esteem, and and wants, it looks like she wants you to approach her, but wants nothing to do with you. But I like that. I want more of that. I'm trying to figure that out. I think it'd be kind of really cool. I really like that aspect of Stacker News, actually. I like that I had a guy who messaged me when I put up my job posting, and he's like, I hope he doesn't mind me saying this. I won't like say his name or anything or his handle, but he said I'm desperate. I lost my sponsor. I'm gonna get kicked out of my house in a month. I can't pay my rent. Please hire me. He just like a 5-paragraph email, and I was like, contribute to the open source project. Tell me how much you want to work. Like, we have all these issues. Work on something. Tell me how much you want to get paid for it, and I'll tell you yes or no, and you can work on it. And if I accept it, I'll pay you for it. And then so he started contributing. I paid him for it, and then he sent me a message, I believe on Sunday, that said he paid his rent for the next month. And it's cool. I mean, it's cool to I don't know, help people get their like sea legs, and I think it's part of like, what might allow a sort of moat that is immaterial. I think might be a way to say it. But I think people see that the contributors who might not otherwise contribute, who are more skilled maybe, and you actually would more so point to in a crowd and say, please contribute to my project. They end up stepping up too, because they see how well you treat people who are maybe somehow fractionally them and their skill set.
This is kind of a tangent, but it just reminded me of something I did want to bring up. There is a quality echo effect by being open source. So we depend on LDK, Lightning Dev Kit, right? There aren't that many publicly used wallets that are based on LDK. So if we're having a problem, we can show it to LDK, see, this is the problem. Could you help us fix it? And so then so our supporting infrastructure gets better by the virtue of us being open. So the fact that we're open is improving us. I don't know how that related to Topher's thing, but that made me think about that. And that we have that all over our code base, and I hope that it just continues to grow. I think there's a lot of stuff in the Rust WASM ecosystem that could be improved, and we haven't had the bandwidth to address it, but we're highlighting the needs, and that is kind of how these open source improvements start to happen in the library area.
Yeah, it almost sounds like you're leaving little breadcrumbs around, right, for potential open source developers to go and fix some of those problems that you guys are running into. So, yeah, I mean, I definitely see the motivation.
We're
there.
nerd sniping people.
Yeah, exactly. All right, John.
Is there any way for non-developers to contribute to the projects in any way? Using it, talking about it, spreading the word to people that aren't familiar with Bitcoin, or translating it code? Is the best way to help?
Yeah, we're coming up on the need for translation for Mutiny. We have the translation framework in there, but we don't have a good way to contribute. So I think that'll be a big one. And then I hope that as we get our self-documentation story, our self-hosting story better, that'll be a good one for to ask regular people, hey, please help us document this, because you're going to be able to see this from a better point of view. But yeah, I mean, mostly people sharing it, and also something I love a well-written small GitHub issue. It's weird. It's if you tell me wallet load slow, I'm all right, I know, and I'm sorry, but I'm working on other stuff right now. But if you're hey, the button, it looks just slightly misaligned, I like those because I can like fix them in like 30 seconds and then feel like really good about myself. So I love like little nitpicky like GitHub issues for sure.
Yeah, I think Paul answered Paul answered it great. I think it's really you want I guess to answer more generally, it's like everything short of code is what most of these projects need. What a project like Mutiny needs, what a project like Stacker News needs. Well-written issues that actually get to the point of what's wrong. Sourcing feedback in the community. I get a lot of feedback at this point. Fortunately, it's one of the benefits of having a social product is that I'm pretty much inundated with feedback constantly because I'm basically building a channel to give it to me, and which is great. But I think there's the people who go beyond that average person right now who. And I still appreciate all that other feedback, but it's like they go and they write the GitHub issue, they describe it well, they cite sources where it occurred or other people saying that it happened. But there's like design is hard to working with like a designer is a bit harder because you can propose designs, and if you're like opinionated, if like the person you're contributing to is opinionated, you might it might not meld well, and so you have to be, if you're like extremely empathetic, it might actually land. But I would just say just start, and you'll get better at it, and you'll understand how to contribute to other people's projects better in whatever way you can.
We got a question from Carr.
What did you guys learn from each other, either from each other like personally or from each other's companies? I'm just curious. Like,
Do you mean Keon? Keon gave me some of the best advice I've ever gotten as a developer. I was just really frustrated at myself that I had this like to-do item that I had been meaning to do for like, I think at that point it had been over a month. And I was just like, it was burning me up that I kept on never getting to it. And so Keon, he's like, what's up? And I was like, I expressed this frustration at myself. And it's like, well, sounds like you've been fine without it for a month. So why don't you just continue to not do it? And I ended up not doing it, and I never needed it. Nobody ever brought it up, and it was that emotional intelligence plus the technical intelligence that I really appreciated in that moment.
Yeah, I think I remember that. It sounds about right, at least. I think it's really like a lot of what I think Paul is so thoughtful, and I think represent like I would like represents a level of thoughtfulness that I'd like to have too. But I think in terms of like the general Mutiny team, it's really this kind of validation or echoing or like this like encore of like Bitcoin's values. That I think really that I really hear, and it reminds you, and it also it kind of it's like a drum beat, like a marching. Well, I don't know what that's called. What is that called? Like a marching. Well, like when you're like marching and there's like someone who's keeping the marching order. Yeah, but there's like something they do. Okay, no one knows.
Cadence maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, well, no, yeah, he's like, I don't know, but I've been told. He's like keeping the pace, huh? The guy is a drill sergeant. But
well, he's keeping
this
a
is
cadence.
Really important. Let's. It's more masculine than that, but it's really, I think, it's just like reinforcing the core values, and I think it's really important if we want to keep them. And I think that's a lot. I mean, I've gotten so many privacy requests from Tony as far as like Stacker News stuff, and that's been really helpful. And lots of feedback with Paul. I mean, you challenge me sometimes to like articulate why when you initially joined PlebLab, you would ask me questions that would challenge me to articulate why I did things the way I did, which I found, good.
I think it's drone
I don't know if that's it. I feel like the thing he says, not the man, but like the thing he does. This is important. Can we pause the?
It's gonna come to Keon like in the middle of the night, and he's gonna.
So like drill sergeant.
I feel like it's like cadence or something, like keeping a cadence.
I feel like there's a word
Cadence
for it,
or
but
rhythm.
I also might just
I don't know.
feel like there's a cadence for it.
Drill instructor.
This is a quality panel right here, right?
United States. I don't know.
I think
Indoctrination.
That's it.
All right, this is my fault.
All right. Well, do we have any other questions or Topher, we got you.
Is there like a PR that sticks out in your mind that you came across that you'd like to share? Something that you thought was like really cool or funny?
As far as like open source, like non-paid contributors in terms of like unprompted. I don't know. They're like most of them are recent in memory, but there's a guy who's contributing to Stacker News right now called We Are All Satoshi. Oh no, there's also Austin did a similarly significant PR. He implemented bounties, which was like a very like a relatively intense like full stack project that I feel like executed really well. But there's someone who's done a similar amount of sort of similar amount of work recently that that would I say would compare in terms of being able to walk the full stack up and back.
We have like two main contributors that I'm working with in the front end right now. There's this guy named Ben who gets the project. He gets Bitcoin and is doing like important things, but they like take like some mental effort. Like, oh, he's like I have like this amount editor that, you know, it's got like a custom numpad that I made. And so like I'm trying to remember how it all works, and he improves it, but I have to read it really carefully to understand. And then we have this brand new contributor who just shows up and like, hey, you have this file in the root folder that doesn't need to be there. So I deleted it. I was like, yes. So that's, I mean, I try not to play favorites, but I like the guy who deletes files.
Yeah, who needs another Ben in Bitcoin, right?
Too many Bens.
Yeah, amen. All right, any more questions? We're going to let these gentlemen off the hook. All right, why don't we give it up for them? Thank you guys so much.
Good to go? Hey everyone, my name's David Danino. I'm the founder of Satlantis. I'm going to give you a little overview of what I've been building for about the past year now. Thank you. So Satlantis overall is an open world multiplayer video game on a Bitcoin standard. And right here you can see a picture of that overworld with a bunch of our players scattered throughout it. The team is myself and my Zyn Citrus 6 milligrams. They've been with me since the beginning. I wouldn't have made it without them, that's for sure. So to start, our mission is, I really like this quote by Hayek here. He talks about the only way to get money out of the hands of the government is a sly roundabout way. And as Bitcoiners, we all know we've done that by now. But for whatever reason, people aren't that interested yet. So it feels like we need a sly roundabout way to get them interested. And I'm hoping Satlantis can be one of the ways we do that. So our mission is to create a fun and compelling reason for people to actually use Bitcoin. And kind of along those lines, what we're doing is we're not telling people to, buy Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin. We don't even really use Bitcoin in much of our user-facing advertisements. We are the game that shares its profits with players. And Lightning just happens to be the best way to do that. So it's kind of, not try to shove Bitcoin down people's throats. Just make a fun game for them to play that happens to have Bitcoin integrated into it. So the overall game mechanics, there's quite a bit to it, so I'll try to break it all down. It's going to be pretty familiar to Bitcoiners. Kind of the first main thing is it's a SAT-denominated economy. So everything's priced in sats, players trade in sats, they earn in sats. So it's essentially a hyper-Bitcoinized world today. The other cool thing is we also use the kind of mechanics of proof of work, where players get resources and they expend resources into ASICs to earn a hash rate, and that hash rate entitles them to block rewards every 10 minutes. You can also create a clan with your friends to pool your hash rate just like mining pools work. And how the prize pool works is we share 50% of the revenue that the game earns. So if you buy a plot of land, if you buy cosmetics, whatever it may be, 50% of that immediately goes into the prize pool. And the other thing is our advertiser sponsorship seeds that prize pool. So it's kind of like a block subsidy versus block fee. If people spend a lot, all of a sudden the prize pool goes up. Everyone in the community kind of benefits in that way. And then we have other kind of standard gaming features like an auction house for players to trade their items efficiently, denominated in sats. And the other cool thing is we have a bunch of mini games within the game, like Bed Wars. If you guys are Minecraft players, you might be familiar with it. Build Battle. There's a wingsuit racing, chess. There's all sorts of mini games to play. And you get emeralds for playing these mini games, and these emeralds fuel your ASICs. And kind of the cool thing is, a player can come on, he could play a couple hours of Bed Wars, and he could sell those emeralds to another player, which is a pretty liquid market for that player to fuel his ASICs. If he has a lot of ASICs, he doesn't have so much time the past few days, but he wants to power his ASICs, he can now pay that player sats for that time that he spent playing. Really cool integration we did with the Bitcoin company that was just really fun to do is directly in-game players can use their balance to buy gift cards. So, you play all week, and then by the end of the week, you've earned enough to, say, order a Uber's Eats gift card and get food delivered to your house directly in the game. And we actually use the native Minecraft book to put the gift card codes in. So you walk up to that NPC. If you have enough sats, you click buy, and you'll get a little booklet with the gift card code in it that you can copy and paste into your phone if you want. And we have a ton of stores. Obviously, it's everything, or a good portion of the gift card offerings that TBC has. There's a clothing section. There's Walmart. There's Amazon. So there's like a pretty good offering for players. So again, kind of talking about these players that aren't Bitcoiners. We're trying to kind of reach players that aren't like hardcore Bitcoiners so much. This kind of shows them that, hey, this is real money. You can use this to buy things that you already desire without even having to leave the game. Kind of give that immediate feel that You know, Bitcoin's not just this weird nerd money, but you can actually use it to get the things you want. Another feature we recently added, probably 2 months ago now, is the Satlantis Battle Pass. And that's a concept popularized by Fortnite. And if you're not familiar with it, it basically breaks down games into seasons that last a couple months long. And throughout those months, you complete quests, and you unlock, say, skins, you unlock cosmetics. And in our game, you unlock ASICs, emeralds, all sorts of things like that. Mending books, which are really rare in the game. And the really exciting thing about the Battle Pass is that we could sell so there's a free tier and a premium tier. The premium tier gives you more quests, more rewards, things like that. We could sell the premium tier of the Battle Pass for fiat. So then the game kind of becomes like an on-ramp for players. If they have, obviously everyone has a debit card. They can buy this premium Battle Pass. If they play a lot, they'll unlock ASICs, they'll unlock emeralds. They can then start mining and earning sats without ever having to just like buy Bitcoin. They can actually go out and earn it very faster with the premium Battle Pass. So it's a really cool feature that I was excited about. And just creating new ways to onboard Bitcoiners. It's not just, hey, download Cash App and deposit $100 and buy and hold it. This is another way for users to actually like earn sats, and they could do it a little quicker if they use some fiat. And this was a cool thing built by one of the players on our server. He actually works for Stacker News now. He's a really good dude. And he pulled the data from our Discord channel where we publish when players leave, when they join. We publish block reward amounts and who won. And what he did was track prize pools and the clans that won, each block reward. So you could see the past week, last men standing there on the bottom. I'm not sure how big the font is there. But they made 63,000 sats today. This is from earlier today. So you can kind of track what clans are doing, how well they're doing. You could see the overall prize pool, what it's at right now, what it was a month ago, things like that. So it was pretty cool to see, a player in our community go out and build this website, which you can go check out at mindsats.gg. It also has a really cool mining calculator. So you can plug in what the current prize pool is. It actually pulls that data, how many ASICs you have, and you can like plug in and get some information on like your expected sat earnings over a time period. So just like a really cool thing that one of the players had built. And our overall metrics since we launched in January, we've had a total of 1,856 players, weekly active 42, median time played, which is really cool to see, 3 hours and 21 minutes. And as of earlier today, we've awarded 73 million, almost 74 million sats in total. So that's been, we're coming up on a Bitcoin. It's going to be a big day. It'll be very exciting. Big goal for me is to pass out BSV and block reward sizes. It might be a couple halvings away, because I did calculate they still make like, there's still like $200 USD value in every 10 minutes on BSV. So it's a little while away, but that'll be a big day. Big goal is to beat BSV, and our block rewards are bigger than theirs. That's the long-term goal. That's when we know we made it. And then, open it up to questions.
In order to buy your like, so like you buy the Battle Pass,
Yep.
the premium Battle Pass. Do you like have any KYC process? No.
Mm-mm.
Okay. So other than just the debit card, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then do you have like any KYC process for like when you go to pay for Grubhub
Mm-hmm.
with your sats?
We don't. The question was, do we do any KYC on the purchase of the Battle Pass or the purchase of gift cards? And we do not. Neither. So the Battle Pass, you're just buying, you're buying extra quests in a game, so there's no reason to do KYC in that regard. And then for the gift cards, it's handled by TBC essentially, so, and there's no KYC with that. We kind of just shuffle the data back and forth. So yeah, no KYC at all in the game. I guess that probably should be a bigger marketing point.
The PvP?
Of course.
Can I kill someone and take their book with
Well, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. So that's some players definitely. The question was, is there PvP and can I kill someone and take their gift card booklet? We don't allow that because there would be quite a few salty players. But you could, if you want to, have a gentleman's agreement to go meet somewhere and you each have a booklet, and the winner gets them both. I can't stop anyone from doing that. So yeah, whatever you want to do in that regard.
If I wanted to build an integration to
Mhm.
Atlantis, like what is the minimum, really quick tech stack that I would need to get into to do that?
I guess it would depend on the integration.
I want to call some the Bitcoin blockchain
Mhm.
and some other API somewhere and have that show.
That should be relatively easy. You can essentially just log in with your account and publish that data as a chat message, like you're just chatting in the game. You can chat kind of in a global chat. So if you're trying to publish Bitcoin blockchain data.
Or let's say I want to do like what Bitcoin companies do, where it's like actually they have a booth
Mhm.
in the game.
Mhm.
You can buy gift cards.
Mhm.
So there's API. You're doing something in the game.
Yeah.
It's making an API call
Yep.
to the external
So we could definitely talk about that. We don't have a ton of developer tools at the moment to just kind of build that out yourselves, but certain things might be possible as it is because you can accept payment. Players can pay you directly in the game. So if you can figure out how to bring some value to them, then you might be able to get creative there. And I guess it would.
Digital lockboxes.
Yeah, some digital lockboxes. I guess it would depend, on specifics, but we can absolutely talk if you had some ideas in that regard.
What is the framework you're using to add the plugins to the server?
That's developer questions. I wish I could better answer that for you. I believe it's Java. And then we just use TBC's API, and we essentially just have sats loaded up on their end already. So we're actually not even, we don't send payments for each gift card purchase. We just kind of have a credit on their account, and then when we credit a player internally in the game when they want to buy a gift card, and then we settle up with the Bitcoin company every once in a while.
Okay, my final easygoing developer question.
Yep.
What do you use to give everyone a wallet?
It's internal, so it's just like an internal balance in the game. So it's not when you say you sent someone 100 sats in the game, until you withdraw, there's no sat movement until you withdraw or until you deposit. So all of that's we do kind of internal accounting that doesn't actually push lightning payments between users until you exit or enter the game.
Is that something that comes with Minecraft and you can tap into? Or
Yeah, there's a ton of open source accounting, economy balance stuff that we were able to plug into, kind of speed up our development. So that was really nice.
What are some of the things that you've seen the community do inside there that kind of surprised you or like took you by surprise you?
Yeah, so definitely Mindsats was the first big one. That was really cool when he built out the prize pool and the graphs and everything and the calculator. That was sweet. Players surprise me every day, sometimes not in great ways. The gaming community is dynamic is the word I'll use. So they keep me on my toes. The other really cool thing, a couple players from Brazil built the statue of Christ that they have down there. I think it was like 6 of them in a matter of a few hours, built a 500 block, maybe 700 block tall statue of Christ. I should have thrown a picture in. I think we may have tweeted it out if you check us out on Twitter. So just some cool stuff like that, players that, make some really detailed builds. I'm not a great builder myself, so all of that's always impressive. What else have players done? Yeah, those are the things that come to mind. Austin?
Just kind of a fun question. If you could hyper Bitcoinize another game world,
Yeah.
which one?
GTA. Yeah, for sure. That would be sweet. Never goes out of style, GTA. I think it's still top 10 game played, so. Paul?
Kind of like Cars person, is there anything emergent
So we've had quite a few players try to set up little gambling apparatuses. You know, like they'll plant something in the ground, and if it grows up one thing, you know, you win. If it grows up another, you lose. So that's, you know, that kind of stuff's really interesting. But, you know, is it provable? Are they doing certain? So it's, you know, I kind of have shut down the gambling just because it's risky. As the company, you go look at Second Life, one of the biggest kind of online video game metaverse kind of style games. You know, they ran into issues when people started doing, you know, banking, gambling, that kind of stuff. So trying to avoid that stuff, not put any crosshairs on us too early, especially when, you know, these people are, you know, betting for a couple hundred sats. It's just, I don't think it's worth it. No one's really winning big, but that was, you know, that's kind of some of the interesting stuff that they've done.
So it's all paper Bitcoin until people withdraw.
Yep.
What transparency do you have around the 50% payout?
Yeah, so as soon as you make a purchase in the game, like you buy a plot of land, the price pool like instantly like updates. So you could see that if you want to, you know, write down the price pool before you buy it to after you buy it, you could see that immediately happen. So that's how it's transparent.
Are you concerned about Microsoft being angry?
You know, it's a concern, but again, that's kind of why I do, you know, trying to do this all in a kosher manner. So it's no gambling, realistically. And again, kind of back to our marketing, it's not we're not the Bitcoin server. We're the server that shares profits with players. So kind of really leaning into that idea of, you know, these players that, you know, grow these economies and really bring all the value to games. This is a new way to share and have them earn with the games they help grow. And as of right now, no other Minecraft server is kind of sharing directly their revenue with players in the way we are. So hoping to get the overall Minecraft community kind of to support us and to grow that community in general. Because I think what we're doing is good. It's putting sats in people's hands, and again, it's sharing that the profits that the game makes with the players that kind of make that possible.
You got any feedback from any non-coiners?
We have a ton of we have a really interesting user base. So obviously, a good portion of Bitcoiners, many have come from Stacker News. We have a ton of shitcoiners. You know, I have like a strict rule of like no advertising, like no Bitcoin only. And you know, what these kids did, and it was kind of creative. They named their clan Wax Community. So there's this Wax coin. And I'm like, hey, I guess like if, you know, that's the name of your clan, and if you guys get enough players, you can call it that, but you can't like solicit whatever services there are. So definitely a good portion of shitcoiners, which is interesting. And I think it's like NFT people. It's not so much, you know, whatever, Litecoin or something, like even worse. And then there's definitely a good portion of no-coiners, which is really cool to see. I know personally I've just gotten to know people over the past few months we've been running it who definitely never use Lightning. Like a large majority of the players we have never used Lightning. They may have some Bitcoin on Coinbase or something like that. They may have sent a transaction, but very few of them have had a Lightning wallet, sent a Lightning transaction, anything like that. So it's been cool to see, you know, one of our players, when I first was like testing this out, I had my cousin come on who I know is a big Minecraft player. He invited a buddy who we played a ton of Minecraft with. That buddy had never touched Bitcoin, nothing, anything like it, no crypto, nothing. And now today he's earned millions of sats. He's probably played, I think it's some absurd time of like 30 days in game time, you know, just like crazy. And his little brother plays now, and he's brought in, you know, a whole group of his friends, and they've built this incredible base. So that's like a you know, my favorite no-coiner story turned into a Bitcoiner. Although he did tell me he withdrew to Kraken and did buy some shitcoins, but you know, it's all it's a long journey to get to kind of be a Bitcoin maximalist, I think. And you know, he's going to lose some money on shitcoins, and he's going to realize in a couple of years from now, hey, if I had kept that in Bitcoin, it would be worth, you know, this much more. And that's how we make Bitcoiners, right? You got to get burned. Matt Odell says a lot. The only way, when enough people burn themselves, people are going to have to burn themselves to really get it for the most part. So that's the unfortunate reality, but hopefully we can speed up that process for them. Mm-hmm.
Would you allow ordinals or inscriptions?
I've had a couple people bring it up to me. I'm not super sold on the, does it add value to the gameplay? Does it increase the user experience? I think that there's some potentially interesting, I don't think like cross game items or assets make much sense. Like having how good is a special Minecraft diamond sword in Call of Duty? There's no connection there. Now, where there could be some interesting connections, and say you made top 100 on the solo leaderboards in Call of Duty, it would be pretty cool to have some kind of cryptographic representation of that and putting it like on the fireplace in your Minecraft's Atlantis home. So that's kind of maybe where I could see kind of like accolades, trophies, if there's some kind of more in that direction than assets, tradable assets themselves. I would love to do Nostr integrations is a question. I think it'd be so cool to post and tag every time someone wins the block reward. So you get a notification that you just won X amount of sats for every block reward you won. And then also, this is definitely something we would plan to do and love to do. The other thing would be if when your ASIC runs out of fuel, you can know exactly when that happens, log back in and fill your ASIC back up. So we can use Nostr for that as well. Huh? For DMs? Oh, you're saying to kind of, yeah, that would be cool. Kind of encrypted. Oh, I think it would also kind of feel like it would, I guess maybe we'd be posting too much if it's every 10 minutes. You're saying DM them when they get the block reward? Oh, when they get when the ASICs are out, we can DM them. Yeah, that would make more sense than like a public post. But I think having like each block reward winner be public would be kind of cool.
How many people play per week on Minecraft?
A lot. A lot. I don't know the exact number. I do know like the biggest Minecraft server, Hypixel, has, on average like 40,000 concurrent. So they're probably doing like 250,000 uniques a day. That's just me. Unique, yep, a day, I'm guessing. And that's multiplayer. And then there's like the whole single player side and a lot of people for sure. Yeah, I couldn't guess a number.
Does mining work the same as in real life? Like
Mm-hmm.
blocks, are we on the same block height?
Yeah, so it's 10-minute blocks, and that's every 10 minutes. So, and how it works is every 10 minutes, a mining person or clan gets the block reward, and your chance of winning that block reward is your personal hash rate or your clan's hash rate divided by global hash rate. So they do go out 10 minutes every 10 minutes. There's not like a difficulty adjustment aspect. That's not really necessary. But yeah, it works. No 51% attack threats, so we don't have to do anything like that. But yeah, it works kind of we're trying to make it as close to take all of the kind of incentive structures of Bitcoin and apply it to a virtual world.
So are you on the same block height? Like the reward is the same?
The reward, how much each block reward is worth, is dependent on the prize pool, which is dependent on how much money the sponsors pay, which is typically kind of upfront. So right now it's 150,000 sats a day, plus 50% of all purchases over that past day. And then each block reward is 144th of that total prize pool, which is how many blocks there are a day. And we've messed around with that a little bit to kind of just keep the prize pools more steady. So yeah, we have some things we can configure. Some things we could kind of change from Bitcoin that don't really make sense in the virtual world, like, there's no need for a difficulty adjustment, especially, you think early on in Bitcoin, it was so volatile, and our hash rate can be pretty volatile. If, a player with 100 ASICs doesn't log on for a couple days, you know, the hash rate drops a ton. So, yeah, difficulty adjustment, things like that don't make sense at the moment.
So do you see it making that, like, I mean, it looks amazing. Do you see it making like as big an impact as like RuneScape was? I know people were like playing the game for gold in other countries.
Yeah.
And selling it for like.
That would be awesome. That'd be incredible. It's definitely something to shoot for. RuneScape is huge. People love it. But, you know, it does have that kind of similar P2P trading, and their gold. You know, the idea is to kind of make a similar experience with sats as the currency. You know, these people have gold, and that creates a whole bunch of issues. Where why not just use Bitcoin as kind of the currency of the world?
Have you considered any sort of like auto withdrawal or like ability to be self-sovereign once you get a payout?
Yeah, definitely something we'd like to do. As of right now, we do kind of process every withdraw by hand for like security purposes in case there's like an unforeseen bug. But I think we could do some interesting things where if you have a certain hash rate level, you can withdraw a certain amount because essentially those ASICs have a value, and that's like collateral of sorts. So we can let you automatically withdraw in that way. A premium feature, exactly. That could be part of it as well. Although the tough, okay, yeah. So that's another Nostr integration right there. The tough thing is it's the non-premium people. They want to withdraw, you know, 62 sats, and you know, that takes me just as long to process, you know, a 1 million sat withdraw. So I don't want to limit them too much.
How can I play? Where should
Yeah,
I play?
follow us on Twitter, Play Satlantis. We do have a Nostr account as well. That's, I think, linked there. It's in our Discord. That'll link you to our Discord. Our Discord is our main touch point with users. So join our Discord, and all of our info's there. Satlantis.net. Paul helped me set that website up. You can also go there. That'll give you the Discord and everything else you need to connect.
Can I play on my Xbox?
You can't play on the Xbox right now, unfortunately, but you can play on mobile. Mm-hmm.
Do you have any like cool events coming up in the game?
What do we got? Season 3 starts September 3rd. So that'll be exciting. We have some things I can't mention yet that are on the horizon, so keep an eye out for that. That I think players are going to love. It's going to add something new and fresh into the game. New mini games. So September 3rd, yeah, we got some stuff coming.
Is the chess mini game already up and running?
The which mini game?
The chess game.
The chess game's up and running. You could play your buddies, get emeralds for it. It's not the most efficient way to get emeralds, just because chess is easy to cheat. I didn't want to make that too much of a too overpowered. But you could definitely play chess in game right now, get emeralds, and those are basically, you trade those for sats, put them in your own ASICs to start hashing. Yeah, chess is live.
And can you just, I understand that you get emeralds when you win the chess game.
Mhm.
You make it so that it's like lightning chess?
Explain lightning chess to me.
Well, just like there's a pot.
Mhm.
Stats. Whoever wins.
Yeah, chess is just so easy to cheat, you know? I don't want to incentivize any cheating.
Like each player puts up a stat amount, so they're like betting against each other, kind of like gambling on chess.
Gambling on chess, but so like if we're gambling on chess in Satlantis, say I set it up this way, I would just set up a computer. I'd play a computer at the same time, and just move every move you make. I'd put into the computer, and I'd see the perfect move to do against it. So it's just, chess is just in that regard, it's really easy to cheat. So we haven't. We want to avoid.
Do you see any mini games where you could do this in a way that there's no asymmetry or way to cheat?
Yeah. So if you guys are familiar with Clash Royale, it's kind of like a strategy mobile game, kind of like tower defense style. We're kind of trying to build. We've been working on it for a while, but that's something I think that's going to be a lot of fun, where you could spawn a creeper and your opponent spawns a skeleton who shoots them from far. So you kind of have these mobs like auto fight, and it's more of a strategy-based game that becomes more difficult to cheat. things like that. We also have a wingsuit flying thing that's difficult to cheat at. So, but that's just something you have to manage. We have an anti-cheat that kind of detects, unusual movements, and then we can kind of adjust rewards, kind of spread them out to kind of better detect players. We could say, the top 10 players of, the past month get invited to a tournament, and that way we can properly vet everyone to try to make as fair of a play environment as possible. Anyone else? Awesome. Thank you, Carr. Thank you, PlebLab. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Once again, please, if you can, follow online or give a shout out to our sponsors, because without them, we couldn't make this happen and share the information, not only with you today, but eventually online. So if you missed a program or want to really dive deeply into some comments that you heard, we'll have it up online here in a couple days, and we'll make announcements about that through our Twitter and our newsletter. So if you're not on our newsletter, please go to the website and subscribe. Again, for our sponsors, please thank Fulgur Ventures, Lightning Ventures, Clover, and that is spelled Clovyr, and TabConf, which is happening September 6th through 9th. So if you haven't been to Atlanta lately or just want to go to a Bitcoin technical conference, TabConf is coming up in 2 weeks. After that, let's see, Pacific Bitcoin, but before we do anything else, obviously we are in the middle of BitBlock Boom, and it officially doesn't start until Friday. There are a few events that will be leading up to it. Tomorrow there's going to be Underground Citadel, Beefsteak. We're having our party here, and it's going to be a lot of fun, so we hope that you can come for that. Where or when? When. The start time's kind of fuzzy because Johnny's going to be downstairs getting ready, and he's going to be cooking throughout the night. He'll have different types of beef, different types of preparations available throughout the night, so you can kind of graze. It is going to be priced separately so that you can go down there based on your budget. You can get what you want, and he's going to be cooking all night long, including those crazy donuts cooked with tallow. And then the bar people, we expect to be here about 8:30 or 9. The party officially starts at 9 as far as bar and karaoke and fun. And we'll be here till 1-ish. And the last one we did in April with Plus was really packed. It was a lot of fun and a lot of creative musicality going on. Let's see. And then getting back to BitBlock Boom to give them their due, because they are one of our media sponsors, along with Thriller Bitcoin and Green Candle Investments. Thank you, Brandon, so much for all your hard work today and behind the scenes and through your website promoting us. Thank you. But again, so those were the events for tomorrow. Then on Thursday, BitBlock Shoot. If you have already registered, you're lucky because that's already sold out. Thursday evening, Gary has reserved a town. I think I mentioned this earlier, but it's a town that was used in a couple of the Walking Dead series scenes, a couple seasons back. So that'll be a lot of fun. If you need a ride, talk to somebody here who's local. I've got a car, so if you run into me, I'm happy to take 3 or 4 people. Well, 3 people, unless you're really tiny, then maybe 4. I do have a Civic. And I can take you out there, and it'll be a lot of fun. But I think Gary's got buses too. And then, of course, there's Uber. And then Friday is the official conference kickoff. Friday night, we'll have the Fold Party. That will be in Zilker Park. And Saturday, party, casino night. Sunday, we conclude with brunch. And that is the whole of BitBlock Boom. So we hope you enjoyed us at PlebLab kind of kicking things off today. Thank you.